This session is called Multiple Streams of Income, and we're talking about physician entrepreneurship, building your brand, book writing, and side hustles. And I'm going to go through a couple slides and talk about my journey in this area, and then we'll do my favorite part, which is Q&A. So a lot of people ask a lot of times, like, Dr. Jazz, how do you do speaking and you have businesses and all these other things in addition to being a doctor? And I want to talk to you about the journey that my path and my journey to how I got to that point. As you saw, a lot of the physicians that were guest speakers today, one thing that they had in common was they were authors and they were entrepreneurs and things like that. And so one thing I wish is that I would have known how to get started on that journey, even way back when I was like in high school and college, because if I would have been able to start way back then, I could have been even further than I am now. So I want to share that with you all. And the way for me that I was able to open up all these doors for different streams of income, I do have probably 10 plus different streams of income. The way that I was able to open up doors and pathways to even get to this point was through book writing. That's how it all started. That's how everything started. And so I'm really excited to talk with you about that today. This was actually my very first book that I wrote, called Multiple Streams of Income. And this was a collaboration book that I was part of with one of my book writing coaches and a lot of other entrepreneurs from all over the United States. And for this particular book, I wrote the chapter on real estate investing, and other people wrote their different chapters. And it was just so amazing. And it just really spoke to the fact that you, especially in today's day and age, is so important to have multiple revenue streams. Even me as a doctor right now, because hospitals are taking financial hits because of the COVID crisis, all the physicians at the hospital and all the workers, we just got notice that a certain percentage of our salary was just getting cut, and we still had to work full time. And so that was scary to me, because I thought, like, man, being a doctor is such a stable job. I never thought that we would be in that position. I'm blessed because I still have a job, and I'm blessed because, I'm able to withstand that cut. However, there's some physicians that completely got laid off. Some physicians got their salary cut in half, or didn't even or just haven't been paid at all, just to stay afloat. And so it really, now more than ever, it showed me it is important to have multiple streams of income, multiple ways to generate wealth, multiple streams of income, so that you can create that debt snowball that Dr. Clarisme talked about, build generational wealth, multiple streams of income, so that, like Dr. Jeffers talked about, you can be a blessing to other people. The more resources you have, you're able to do more things and impact the world. And then most importantly, for me, multiple streams of income is important because it frees up your time. You do not want to be in a position where you're trading dollars for hours. And essentially, as physicians, that's what you're doing. We're doing, as far as like the certain amount of hours you go to work, that's the income that you bring. I'll never forget, there was, I can't get into the specifics, but highly esteemed doctors that I knew making crap tons of money, being in the position where they had horrible and broken marriages, children committing suicide, them committing suicide themselves, just in a deep, dark place. And a lot of them, a lot of that was rooted in the fact that they were so busy. They were just like working hundreds and hundreds of hours, just burning themselves out and not having time to actually enjoy life. What's the point of you having all kind of money, but you can't enjoy life? So having multiple revenue streams is important, because it's not just multiple revenue streams. It's important to have multiple passive revenue streams as well. So you can literally be asleep and the checks are still coming in. One of my favorite books that I have read is Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And it basically just talks about the importance of having things that generate wealth over time rather than being assets and then lose value over time. So I'm really excited about talking about this topic. And also, again, putting this in the lens that we talked about that first week, talking about social justice, racial justice, this is important. This is so, this is so important because, you know, especially as a Black woman and a descendant of slaves, we worked and we built up the United States of America. This capitalist society was built on our backs. And then when the slaves were freed, we didn't get anything. And then even when we did start having our Black Wall Street and building up things, they came and bombed that. And so when we see a lot of the disparities and inequities today, it's rooted in the current racial wealth gap that we see today. So in order for us to combat that, having multiple streams of income is so important. Not depending on one job, where if you say something or the job or the organization crumbles, you're out of luck. You have to be able to sustain yourself with multiple streams of income and wealth generation over time. So it's something like never too early for you guys to be thinking about. And entrepreneurship is amazing. Just a little while ago, I had to get off the call, get off the Zoom for about an hour. So I'm sorry I missed the last last session, but we were having a family reunion with we're the Johnson family reunion. And it was so special to me because my grandpa passed away about 6 years ago. He was a strong pillar in our family. He was a pastor for over 60 years, just such a special and important pillar in our lives. And we haven't had a family reunion on his side or seen anybody in a family in over 10, maybe 15 years. So they finally got together this one little Zoom to bring the family together. And we haven't all seen each other in so long, his brothers and sisters and nephews and things like that. And it was so very, very special to go and be a part of that. While we were there, the topic of like just family and genealogy came up, and they reminded me of something that I forgot. And this all ties into this multiple streams of income, generational wealth conversation, and how this is our form of resistance as we're talking about this, as we're creating wealth, eliminating debt and all that. So they were saying that my generation line came from the slave owner family that owned our generation line. Last name was Bush. And then my great grandfather's name was Jesse Bush, but then he decided when he did not want to keep that name and he wanted to change it to Johnson. And so that's kind of how we got the Johnson name. But he was murdered by another Black man who was hired. This happened in Alabama. And I think they told me this a long time ago, but I had completely forgotten. He was murdered by another Black man, and the Black man that murdered him was hired by a white man to murder my great grandfather. Yeah, my great grandfather, Jesse, because he wouldn't give up his land to the white man. So my people in my lineage were murdered because they wouldn't give up their land to the white man. And so that just made me like want to, oh my gosh, I need it. Cause I do real estate investing right now. I'm like, I'm about to go down to Alabama and I'm about to buy up all the properties. It made me feel like that. Actually, I'm still going to actually be looking into that. I want to find out exactly what city it was or whatever. So anyway, us creating wealth is a form of resistance, and it's important for many, many reasons. It can help you to buy time so you can actually spend with your family. It can help you bless others, be a blessing to yourself, and other things. So I'm so excited to talk about this topic: multiple streams of income, entrepreneurship, building your brand, book writing, and side hustles. There's so many ways to talk about this topic, but what I'm going to do in our time together is talk about my pathway to doing it, and basically how a book can help you unlock doors for multiple streams of income. There's 12 steps to book publishing. And so I'm going to just break those down to you quickly. I'm not going to go into every single detail, but you've seen that like every single main speaker that came today had a book out. And I just wanted to break it down to you, the steps and how you can as well. I think for you guys, like if I could travel back in time and write a book, and have that on my resume for medical school and residency, it would have just like blown the admission committees away. So I'm going to just quickly break down the 12 steps to book writing, and then I'm going to end with just showing you a ton of the streams of income that I have, and then some additional ones, just so that it can get your juices flowing and mind going on how even now there are things that you could be doing. Now, before I talk about this, I will say there's different schools of thought about this. Some people say that you should completely pay off all your debt before you even start a business or do anything extra or do any investments. However, another school of thought, and this is the school of thought that I am in, is that in order to aggressively pay off debt and generate wealth, you should have a side hustle, or you should have multiple streams of income that you're generating. And then if you use it wisely, you take that money from the multiple streams of income you create to rapidly pay off your debt. So that's a little bit of the school of thought that I am in. So I'm gonna just talk to you about it. Okay, so we're going to talk about, just in general, really quickly, 12 steps to going from book idea to book launch. This is so exciting. I love talking about this topic, and I actually go speak about this with my book publishing company, Motivational MD Publishing. And the goal of our book publishing company is to help people publish books that heal, uplift, and inspire. Me being a medical doctor, and especially in the field of preventive medicine and public health, I knew that it was my mission to get outside the clinic walls to impact change, because social determinants of health and the things that happen before people even get to the hospital and clinics is what is really, truly impacting them. So I decided that I need to write a book, or I need to find a way to reach people in innovative ways outside of the hospital and clinics. And then after I went on my book tour, I said, man, there's so much need. I need to light the fire in other people to write books as well. And so that's how I started Motivational MD Publishing. And then that's how we got the mission to heal, uplift, and inspire. So why become an author? Being an author, it can be healing for yourself. There's something called narrative therapy. It's actually a form of therapy. When you write and you release your story, it is a form of healing for yourself. Even if you can use your story to help other people, that can be healing. So I talked a lot about my brother who passed away when he was just 16 years old. And me, in my most recent book, Beyond Beautiful, A Girl's Guide to Unlocking the Power of Inner Beauty, Self-Esteem, Resilience, and Courage, I talk about that and how I was able to overcome, and I give encouragement to the girls that are reading the book. And that book has, we've distributed in over thousands of copies, and it's been in different languages, sent overseas, like so many amazing things. It was healing to me to write that, but it was healing to me as well to know that I went through was able to touch and uplift other people. So being an author could be healing, helps you leave a legacy. You can empower others. It can help you to grow your business and then create multiple streams of income. Also, the new saying is like, a book is the new business card. So instead of going somewhere and just saying like, oh, here's my business card or contact information, you're like, oh, here is my book and my contact information is on the back. So the book is the new business card. So those are just a couple of reasons why to become an author. It can also increase your credibility in whatever your field is, and do a lot more. So step one, I'm going to fly through these. So there's 12 steps. Everybody say 12 steps in the chat. 12 steps. The first step is to begin with the end in mind. So basically that means, what doors and opportunities do you want this book to open up for you? When you write a book, it is really important to shape that book and craft it so that to shape it and craft it like a key that you're modeling so that it can open up a door. What door do you want it to open up for you? What audiences do you want to go in front of? Do you want it to help you increase your credibility to get into medical school? Do you want it to allow you to get in front of people who have suffered from abuse in their past? Do you want it to open up doors so you can go speak in colleges and high schools about resilience? Do you want to be able to open your own community center one day and you want to use the book as leverage to do that? the biggest thing that is so important, that the first step is to begin with the end in mind, asking yourself, what doors and opportunities do you want the book to open up for you? So for me, when I was going through my medical training, I would see young woman after young woman coming in to the hospital after a suicide attempt. And after so long, I was just like, oh my goodness, I am so sick of seeing this. And I feel like I'm reaching them too late. I want to tell them they're beautiful, they're courageous, they're resilient, there's somebody who loves them. I need to figure out how to get in front of millions of girls and share this message. So I was able to craft the book Beyond Beautiful as a key and shape it to unlock this door. And it unlocked the door for me to create the book Beyond Beautiful and be able to tour nationally with that. So this was just at one of the tour stops, reciting the Beyond Beautiful declaration. And literally I made my desire to reach that crowd, I was able to manifest it through a book. So I was able to not only write the book, but I was able to leverage it for speaking opportunities, contracts with schools and city governments, and so much more. And so that was just one example. So it's really important to begin with the end in mind. Even ask yourself, like, I'm writing this book, why? And especially when we're talking about building a brand, creating multiple streams of income, you, depending on where you want to go, you just write a book so that it can help unlock the doors for that. So step 2 is to create an outline. Before you can get anywhere, you got to map things out. And so the way that I created the outline for my book, and something super easy, especially for people who already write poetry or do songs, I just took a poem, the Beyond Beautiful poem that I wrote, and I turned it into the outline for the book. I just basically made all the chapters the different words in this book. And I'm going to read the words of this poem just to give us a little boost and encouragement along our journeys. Beyond Beautiful means you are more than what people think about you on the outside, more than what they see on the outside. You are courageous, you're resilient, you're confident, you're creative. You are talented, intelligent, unique, and innovative. You're worth it, you deserve it, you are treasured, you are loved, and you deserve every blessing that is coming from above. That's Beyond Beautiful. And when I say it to myself, because I say it every morning, and it's actually a song too, I personalize it. So I say, I'm courageous, I'm resilient, I'm confident, I'm creative, I am talented, intelligent, unique, and innovative. I'm worth it, I deserve it, I am treasured, I am loved, and I deserve every blessing that is coming from above. So I was taking that declaration in that poem, and I was, saying it different places I went. And then I was able to just take that and turn it into the outline for the book. So that's one easy way to create an outline. Like, take something that you've already created, whether it's a poem, whether it's a song, whatever it may be, and then just chapter 1, courage, chapter 2, resilience, chapter 3, I am loved. Okay, so it doesn't have to be that hard. Another way to create the outline is you can do the top 10 tips for overcoming obstacles. You can say the 7 secrets to living your best life, the 5 steps to looking good and making money, or whatever you want to write a book about. Whatever things you have gone through in life, you have a story to tell. You are the expert in whatever you've been through in life. And there's always somebody who can learn from you, no matter what stage that you're in. Even, high schoolers trying to navigate careers in, healthcare fields, or whether it's how to have a balanced life, or whatever thing you're good at or you enjoy, you are an expert in something. So you can easily create an outline. And then the next thing you do is, within each chapter, you just make a couple questions that you want the chapter to answer. And then you just make a writing schedule and then answer those questions. So the next thing is to create a draft. So step 3 is to create a draft. After you begin with the end in mind, you get your outline together and your book writing schedule, you create a draft. And creating a draft is easy to do. You make your writing schedule, where you basically just literally put in your phone, like, okay, I'm going to work on my book every Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 6 to 7 p.m. You get a writing schedule, And then you stick to that writing schedule. And every single time that writing time comes up on your phone that you're supposed to be writing, all you do is go through and answer the question prompts that you created during your outline creation step. So you write your draft, you just pour out your heart and write your draft. It's exactly like doing essay prompts for college applications or medical school applications or some job applications. When you have to do short essays, that's all you have to do. Just answer the series of short answer essays as you're writing your draft. Then after you get your draft written, step 4 is to get the book edited. And so what that entails is going to reading it over yourself, going to friends or family, going to colleagues or professionals who can read your book for grammar and spelling, but also content. If your book is about baking, you would have a baking expert to read it. If your book was about overcoming obstacles, or if it was about mental health, you might go to somebody who's a psychologist, that's your friend or family, to read that. If your book is about bowling, I don't know who would write a book about bowling, but maybe if your book is about bowling as a means to, you know, improve your social emotional well-being, I don't know, you would go to somebody who's an expert in that field so that they can read it. So you have people read it for grammar and spelling and content as well. And then you get the book formatted. That is step 5. What formatting means is basically just allowing the book to fit onto the page. What font do you want? How big do you want the words? Do you want any special images? How do you want to lay it out? And so that is the next step. Then step 6 is to get the cover designed. And that's one of my favorite steps that I love working with the authors that are in our publishing company, getting the cover designed. So that is the fun part. The cover is what sells. When people buy a book, when they decide to buy a book, they pick it up, they look at the front cover, look at the back cover, see if it's any words in, and then they make the decision. They don't even know if you can spell or not. At that point, they don't know what the content of it is. They're making the purchase based on what it looks like. So this is one of the authors that we work with. Her name is Tisa Thompson. And she wrote a book called Raising Royalty, a 14-day empowerment workbook for mother and daughter. And her book was amazing. I just love that gold feel of royalty theme. And so her book has been very successful. So you design the cover and it's pretty awesome. This was one book, one of my second books. It was a collaboration book called She Conquered. And basically all of us, some dynamic, powerful women from all over the United States, we all submitted our chapters on one of the hardest obstacles we have experienced and how we were able to overcome. So then we all flew into Atlanta actually for the book launch party, which was amazing. And so for this book, we chose to put our pictures on the front because we were kind of the center of attention because we were telling our personal stories. Whereas some people choose not to put their face on the front of the book because they wanted to appeal more to the reader, like a self-help book. So whatever you do, just make sure that the front cover is appealing, it pops, and it really stands out. So the next thing is to purchase an ISBN number. That is step number 7, purchase an ISBN number. And what an ISBN number is, it's basically like a social security card for books. And it's the number that's on top of the barcode. And basically it just helps people internationally be able to look up your book easily and quickly. And every book needs an ISBN number. And then step 8 is to upload the documents to the printing company. Basically, now you have your formatted manuscripts that you've written, you've edited, you've formatted it, you have your PDF document, you also have your book cover, and then you just upload it to the printing company. So this is just an example. One place that people do it is on kdp.com. So that's one cool place you can do book publishing. And basically you just upload all your materials there, and then you're able to do the next thing, which is step 9, and print your book. So this is the most amazing feeling to get a shipment of books and have your first books, because then you can take them and leverage them for greatness. It is so amazing when you have your books in your hands, and you can do so many things with them. So you get your books printed, you can get soft cover, you can get hardcover, you can get spiral bound, you can do whatever you want. You can get whatever books that you want. 6x9 books are the standard sizes. There's different sizes and there's pros and cons to the different sizes, but 6x9 books are this is an example of a 6x9 book that I'm holding, my Beyond Beautiful book. And my daughter's book, Amira's Space Adventures, is actually an 8x10 book. Those are larger sizes, especially for children, or if you want to have space for journaling or things like that. So that's the next step. Then step 10 is to promote. Now that you have this book out that you know is going to empower others, change the world, going to help with your multiple streams of income generation, you need to shout it to the rooftop and promote. And so this is just a couple examples. You can promote on social media. You can do radio interviews. This is my daughter being interviewed by a TV news station when she was at an event selling her book. You can get shirts that say Beyond Beautiful. Some of you guys have that. So when people look at your shirt and say, what does that mean? You're like, oh, Beyond Beautiful is my movement that I started. And oh, do you have a daughter? Here's my book. So you can put it on a shirt. Also, the two young women that are standing next to me, they actually went on tour with me on my book tour. They have a singing group called Trilogy. And basically, I wrote a song to the Beyond Beautiful book. And so we would go around and like perform and sing that song. And that in itself is a form of advertising, promoting your book. Okay, and then also you can take author photo shoots. Those are super fun. So this is one of our newest authors and in the Motivational MD publishing family. And her book actually comes out next month. So her book is coming out soon. And we did a fun little photo shoot to just like tell the world that she's coming out with her first book. And what's beautiful is that she told me after this was over, she was like, Dr. Jazz, this was my first professional photo in my whole life. So it was so amazing. And she just has such a powerful story of overcoming all kind of horrible things in her childhood and things that she had to get through even in her adult life. And her book is called Against All Odds, Overcoming the Impossible. And she bases it on different songs in her life and how those songs relate to her life and how they can inspire and empower you too. And then she really opens up about her personal story. So that's a way to promote your book though, doing an author photo shoot. And then finally, step 11 is party time, the book launch party. So you have to do a book launch party. You can't just write a book and put it out. You have to celebrate. Number one, you need to pause and celebrate yourself and all that you've gone through. And then also it's another way of promotion and to actually accomplish your mission, which is to empower others and really impact the world. And then also create your multiple streams of income so you can have a book launch party. This was my very first book launch party in my author career. This was the multiple streams of income book launch party, which was actually in Atlanta. And it was incredible. I can't even describe the feeling the first time I was signing the book. So anyway, this was the book launch party. It was so amazing. And I had a book launch party in Atlanta with my co-authors. But then when I flew back to Wisconsin, I also had a book launch party locally with my friends and family. And you can be so creative with the book launch parties. You can do them at fun locations that are in line with the theme of your book. You can use them as fundraisers. You can get DJs. You can do whatever you want. So for my book launch party for multiple streams of income, since I wrote about real estate investing, we had the party at like a home improvement, this beautiful home improvement warehouse. So it was a cool theme since that was the theme of my book. This was the book launch party for that book, She Conquered, that I talked about. And it was just so fun. And then this is the Beyond Beautiful, one of the Beyond Beautiful tour stops. that we went on. For Beyond Beautiful, we did a 14 city national tour. So I was having a book launch party everywhere. We were in Atlanta, DC, Baltimore, Detroit, Houston, LA, Chicago, all over Wisconsin, and it was amazing. And that's just a picture. This is actually when we were in Detroit. So you gotta have a book launch party. And here I am, empowering and being a blessing to the young women that I said I wanted to the whole time. And again, it all started with the book. And so this is one of our other authors, Miss Jackie Hunt. And she actually was able to get her book launched by her birthday. And so that was pretty awesome. And it was right around the time of COVID. So she had to actually do a virtual book launch party. And I'm not going to tell her exact numbers, but she made a lot of money and did a great job with her book launch party and was able to use it to create multiple streams of income. Even though it wasn't in person, she actually had a wider reach because it was virtual. So people from all over the nation were able to tune in and to support her. So finally,
Jasmine.
Oh, yes.
We have 2 questions. Latricia and Logan both have a question.
Okay, I'm going to save the questions till the end, okay?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. All right. And so the last step is to leverage your book. Leverage your book. The book can open up doors for speaking opportunities, workshops, empowerment activities, and multiple streams of income. So that's the next thing you do. So the multiple streams of income, also known as side hustles or multiple streams of income, however you want to call it. This is the list of just a few of them. You can do so much more, but you can be a professional speaker. You can do workshops and trainings based off of your book. You can do coaching. You can have business growth. You can grow a new business or use it to grow your existing business. If you already have a t-shirt line or a coffee mug line or something, you can use a book to expand your brand and to bring awareness to that business. You can actually literally use books to grow your real estate empire. I have done that. I'll never forget two properties that I have, multifamily properties. When we were in some of the last stages of purchasing the property, the bank told us, like, at the last minute, you need an extra $10,000 or you need an extra however much amount of money. And I was able to use money in my business account that I had generated as a result of my book and speaking and consulting. I was able to use that money to help with my real estate investment purchases. So you can take this money and you can use it to pay off student loans, to buy real estate, to do other business ventures. It's just all about being smart with it. If you use the money that you create from your multiple streams of income or writing a book to just go party or just like go out to eat, which I love to go out to eat. I love seafood, but I do it in moderation. You can be really smart with it and actually use it to rapidly build generational wealth, because you can pull it into longer term investments. You can use it to buy stocks. You can use it to buy real estate or whatever you want to do. You also can get royalties from the book sales. You can get contracts with school districts to come in and for them to teach your book. You can turn it into online curriculums. You can go to vending events and sell your book. You can do live events. You can do, if your book is on baking, you can do fun live events where there's music and baking classes. You get a free book and you get a baking class for $50 or however much you want to charge. You can create online courses, webinars, do podcasts and blogs, and then get people to pay you. Once your podcast and blog get so big, people will literally pay you to put an advertisement on your blog because you have such a big following. These are things that you can do even without any terminal degrees. You can go on the TV and radio and actually get paid for certain activities related to that. You can make gear, products. You can do journals and workbooks that go along with your original book. You can do collaboration projects. You can do subscription boxes. That's a really hot thing that's going on right now, where people get something, a box in the mail every single month with a certain theme. So you can do that. I actually have some opportunities. I just haven't been able to pursue them yet because I have a lot already going on, but basically to make Beyond Beautiful into a subscription box and partner with an organization that's already doing subscription boxes and have a box curated with the theme of Beyond Beautiful. So that's like a whole nother world that you can do based off of whatever you're good at or your idea. There's membership sites and more. Basically the sky's the limit to the multiple streams of income that you can create. So one thing that I'm going to show you is, this is like, I haven't even announced it to the world yet. You guys are some of the first to know, but I have a new book coming out, and it's called The Release, and it's a healing and empowerment journal. And basically, because of all the roller coaster of emotions that's going on right now, living in the dual and triple pandemics, a lot of people have a lot of stress, anxiety, joy, hope, anger, bitterness. Even within one day, my emotions are like a roller coaster. So I wrote this book for me because I needed it, where you can just turn to a section of the journal, and each section is called Release. One is called Release Worries, Fears, and Anxieties. And then you can just go there. You can write a poem, you can draw a picture, or you can just journal. There's another section called Release Hopes and Dreams for the Future, Release Memories, Release Anxieties, Release Fears, Release Stress. And so whatever your emotion you're feeling at that moment, you can just turn to that part of the journal and then release it. Because when you hold all that stuff in, it can do negative things to your body. So I had to write this book for myself, and I was like, oh, it might be able to bless some other people. And so I'm publishing that. And so that a big announcement's actually coming out later in July, because this is Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. So I'm really, really excited about that and all the different doors that that can open. Also, I have another book that's coming out in September, and this one I'm really excited about. This one is the third book in the Beyond Beautiful series. It's going to be called Beyond Beautiful, A Girl's Pocket Guide to Studying, Staying Focused, and Self-Care During Difficult Times, by Dr. Jazz and co-authors. So I'm really, 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 really excited about that one as well. And so for that one, I wanted to make the special announcement that 2 years ago, when we did our first retreat, when we were in Cincinnati, I was talking about this. So a lot of you know that I'm really passionate about like entrepreneurship, I like to give other people opportunities and like try to get you guys to be involved in this world. So I mentioned like, hey guys, we should do a collaboration book together, and I'll be getting you the details. So we talked about it, but now I finally have all the details ready. So if anybody is interested in like actually being, coming in and being a co-author with me, and interested in actually having the opportunity to become an author really, really quickly by contributing a chapter to this book, I have an opportunity for you to be able to do that. And so if you're interested in that and you're really serious, because this is going to be a quick turnaround, there's just a couple short essay questions, and then you submit those by August 1st, because this book is going to be coming out by September, by the time that young girls are going back to school. And so I'm so excited about that. I usually, when I do my book publishing company and when I do co-author books, it's like a very, very large investment to get, you know, to work and do this process. But for the Madam Dreamers, I have a really, really special deal. If you are serious about actually becoming an author, and at least like using this as a first step to get to put that on your resume and say like, oh, I'm an author in a book, and also be able to get the book at a cheap price for the future, so that if you want to sell them or you want to give them away, or you could open it up for speaking opportunities as well, to go in schools or do other things like that. I have a lot of opportunities with Beyond Beautiful. It's just growing, and in amazing ways. Like literally God is just blowing my mind with how amazing things he's doing with Beyond Beautiful. Again, like I said, we toured nationally. The book was translated into other languages. Now I have contracts with city governments where people who are going through the juvenile justice system, community restorative courts, I'm able to use the contents of the book to meet with young adults who would have gotten a ticket, but they are able to go through this community restorative court process. And then part of that process is to do one-on-one sessions with our team. We're giving principles from the book and empowering people. And it's been so amazing to like literally the book, which just started as an idea, to partner with city governments. We turned the book into an online course, which schools are using. And so I have a lot of opportunities for growth with Beyond Beautiful. So if anybody's interested, please just send me a message on Messenger, and then I can give you guys a little bit more details. It's not for everybody, but if you're serious and you're interested in this path, again, it's not for everybody to be an author, but I've really been thinking about a way, like, how can I pull you guys up with me, or like have you guys get your feet wet in this process. Also, if you want to write your own book and you're like, I don't want to have anything to do with Beyond Beautiful, but you still want to write your own book and are interested in publishing, just reach out to me as well. So
welcome back, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So this session is the Doctor Entrepreneurship panel of Women in Medicine and Business. And we already heard from Dr. Zapata. She will be on the panel this session, and I'll go ahead and introduce our other two panelists. So on your screen, you see Miona Mason, and she is an author, educator, scientist, advocate, and in the youth of the generation. She has a Bachelor of Science degree in Community Health from the University of Illinois, Urbana, and a Master of Science in Biotechnology from Rush University. Miona's passion for holistic and specialized care has been nurtured by her work for the advancement of equity of care and cultural competencies within the medical field. She spends the majority of her time enriching students in all areas of academics, as well as working to improve science and pursuing a future career as a physician. Please give her a hand clap. Next, you see on your screen, Dr. Andrea Jeffers is a Yale-trained physician entrepreneur who is board certified in OBGYN. She practices full-time OBGYN Associates of Erie and has privileges at St. Vincent Hospital and UPMC McGee Women's Hospital in Erie, PA, one of the nation's top 5 hospital systems specializing in obstetrics and gynecology. She is the CEO of Dwayne Doctors, Dr. Jeffers Biz, or Dr. Jeffers Biz, and Smart Jobs LLC. She also is an owner and distributor of Rain Eater microwaves and Lineage Energy Drink, a product which she made in the USA. An award-winning physician entrepreneur, she was selected as the 2019 Athena Award winner for Excellence in Business Leadership in Erie, PA. She's a member of the Board of Trustees for Mercyhurst University, the Greater Alzheimer's Association of PA, and a member of the Advisory Board of Erie. Dr. Jeffers frequently serves as a guest lecturer on trends in women's health and business. She believes in harnessing the power of education, sport, and technology to bridge the gap in health and economic disparities. Please like her on Facebook and across all other social media channels, which will drop in the chat, but it's at Dr. Jeffers MD.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to first give each panelist an opportunity to discuss how they merge medicine and entrepreneurship. And we can start with our virtual panelists, and let's start with Mona, and then we can go around.
Okay. Hi, guys. How's everyone doing today? Drop in the chat that you're doing great. I'm very animated and interactive. So, because we are virtual and in person, I would like people to participate as we talk about all these cool things today. So, one of the ways that I kind of merged medicine in my career. So, I'm going to talk about a couple things. So, as you guys heard in my bio, I like teach. I worked in healthcare, done equity of care projects, special projects. But my new thing that industry I've gotten into is the cannabis space. So, you see, I got my green on today. I love that Dr. Andrews got her green background. So, if people didn't know, cannabis is the new and upcoming industry, multi-billion dollar industry that's happening right now. And there is a gap for healthcare and there's a gap for science. There's so much research that needs to be done about the endocannabinoid system. Most of the doctors here probably did not learn about that in medical school, but the endocannabinoid system is like our system behind all of our biological systems. So it pretty much regulates everything. So for an example, CBD alone can interact in about at least 60 different pathways at one time. One molecule, our body has the receptors, and cannabis is a healing plant. And so there's just so much opportunity for research and for medicine and medical advancement for specialized care, and then also bringing better health equity because big pharma, that's a lot of drugs, bad for your livers, bad for your kidneys, and cannabis is not. And so, how do we kind of move forward? So that's kind of the industry where I'm at right now, and I'm working on a couple different projects, and that's kind of how I merged my journey to medicine because I'm still trying to get in medical school. We'll be taking the MCAT again next year, so that's kind of how I merged my way back in. I kind of took the long way, non-traditional path around, but cannabis is another way to get back in the industry, get closer to medicine because they need doctors, they need scientists, they need analytical brains. And so we all on this call have them. So let's get some of these millions together.
I love it. I love it.
Dr. Jeffrey speaking, go ahead next.
Okay, well, I'm Dr. Andrea Jeffress. I'm a board certified OBGYN physician. I'm a best-selling author and speaker, and I'm a business technology consultant and health consultant. I help physicians, other entrepreneurs and organizations increase their video marketing so that they can increase their exposure and skyrocket their sales. Outside of that, I've been a private practice physician for 25 years. I specialize in minimally invasive gynecology, such as robotic surgery, laparoscopy, and hysteroscopy, so I can help my patients live their best lives with the least invasion possible when they have to have surgical approach. So that's myself. I'm a mother of 7. I have been on this journey for entrepreneurship as a way of, as Dr. Zapata talked about earlier, a way to avoid burnout and also to build generational wealth, because I just decided that although I love my specialty of OBGYN, I'm not going to be on anybody's labor floor after the age of 60. So I know I look youthful, but I am 50 years old, and in 10 years, I'm building a plan to really transition out of direct clinical medicine and pivot my career. And so I'm setting up my multiple streams of income and revenue to build a way to have generational wealth outside of the walls of medicine. So that's what I'm doing now. I am the CEO of Smart Jocks, which is a sports marketing agency and media agency and educational agency. And I am the CEO of Blade Doctors, which is a business, logistics, and digital enterprising business. And I am the CEO of my own brand, Dr. Jeffress MD, where I'm a health consultant and a technology consultant. And I learned that skill of video marketing and apply it to all different fields, not just health consulting. I follow the mantra of utilizing all the talents that God has given me. And that is how I do so many things. Many people ask me how I accomplish so many things and how I keep track of it all. And we can talk about that as tips and tricks on the panel a little later. But I just want to introduce myself and tell Dr. Zapata I've been following her group, her mentorship group from its inception. And I do try to participate because I want her to know what the impact she's made in my life. So I had a daughter, I have two daughters, Adriana and Jasmine, and I have a son. And then I have two exchange students from Nigeria. And then I raised my niece and nephew. And my eldest biological daughter, she wanted to go into medical school, but she was having trouble. She was an NCAA athlete for 4 years. She played tennis and did her studies. She had a 3.8 GPA, but her MCAT scores were low and her personal statement needed help. And she joined the Madam Dreamers group maybe 4 years ago, or maybe 3 years ago. And what a game changer. She had a community and a tribe that was lifting her up. So at the very moment that she wanted to give up, she didn't. She had questions every day led by Jade, who was a trooper, would send those questions, rain, snow, sleet, whatever, hail, whatever it was, it got done. And she practiced those questions every day. And even when she didn't get in the first year after joining, everyone kept her lifted up. So I just wanted to say a shout out, not to get off topic quickly, but I just wanted to give a shout out and a testimony what it meant in my own life, because she's a she's second year med student, started a week ago. And so what a blessing this community has been. So for all of you aspiring physicians, I just want you to know that it matters. This group matters. And so I'm happy to come back year after year and give my testimony, my tips and tricks, what you can do to forge your journey, whatever your path may be, but whether it be in medicine or in entrepreneurship. So thanks for having me today.
So now I'm going to pass it to Jad, and again, the question was, how do you work medicine and your entrepreneurship? I don't even want to talk. I just want to listen to them, the other panelists. I'm like ready to take notes, and I'm just excited that they're here. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Thanks for being here. You guys heard a lot about me already. So just a brief recap. I'm an author and a speaker and a coach, and my business is motivational entity enterprise, where we help people write books that heal, uplift, inspire, and create generational wealth. So that's what I do. And also within my motivational speaking, that's actually how the Madam Dreamers got started. As a part of that, just like, how can I motivate and inspire other young women on the path to medicine? So that's how this got started as well. And the way that I was able to merge the two is really just talking about public health and prevention. All of the books that I write are aimed to uplift people, feel uplifted, inspire, and that's important. People just give people hope, help prolong your life. There's studies that show, and I believe it's in cancer patients, when they lose hope, then they're like their life expectancy goes down, then they actually still have hope. So just giving people hope, telling people you love them, be encouraged, that is public health in action. So that's kind of how I merge the two, by talking about things that are uplifting and inspiring, just help people with their mindset and mental health. Oh my goodness. In the United States, especially now, is so hard. So how I merge medicine and entrepreneurship is really all the books that I do, everything that I do. And then I take my multiple streams and then I pull it into investing. So that's like Stop here so I can hear the rest of the panelists. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to get into our set of questions, and then we'll open it up for the audience, questions from the audience. You guys can either use the raise your hand function or put your question in the chat, and somebody will notify you when you have a question so we can read it out loud and it can be answered. So the first question is, and I'll direct it to Leona. Describe your industry outside of.
Okay, so just to go a little bit deeper into the cannabis space and the couple industries that I've worked in. So I kind of want to talk about healthcare and teaching because we're also talking about other ways of gaining money and things like that. I was a high school sub for math and science, and I also tutored children and then all the way up until like second year undergrad. So that's also another avenue for revenue. I'm known for the side hustles. And I got a lot of them. So we'll talk about a couple of those as well. Second industry is healthcare. We've talked a lot about today, of equity of care. That word has come up. I know it's come up in a few other people's talks and things like that. And what equity of care really looks like is a diverse and inclusive space, right? Where we're all at the seat at the table, we're listening to each other, and we're all focused on our patient to get the best outcome. So when I was working in healthcare before cannabis, I was actually a special projects coordinator, a health enrichment coordinator, and I was developing actually the kind of blueprint for Spectrum Health in West Michigan on how to really do equity care effectively and how to use data, real data, so that's race, ethnicity, language, to really drive different medical drivers and being able to assess their hospitals and their effectiveness. So one example, I created a health disparities dashboard. So looking across their 14 hospitals and where their health disparities lies. How do you track that? Where does that go? And how can you use that data to better create better patient outcomes? So what they did do with the health disparities dashboard, they began to look more deeper into their patient population. They began to look more deeper into how they treat their patients. So we know that coming from communities of color versus our white counterparts, we need a different specialized care. The same care protocols are not going to work for us that work for our white counterparts. But if you're not putting data to that and not really looking that, you can't be effective in your community because you're doing a general approach, but not specific enough to your patient population to make sure that they're, truly healthy. So I helped build that. And then after that, that's when we got into the fun cannabis stuff. And so I came and I moved to Washington to work in an analytical testing lab. At our lab, we tested for pesticides, heavy metals, potency or cannabinoid content, which is like all the different analytes in the plant in different products. So that is flour, we've heard of edibles and things like that, concentrate and distillates. And then I also got to attend a couple different conferences where, like the Cannabis Science Conference. And that's where I got to really learn more about the research opportunities in this industry and how the cannabinoid system, really works and really works to heal our bodies and those gaps there. And so that's kind of where I'm at now. I've also started a company, as Dr. Andrea has said, using all the skills that God has given you. And I kind of just threw that in a bucket and created Two Leaf Research and Consulting. So I consult on the science end because I can help with formulations and different product developments. At the lab that I worked at, I was able to grow their CBD clientele. And so with CBD, people don't know that it tests a little differently. If you're mixing up your lotions and potions with lavender and things like that, there's background that can occur. And so really understanding people's products and making sure that they're safe. So that's another one of the things that I've been doing in the industry in the space. And so my big goal with all of this really is health equity. I believe that everyone should be healthy. I believe that we should not all be on these drugs all the time with big pharma. We should have the best quality and holistic point of life. And the cannabis space has allowed me to kind of pursue that more full time. And so with my business that I'm starting, the goal is to also have a research in my own laboratory so that I can do the testing. One of the things and gaps that I've seen in STEM, which is one of my big things too, is really empowering our communities through STEM. I don't know if we know this, but when we go into a lot of these rooms, we're like the only Black woman, so maybe three of us. And so we really have to expand our approaches. We are trying to help and rebuild our communities with all the things that's been going on. And STEM is one of those areas that sometimes get overlooked. All of us are in STEM, so we're trying to push and move that needle. But especially in the cannabis space, there's just so much opportunity for us to move that needle and be able to empower our communities. So that's kind of where I'm at industry wise. Yeah.
Thank you so much for all of that information. I kind of have a question before I move on to our other questions that were sent to me. Um, so, as being that I'm assuming that majority of our participants or attendees today are pre-med, what would you say a pre-med person can do to enter the cannabis space? To enter the cannabis space, like did you find like your biotechnology masters helped you into this space, or as a pre-med, is there something that you need in particular, or you can enter it without like that background research work?
Okay. I'm going to repeat the question, make sure I heard you. So, kind of just how I entered the space and then what other ways you can enter the cannabis space.
As a pre-med specifically.
Yeah, as a pre-med student, yes. Okay. So there are a couple different ways. There are a couple programs, and I have a slide that I can just show at the end. I'm just going to list them off. So Colorado University has a bachelor's in science, cannabis science, biology, and chemistry. North Michigan University has a medical plant chemistry degree that you can get, and then University of Maryland School of Pharmacy has a master's in medical cannabis science and therapeutics. So those are some of the top programs you can get in. But if you have a biology degree, a science degree, a communication degree, you really can. Oh, they asked so to slide now. Yeah, I can. Give me 1 second. All right, can everyone see this slide? There we go. Okay, cool. So that's kind of the list.
Okay, we can see it now.
Okay, cool. But yeah, so for the 3 programs I listed are under Join ACHEM, which is the Association of Cannabis Health Equity. They are a group led by the Knox doctors. I don't know if anyone has heard of them, but they are a family of like 5 doctors. So it's like a mom and all her kids became physicians, and they're all pushing health equity in the cannabis space. They all have done lots of research and resources. They also have a certification for doctors. So if you're in medical school or already a practicing physician, that you can get for cannabis health and doing cannabis medicine. So there are a lot of different ways you really can use any skill. So my other skills that I have is consulting, content creation, and working in marketing. Because I was a marketing director of the lab, I kind of was doing everything from sales, business strategies, and things like that. So this cannabis space is really wide open because they need good business people. So if you have a business degree or you're taking business admin classes, all that counts. You can use that and leverage to get in the space. If you're doing anything design work, marketing, sales, you can use that to get in the space. My biotech degree did help me because I was working for my old professor from Chicago State. She moved out here when the school was going through their transition, and she worked at Avitas, which is a producer processor. That means that they grow cannabis and they make and formulate a whole bunch of different products. So after I got my degree, I came out here just to visit her, kind of see the industry, and we actually made a formulation together for a vape product. It's called Elevated, and it's actually the leading brand of Avitas. So it was 3 vapes that we made, 3 different flavors, and that was like my first really getting in the door. And then after that, she started working at the analytical testing lab, and they had a position available, and I It's like, yeah, I'll do it. So came out here to really learn the industry and all the different avenues in the space. But you can use, like I said, any degree. If you're even if you're getting English degree, everyone needs content creation. Everyone needs to learn how to communicate and be able to write different things effectively in the space. So there's so many different ways you can get in. It's not just one way, but for us who are more on the STEM side or the science, having a biology degree, chemistry degree really does help you, because one of the biggest things is product formulations and making sure your products are safe and how does the body react to the products. And so there's so many unknowns, and a lot of companies are looking for people with some science background so that they can be compliant with state regulators for all the testing they have to do, be compliant for the new products that they create, and be able to, again, make formulations that are safe. I don't know if you guys heard, but like a year ago, we had the vape crisis when people on the black market were selling vapes with cut agents. So what they did was they took vitamin E, like vitamin E oil, and they made it an additive to their vape products, and it was causing lung issues for people. People were dying and things like that. So the more scientists, the more people are educated, more of us in that space, we can, really help when it comes to regulation and product formulation and making sure people are compliant and producing safe products. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Listen, next year, have a whole session. Okay? Please. That was great information. So I'm moving on to the next question. Thank you again. And the questions in the chat, I'll get to that at our question and answer portion of the panel. So Dr. Jeffers, I have a question for you. How do you balance pursuing medicine and allocating time to cultivate your other streams, especially since you mentioned like 3 of them? How do you have time or balance your time to do that as well as be a practicing physician? You're still on mute if you're talking?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, that's a common question I get. Well, the specialty that I chose, OBGYN, it's a multidisciplinary specialty. It has a combination of general of obstetrics and gynecology, some internal medicine, some critical care and surgery, and even some pediatrics when you do circumcisions. So what I decided to do was go into a large group practice so that I can have time for my other pursuits. And that includes my family and my faith, which I put first. So that was just a personal decision. I'm sure you could make a lot more money in a smaller private practice or solo practice, but I decided that money was not the end all and be all for me, that I really wanted to have time to spend with my family. So that's why I joined a large group practice. And you can decide whether or not what your priority is in your life. Some people want to go to a rural place where they can do like loan repayment and or have a very high income, because sometimes in those places you can command a higher salary. I did opt to go to a place. I live in Erie, Pennsylvania, and that location is a little bit hard to recruit to. So they pay very well here, but I still opted for a large group setting so that I could do all the other things that I had an interest in. So now with that being said, I do manage my schedule using a few tools. So like Dr. Jasmine said, when you're writing your books, you need to break down, once you figure out the problem that you have, then you need to give your audience some tools to kind of address the solution, to find a solution to their pain point. So the solution to my pain point was for time. I was just so stretched for time. The one tool I would recommend anyone to get is an assistant. So, and a good project management portal, so that you can list your programs out and list your time, a good calendar schedule as well. So a calendar, an assistant, and a project management system, so that you can balance everything you want to accomplish. That's usually the best solution that I have for myself. And also, you have to find ways that you work smarter, not harder. So I use technology, because technology, a lot of people are afraid of technology, but technology can be a huge time saver. Although sometimes there's a little bit of a learning curve, I've learned to embrace technology so that it can save you time. So, for example, a lot of people still use paper calendars, and a lot of people love the feel of those paper planners. But, I also transitioned to a digital calendar, where I can say, use a drop down that says, repeat this event every Monday at 7 p.m. Whereas before, I used to have to write it out in every calendar and every workbook, that I had. So that's just an example of maybe working smarter, not harder. I've learned that you have to build a team. So we tend to be type A. So when you're a control freak and you never let you got to do it because it's got to be the best. You're the perfectionist. I had to let those tendencies go. So you have to be willing to delegate and give up some control so that you can get more things done with your team because you can do more with your team than you can do with yourself. And so that has helped me tremendously, because, we used to, there are times where we don't get out of our own way, and so that's another useful tip to, get more things done. And then Dr. Jasmine said it when she was doing her book talk. That was great. I don't know about y'all, but I took notes. And I'm just going to go refresh my memory from the notes, because that was some good SHIT. Okay. She's my French Dr. Jasmine. Anybody who knows me knows I don't really cuss, so I gotta spell stuff out, But let me go back to this. She said, plan your outline and your long-term impact for goals. Okay. So in order to do all the things that I do, I can share my screen with you real quick, just to kind of give you an idea of all the things I do. You have to be a master planner. I remember watching, my daughter played tennis, Adriana, the one who got into med school. She was a phenomenal tennis player. She didn't want to go pro. She didn't want to pursue it. So she said, you know what, Mom, I want to go to a Division II school. I do not want to go to a Division I school where my tennis will be a job, because I want to be a physician. I want to have time to study. After I done spent $1,001 training her, you got to let people pursue their dreams. Okay. So I said, fine. But in being a tennis parent, I came across Richard Williams, and they're about to make a movie about him and Venus and Serena and all that he did to get his daughters where they are today. I remember watching a documentary, and in the documentary, he said, I am a master planner. There's no one in the world that's going to outplan me. That's what he said. And so when she wrote that during her talk, plan your outline for your long-term impact goals, that always speaks to me, because you have to be able to plan out your vision. It keeps you from procrastinating, because what we all know, procrastination is the thief of time, right? And it's the thief of opportunity. because if you don't plan ahead and plan appropriately, then you may lose the opportunity. And opportunities are like doors. They open, they close. Okay. So if you don't walk through it right when that door is open, you may miss your opportunity. So that's why planning is so important. And that's why the last tool is maybe you have a project management system. Maybe you do it the old fashioned way with your day planner. But whatever it is, I'm always looking forward to technology. Pick up planning, pick up project planner. Dr. Jasmine just gave you guys a huge call to action. In a couple months, your book needs to be written, at least that draft, right? So go find a project management system, okay? The project management system will let you put in your deadlines for your outlines. Okay, I'm gonna do the 5 steps, okay? I'm gonna write my 5 reasons why my book's important. I'm gonna write my 5 do my 5 stages. I'm gonna write my 5 problems out. Okay, I'm gonna write those 5 bullets, and then that you put that outline in there. You can put that in every day for the next month, and in 30 days your book will be done. And when she comes to talk to you in 5 months, you'll be like, here you go, Dr. Jasmine. I got my book outline. I have my book draft. I'm ready to go to the next step. I'm ready to go to editing. And I'm ready for the editor to format it, or you can format it yourself if you're good at that, if you're good at Word or whatever system you use. You see what I mean? But so that project management system, that getting into your habits of saying, okay, I'm going to plan out. If Miana, you want to go to medical school, but you're working at the same time. Not only are you working, you're running your own business. Okay, that's a monstrous task, right? But you can, over the next year, say, I want to take my MCATs next. If you want to take it a year to study, I'm going to take my MCATs next August. So I'm going to get my project management system. I'm going to write out all the chapters of the study guide class or whatever, Princeton review or whatever review you take. I'm going to write out all the subjects, and I'm going to every week, I'm going to conquer a topic, and I'm going to have in every Sunday in my Google Calendar is going to be practice test. I'm going to take a full practice test for 1 year or one Saturday every month. I'm going to take 8 practice tests the 3rd Saturday of every month. You put it in your Google Calendar, you click the drop down that says repeat at monthly, and it'll populate that Saturday that you want to schedule your 8-hour MCAT mock test. And I promise you, by the time you go to reach your goal, you're going to be more comfortable sitting for that test. You're going to see more content. Those scores don't have to be perfect. If you can get over 500, if you can get over 505, I look at the requirements. What school do you want to go to? Howard's wanted a 505. Case Western wanted a 516. You can set your goal for whatever it is you want to do, even in the midst of your entrepreneurship and your job, your schooling, whatever it is you want to become. So that's my, suggestions to, that's probably a very long-winded answer to how you balance everything. Okay, you learn to work smarter, not harder, get some tools to help yourself, a good digital calendar. If you still want to stick with your written calendar, just make sure you have a good one, plan it out using a project management system, build a team. When you're a student, you still have a team, okay? Your team is your tribe, your network, your friends, your study group. The best advice I gave Adriana is when her first year of med school, don't be antisocial. Find a study group and stick to them and assign each y'all, the kidney chapter is expansive. Everybody take a section, write notes, share them on a Google Drive. You can get more done with your team, even as a student. Okay, delegate and hold people accountable, have an accountability partner. So those kinds of things, those things allow you to get more done, juggle more things so that you can accomplish and you can be successful, not perfect, just successful, just accomplish your goal. And done is always better than perfect, as they say.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You guys bring that down, okay? Lots of notes today. Yes.
You want me to answer a question?
Yes. What is your favorite project management system to use?
Okay. So there are a couple of them, and they all have free versions, I think, but the paid versions give you a little more tools. So Trello is one, Asana is another, Teamwork, Monday.com. Those are just a few.
I like Asana.
You like the one you want. Okay, let me just share. I have a lot of businesses. Okay, I have Smart Jocks. I have an investment group, Smart Jocks Gaming. I have a crypto coin currency group. I have Smart Jocks in general business, which is sports. I have a Rain Eater wiper blade company. We sell wiper blades that go on cars. I have an energy drink company, and we've done a few pitches, and we're about to get picked up by Walmart and some other major retailers. We just got approved for a $50,000 small business grant that is low interest. So that's a big deal when it comes to African American, because even me, I went to med school. I'm highly leveraged. So it's hard for us to get, established business credit, which is different than your personal credit. Yeah. That's a whole nother talk, Dr. Jasmine. If you want me to do a talk on credit and business credit and stuff like that for you guys, we'll do that another talk. But suffice it to say, we got approved for a small business loan, which is going to help us pay for the samples to send to Walmart, to send to Wakefern, like ShopRites and Giant Eagles and Wegmans and all of them, to send out the samples. So that just happened, and we're just waiting to get our final closing date for that capital infusion loan. But to suffice it to say, I use Teamwork because it allows for a little more complicated lists. I'm a list person, whereas creatives tend to like Trello. Asana is good for creatives. There's another one called Basecamp. I forgot that one. Anybody use Basecamp? Anybody heard of Basecamp? Yeah. I like Basecamp too. I've used Basecamp with some of my coaches. So, I might add that. Get a coach. Jade, I love that you have attached yourself to the hip to Dr. Zapata. Okay. Don't sleep on Jade, y'all. Y'all see what she does. Okay. Somebody, so look, it's like she took a suture kit and did like this. Just sewed herself right there. You provide, you just don't take, but you give too. She helps so much, and as much as she gives, she receives. Right? So that's a whole nother, we just digressing. Okay, but the question was on project management systems. And so that's why teamwork, I like teamwork, but I like a lot of them for different reasons. And, maybe Trello is very simplistic. If you're not really techie, Trello or Asana is more user friendly.
Thank you.
Okay, and Jade asked, how do you find people to trust people with the workload? Well, I mean, honestly, I always tell my kids, I tell them, listen, when you grow up, you will find that you'll count your good your friends on one hand. Okay, you'll have a lot of associates, but the ones that you can really depend on, you'll be able to count on your hand. Okay. Now, with that being said, the best business thing that you can ever do, one of my middle daughters, one of her close tribe friends has joined our tribe. She liked what we were doing. She liked that Jasmine was always helping me. I hired my daughter as my virtual assistant. She liked what we were doing, and she asked, can I join you and your mom's team? And I said, sure, here's Ted, send her an NDA. But mom, send her an NDA. Okay, so you trust people, but you don't trust them as far as you can see them. So you have a very good girlfriend who's in your tribe. You know my own kids sign NDAs. I don't trust y'all mofos. Jasmine got an NDA. Adriana got an NDA. Adriana just got married. Her little fiance, now husband, got an NDA. My husband signed the NDA.
Hey, that's better than the prenup.
Everybody has an NDA. I just got a new social media manager. I sent her the NDA. She texts me, oh, I haven't received my contract back. I haven't received my NDA back.
Tell them, Dr. Jeffrey.
Okay. So Jay, no one trains us to do this because, we grow up playing with dolls. It's a socialization thing with women. And so we have a hard time negotiating for ourselves and protecting ourselves. But we, like Dr. Jasmine said, multiple streams of income, right? And she said the first thing that came out of her mouth was royalties, right? But if you don't protect your ideas and your intellectual property and your inventions and the things that you come up with to solve problems, then you aren't helping yourself. So it's really important that we learn the tools to protect our intellectual property too. Our trademarks and our, those are our copyrights. Like, Mia, did you copyright that program you did for the cannabis?
No, I do have an NDA for the business, but for the health equity stuff, I was doing an internship with the American Hospital Association, and that was my project. But I got to keep everything, so I do
copyright it.
Okay,
it costs like $40. It costs $40. Maybe the price is going up over just go to the US.gov copyright site. And just take your whole 20-page paper or whatever your writing is and upload it and pay for it. It's worth its weight in gold. Because somebody's going to take your work and go make money off of it. So it's really important that's how that answers Jay's question. How do you find people you trust to help with the workload? Protect yourself first. And then, that includes any virtual assistant you might find. Even medical students can afford assistance. you wouldn't think you could, right?
Yeah.
But if you go out to dinner 2 times and you have a bottle of wine, right? And you go out with your boo, okay? And girl, he cooked you the red lobster like Beyonce did. Okay, you went to Red Lobster and you spent, $50 on the 2 entrees, and you spent you know, $25 on drinks, mixed drinks, and you both got dessert, that's $100, right? And you could get a nice VA from the Philippines for that same amount. Or you could hire Jasmine, my daughter. She's a virtual assistant. She's $20 an hour. You could hire her and you could say, I'm gonna hire you for 10 hours. Okay? And she's gonna do all the things that you need to do, like to help you get your book up and rolling. Or get your content calendar. Manana, you want to be seen, you're a cannabis industry expert and the equity and inclusion. Do you know how many companies are gonna burgeon and blossom over the next year when all of this legislation goes through? You need to be present on social media. You hire Jasmine and say, I'm gonna sacrifice, and I'm not gonna go out to dinner for 4 weeks straight. So that's $400 you just saved. Because I told you it was $100 at Red Lobster with your boo. And $400, that's $200 is a block, 10 hours. You're gonna hire her for 20 hours over the course of the month to get your whole social media and your whole page and your, all the things you need to do to make sure you're present on social media as the cannabis DEI expert. And then some company, because you saved $400 and invested in yourself and hire somebody to join your team, and you got her to sign an NDA to protect, so you feel comfortable with someone on your team work for you. You got a project management system that shows you everything you're gonna do, and you got your whole digital planner together or written planner together, and you got your brand pictures made, and you got somebody to help you do all this. You spent $400 and invested in yourself. Some company's gonna come hire you to be a consultant and pay you $10,000 to a month to do their brand ambassadorship and help them with their DEI program. For $400 that you invest in yourself to build your team, so that you can do all the things that I'm doing for myself, building all these brands.
Yeah.
She fired.
You are sharing her contact information.
I am. I'm gonna put her name in the chat. She's gonna kill me. She's gonna be like, Mom. She has a couple clients now. She's doing it. Okay, you got it. I don't know. Oh, here it went in.
Wow, she's talking a big for $30, $45 for basic.
Well, the reason why she's less, because a lot of my colleagues have VAs. They're $40 an hour. I don't know if you have priced those out, Dr. Jasmine, but some of their VAs are like $40 an hour in the US. Everybody's like, oh, get a VA from the Philippines. But sometimes there's a language barrier. You have to do a lot of training. You're like, oh my gosh, this is not worth it. I'm spending more time, training to save all the money. So sometimes there are pros and cons to that approach. And that's why it's kind of nice to have a VA that speaks English very well, but like I said, if you're a medical student on a really tight budget and you're like, well, how can I afford this? Then, then you're stuck saying, okay, I have to sacrifice something. There have been times where I needed to sow a seed into my own business. And guess what? All these, I told you I'm a mother of 7. Child, I ate spaghetti every day because I could make a lot of leftovers.
Yeah.
So it all depends what you want to sacrifice. I don't have a fancy car. I don't have diamonds. My ring isn't this a beautiful ring? Isn't it pretty?
Oh, she got the diamonds. Yes.
This is my birthstone. This is a white sapphire. Okay. So when people out here flossing, you got to know the real truth, the real story. Sometimes when you're a business owner, you have to make sacrifices for what it is you want to accomplish, because one day I'll have those things, but is it important right now, or is it more important that you invest in yourself?
Dr. Jazz, do you have anything you want to add in speaking of heart sacrifices and how to, or what advice you would give to us entering entrepreneurship?
Yeah, my one thing I would say, this is so good. We can just come to your house for a whole weekend retreat. This is so good. My one advice that I want us to all do right now, because I'm all about influencing, and there's a very big difference with people who are successful. They get all this information and they do nothing with it. The difference is the people who actually have the discipline to implement things. So I want everybody to pull out your cell phone right now, because I know you got a calendar in your cell phone. And I want you to pick 1 hour per week you're going to put as a recurring event and just call it Doctorpreneur. 1 hour per week. And I know y'all can do that. I don't care how busy you are, how much you 1 hour per week, even if you have to split it into 30 minute segments, 1 hour per week. Fridays at 7 to 8 a.m. A little bit earlier. Saturdays from 3 to 4, 1 hour. And put it in your calendar as an event and say repeat weekly. And just call it Doctorpreneur. Now, during that hour, I want you can decide whatever you want to do. You can work on your book once a week. You can, if you want to title it book writing time, you can do that. You can during that time, you can research the candidate. You can send that email to Jasmine to get going on your virtual assistant. You can do some research. I'm biased. You lost the visual. I'm biased. I want you guys to write the book during that time, but do something related to entrepreneurship. So I'm gonna wait until everybody has put a time. We're gonna go around. What's your time? One week for 1 hour. If you didn't put in your calendar yet, you could just tell. Probably like 10 a.m. What day? You need to decide. It's not a problem like that. You gotta work on your phone and put the what did you pick? Okay, and just put it in your calendar. Recurring weekly event. And what's the time? Dr. 1 hour.
Can Dr. Jasmine?
Yes.
Instead of Doctorpreneur, can we just write their name? Can we write their name, LLC?
Yes.
Yeah.
So because you are the business, you are the product, you are the service.
Yeah.
Okay, so
okay. Executive decision. Title it. So LLC. What is yours? You put it recurring event. Chantal?
All right, go outside.
It's not, if you put recurring weekly, it is, all right. Fine. Okay, Wednesdays 8 to 9.
Let's go to bed.
I
Sunday,
know.
2 to 3. Sunday, 2 to 3. We gotta be happy we got Jay while we do. Because she is gonna be so big, she don't even got us. I'm so excited. Okay. She has her, what about you? You're a celebrity photographer, me, I prefer doing blowing up traveling internationally.
Well, my current hours, like, but I'll make commitment to these days.
Okay, and what we can do is before you leave, I'm sure some of us in here will give you testimonials. Who would give them a testimonial? I would just to help grow that. Okay. What about you, Jamie? Okay. Awesome. Welcome to Ethan Brandy. Everybody. We're talking about we're on the doctor's prescription panel, and we're just choosing 1 hour a week to dedicate to growing your own business or brand or research about entrepreneurship. So I'm just on the spot and just say, what's 1 hour a week? Like it might be Sundays from 9 to 10 p.m. You're gonna just do something to either write your book or grow your business or research something about entrepreneurship. Shamika, what are you gonna choose? And I know you're busy. So I'll let you take a half an hour. That's perfect. What about you, Brand? Okay. You're gonna work on all that. 1 hour. Saturdays. What time?
Saturday morning.
Okay. Please put that in your calendar. Saturday, 7 to 8 a.m. Okay. All right. Okay, you got it in your calendar. Recurring. All right, Justin. All right, that's on the 45. You're not playing. You got specific down. Yeah. Okay, and you got it referring to yes. Okay. So
Wednesdays from 8:30 to
okay, let's start. You know, maybe that's all I have to say. That's my advice. Do when you learn information, you have to implement right away, and that's the difference with people who are successful.
Thank you. The whole panel has given us so many gems. I hope y'all wrote that down. So standing up here of your notes. So we will see you guys. So right now it's on lunch break.
Oh, can I ask one thing before you go?
Oh, sorry. I can't hear you, Dr. Jefferson.
Can I ask you for one thing before you go?
Okay.
Can you go to your Instagrams? And can you give us a testimonial about this section? And can you tag myself, Dr. Jasmine, and Minyana? You'll have to friend request us.
What's the Instagram page name?
I'm Dr. Jeffress, MD.
I'm Minyana the boss on Instagram.
Oh, I love that. Dr. Jasmine, what are you?
At Dr. Jasmine Zapata.
Okay, let me share my screen so you can see what the book looks like. Okay, am I sharing?
Yes,
Yes.
you are.
You
We
can
can
see
see.
my screen?
Yep.
Okay, let me go down. This is my gold medalist right here, William. And this is Jazz. This is me when I went to college when I was 14. These are some of the businesses. That's me with the energy drink. I
Let
do
me
a
know
lot.
when you adding CBD to that energy drink.
We need to hear.
You know, actually, Mignano, we're gonna talk offline because we got approached by a CBD company that to white label our product because it tastes really good.
Ooh.
And they
okay.
wanted to put their product inside our thing.
Okay.
So we'll
Emojis
have to
are
look up.
hard, but I got you. I know the top emotionist in Washington, so I got you on the beverages.
Yeah. So this is the book that I'm working on now. And if you want to come to the book launch, you can send me a message in my Instagram DM or Twitter DM. Send me a message and I'll send you the invitation to the launch. But it's called here. Let me see if I can and make it big for you so you can see it.
You want to come to the launch? If Dr. Jeffrey, if you tell us when the launch is, we can make like a event in the Madam Dreamer. Like
Oh, okay, thank you. I would love that.
No, and we'll make it an event. Try to come to the. It's gonna be virtual.
Yeah.
A virtual launch event.
Yeah, it's gonna be a virtual launch.
Perfect. Yep, we'll make a calendar. So you come.
Okay, can you see it? It's called the Videopreneur Manual, 7 steps to launch and level up your video marketing.
I love it. I love it. Everyone has promoted their book, and I wanted to take 2 seconds to do a shout out to Dr. Jazz and the other Madam Dreamer authors of Beyond Beautiful Volume 2. I know people wanted to hear more about cannabis, but I needed to put our plug in for our book, A Girl's Guide to Studying, Self-Care, and Staying Focused During Difficult Times. If you need that encouragement on your journey, get our book. We are still on tour until October. I will drop the book information and tour information in the chat for those. And then again, reach out to us. I know people are still studying and looking for resources and tools. If you guys screenshotted my screen when I shared my screen earlier, I had some study stuff on there. Dr. Pineset is dominating really how to do well in the MCAT, like getting people scores above that 505. My goal is 528 with his study program, how to dominate the MCAT. So if you need discounts and resources and things like that, definitely reach out. But again, Beyond Beautiful, Dr. Jazz and her author writing. It was last year at this conference that she gave the opportunity. And it's a year later and we got our book.
I love it. I love it. Mignana, what's your Mignana boss?
Yep, Mignana the boss on Instagram.
Ask her to show the back of all the pictures.
Can we see the back of the book?
Oh yeah.
The author.
Oh, she was just telling me she couldn't.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, show the back of the book. Oh, I see it now. Oh, that is so beautiful. Oh, I'm so proud of y'all.
Yeah. So take everything y'all have learned today, put it into practice, even if it's just the one thing. Because I did the one thing and we have a book now. My goal too, my 1 hour is to really help promote our book in the last of our tour and get more followers and really expand that because we have the message and we are the solution to all the problems.
Okay. Mignana, did you share your information in the chat already?
The Instagram information is in there. What else y'all need? Amen. What y'all need?
If you guys want to share your if they can contact you via email, your social media pages, because apparently some people are not on IG, some people on Twitter,
Okay.
Facebook.
My Facebook name is long. It's Mignana the Queen is back. I don't know. I'm very affirmative and like who I am. So I just got to tell people. You have to remind folks who you are.
All right, so that wraps up this session. Woo!
It is essential and ambitious minds, confidence and smart moves to leverage their potential in corporate environment. In 2009, Young graduated from Marquette University with with a bachelor's in psychology, focused in human resources management. She later earned her master's in industrial and organizational psychology from the Chicago School of Professional Psychology and has served the human resources executive for the past 15 years. Currently, she is an HR executive. When not providing purpose coaching advice, Young devotes her time to family and resides in Chicago with her husband and two thriving children, Autumn and Katie. Young desires to create a space for clients to fulfill their greatest potential. She leads with a heart. She leads a heart for service and understands the importance of her passion, sense of accountability, and transformation are attributes that make her exceptional purpose. There is absolutely more on the horizon, and to learn more about Potential Skirt, we have a website where you can visit and we drop it in the chat. Without further ado, I'll go ahead. Yes. Okay, so now to our Facebook, our virtual people can hear. So I feel like we could just stop the session and I get a lot out of just hearing that bio and feel empowered. So I just want to give, so that's her official bio. So I just want to tell a little personal story. Can I ask my best friend? My best friend. I'm just gonna say that. And let me tell you why I wanted her to come speak to you all. It's just the story of how we first met. I went to Marquette, so we met freshman year of college. And I remember all the students were getting to know each other and doing social things. And I was a little socially awkward. I was, and so all the people were going, I was like, what should I wear? And we were all walking to some event. And I was telling her, like, I want to go, but I'm just worried because I'm a little bit different. I don't know if people accept me. And I just remember, I can't remember word for word. She was like, girl, you're fine just how you are. You're amazing. You're powerful. Let's do this. And I was like, oh, really? I love that. Because I didn't fit in with some of the other girls that was like partying or doing things or dressing a certain way. And I was really just trying to fit in and not be just so awkward. And she really, really helped me. And I just love that. And that's what spurred me. Have that confidence, like, you know what, I am different. Who cares if I study all night in the library and I don't know how to dress? Like, I am all that. I am fabulous. And literally, she planted that, and we've been best friends ever since. We used to be in college, and she had a little studio apartment, and we would be sleeping. Me and her would sleep in the same futons together. And she would cook. Because I would go to her house because she would have fancy dinners, which would be like, she got the good tea dinners. And make some ramen noodles with some. And I was like, oh, I'm getting real meals today. We would be up in her little studio and stuff, and we did leaders in our Bible study group together. So we prayed together, cried together, been super broke together, had to borrow $5 from each other together, and we always had dreams and aspirations. This was when I was just starting undergrad, and then when my brother died in my junior year of college, 3 months before taking the test, she was there for me and helping me through, and we had watched each other have kids together, get pregnant together, and now here. Oh, and then yes. So then when I applied for medical school, she lives in Chicago. I knew I didn't want to go to medical school in Chicago, but I applied to all the schools in Chicago. Right, my friend and meal, but we were right, and I slept at her house every single night because I was too cheap to like, I'm not paying for the hotel, I'm staying with my friend. But when she would be driving to the interviews, she would be coaching me on like, here's how, because since she's so amazing in the executive and HR world, and I didn't know how to do an interview, she would be coaching me on like, here's what you do, here's how you dress, girl. And put some lotion on your ass. Because I'm not. And so she would be so nice and we can go shopping with me and help me. She helped me pick out my first business jacket. Yes. And so I just that's the background she helped me and I just love you so much. So I was like, she's very special to me and she's growing her business. And so and I wanted her to share her with my chat. So let's give her about like the importance of accountability and having somebody is so important. We started these we call it billionaire morning chats. So we call it billionaire mindset chats. So we talk regularly, but we just really started it at the end of last year when we regularly get on the phone every Saturday morning, share our dreams and goals, pray together. It's supposed to be an hour, but sometimes we run over. But the key thing is in January, we wrote down because she was applying for this big job at Facebook, and I was applying to be chief medical officer for the state of Wisconsin for community health. And we just dreamed together, like, oh my God, if I got that job, we were sitting there just pumping each other up, like, girl, you was the best I did. Yeah, so she helped put my resume together, and we literally have in our notes from January us just saying, apply or do your resume, and we pushed each other to do it. Jobs. Yes. So anyway, that just shows again the very importance of like friendship, supporting one another, holding each other down, and just manifesting dreams. So this is meant to be a fireside chat, and what I wanted to do just real quick, just go around, just so I kind of know everybody. Just say like your name, where you're from, and just like anything that you want. I want to know what your why. Your why. Ooh, that's a good one. I mean, you're not right? I don't know what the mic is gonna reach, so just project your voice. And for our people who are on Facebook, if you can put in the chat where you're from and just briefly, one sentence, your why. Put it in the chat. One word that is fine. Instead of your why. Yeah, instead of your why. And there's a reason why. Okay, so you go first. And project for the face for the person. My name is I'm really trying to what I okay. My name. Wait, hold on. Did you do a wardrobe change? Okay, yes, you did. I saw that girl. Let's go. Okay. 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 I just had a mix that. My name is Tiffany Williams. I am from Joliet, is a suburb of Chicago. And I would say the one word is oh, okay. Yes. I love that. Okay, well, I'm comfortable is a bias. We don't do that shit in Mississippi.
Hello, I'm Brandy. I'm from Flint, Michigan. I want to be passion. Hi, I'm Trinita. I am military.
And Dr. Chu. I'm gonna need any doctors here since we're inspiring. You better say Dr. Chu. You learned that. Okay. So just remember that. And then we have fabulous teacher Dr. And let me know. She is the head, in addition to all the fabulous planning team members, she's the lead organizer for the whole conference. Yeah. All right, so let me let her clear on. Okay. All right. So I have just a couple real quick questions for this, and then we're gonna open it up to everybody else, because I would rather have it what you guys need and what you want to talk about, anything related to executive presence, professionalism, but overcoming microaggressions, knowing that you are worth it and you are deserving. Anything you want to talk about, this is our time to just have this personal conversation. Yes. So just real quick, if you could just tell us, I just have a couple of key questions about your current role at Facebook. Tell us about Pencil Skirt Project, and just tell us your why you do what you do, and why you even took the time to come to pour into us today. And then I'll open it up. You go, and then we'll.
Absolutely. I just want to do a breathing. Like, I love to breathe in and out because you just came from interviewing. I know the ladies on virtual will be doing that later tonight. Can we just like get it out, whatever that is. Like, look, it's been, first of all, let me just start off. I really got turned around 4 times here. So that was like, I'm gonna come and get here regardless if I don't, and I'm gonna be on time as best as I can, because I'm determined. When you are determined, nothing can hold you. When you know your destination and your why, then you can eliminate. I was just talking to Jade about that D word, that distraction, because sometimes it creeps up on you. We ain't gonna give him too much credit. We gonna call it distraction. Sometimes it's but I have to start with this reading, because that's what I do. I have so much that I'm juggling, and then the night when I got the shower, I'm just waking up early in the morning, which usually like 4 o'clock, and juggling before years. Maybe I may be late. I have to keep breathing, because if you haven't been to yourself, creep back up. So beautifully. I almost wanted to walk around because it makes me feel so weird about it. How many people feel that way? So we all deserving to hear that. I was sitting here just kind of like, I was like, well, I'm gonna settle in this. So a little bit about me, my profession. So my story is very foreign in my household. There is no one that's like me. And when we talk about when I met Jasmine, and there was no one like her when I met her, I was like, wow, she's so nice. I don't know what to do with that. And I is as well, and I maybe you can see the red is so vibrant. Inside, I'm a very introverted person too. Now, what I choose to give my energy for. Introversion, being an introvert is not a bad thing. It's just how you channel your energy. And so growing up and being able to understand how my energy is channeled, I always gravitated to always do what's different. And sometimes when I'm doing things different, I may be the only one. And I'm okay with that because I'm deserving and it's not me. So when it comes to my HR professionalism, and I'll be very transparent. And there's not anyone around me in my positions at this age. So again, I'm deserving. Say it to yourself, I'm deserving. And if it's not me, then who, right? So, yeah, so 15 years I've been in HR. So I've worked with a variety of Fortune 100 companies. So that's JP Morgan, Erica, Nestle, Pepsi, the name goes on. People ask me, so how did you get those jobs? Well, I worked hard. There is no easy route to anything about success. So if you're not willing to work hard and wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning to get yourself together, then it's not meant for you. And I'm sure as doctors you work late and you wake up in the morning and there's a few people you know that didn't make it, right? So the reality that I've learned in HR is that we need more people to bring us. We need to be able to educate ourselves because if you don't have the money, can't pay the bills, right? So really, a lot to me, but I've learned very strong. And right? But I was able to translate that into the workplace and studying psychology and knowing my why and what I don't want to do. So they made it very clear to me as I was on my corporate ladder and I decided to always say, what I don't like, I don't want to do that. Because it's not going to exert the right energy that I want. So currently today as a HR executive, my role is to support one of the largest skills at Facebook. So they make well over billions of dollars, and I am their HR business partner. What that is basically I help create people strategy. So when you think about, I might take off my jacket. No, it's me. It's our practice. So I take off my. I know. It's like you might see this come off. It's always like I know. One of the two things that I don't have my. I might need a little like little piggy now. But one of the things that I do is not only work on strategy. So people think about HR as a hiring fire, right? Oh, you just do interviews, just lay people off. So no, it's not. There's so much more that we do. Room, it's not just right. It's always that. So HR in the world that I work in, very strategic. So when you think about any strategy, especially when it comes to organizational structure, you have to have a certain business objective, right? If you want to make a certain bottom line or product for anything, you have to understand where who's going to do the job, what kind of skill sets you look for. Do we have the right people? How do we want to progress 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years down the road? I'm leaders on how to actually do that to support. So what that may be is compensation. I'm not about it all the time. How are you being paid? I know that. I tell another business how to do that. So when the pencil curve comes into play, oh yeah. And you like me? No, yes you do. How you know that? Because I'm the person who sees the structure. So I know, right? That's what I'm paid to understand. When you think about, diversity and inclusion, right? It's not just a matter of the people who's in the room, but how do we eliminate the mindset of the biases and the microaggressions and the stereotypes? Are we having the right conversations? Are we teaching our leaders have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable? Right? So that's necessarily my role today. And when it comes to pencil skirt project. So as I've said before, I literally I was just talking to Jade about understanding your why takes time. And the only way you can do that is understanding yourself. And we'll talk about that a little later. But pencil skirt really means it's not just a woman who's wearing a skirt, which the logo does show that, a black woman who's wearing a skirt, and a nice pearls. But the pencil is very symbolic. I always tell people, at least for me as a Black woman, we never give ourselves grace. To feel like we have permission to erase a few things and use a pencil versus a marker. To me, I grew up when you feel like you got the cards dealt to you and then you feel like that's all I can do. And I had to almost unteach myself the wrong way of thinking. And we'll talk about that more as well. It's being able to use the pencil when you want to. And that's one key piece for me with Pencil Skirt is not just the presentation in your brand, because that's important. So people can say, oh, I want to be like her. What's going on about her that I like, right? But also being mindful that there's a story behind the pencil. And so I'll stop there.
Yes, awesome. Thank you so much. Yes. And just like, what is your why? What is like, so you've heard all of us, all of us are on the path to medicine, are already practicing medicine, but most of us on the path to medicine, we have gone through different struggles and trials. Like, what would be some of the biggest pieces of advice as it relates to, executive presence in the workplace, or knowing you're deserving, just anything on your heart? What would be the biggest piece of advice you would want to pour into us as we're on our journeys? Because some people might wonder, like, why are we bringing a Facebook executive to come talk to doctors? But what we've been talking about when we do our interviews, when we are progressing up the ladder, going up for promotions, that's human resources, that's personal branding. It's not, and that's what's going to set us apart, because we're not just going in learning how to treat patients. Like, you are building your own personal brand as you're doing this. And we just talked about all of us writing books, being entrepreneurs, starting businesses. So that's one of the reasons why we have to be thinking outside of the traditional ways of traditional medicine, so we can really be the solution. But anyway, what would be any advice that you would give to us, and then we'll open it up for open Q&A.
A few things. So it's all about when you wake up in the morning and you go into the bathroom, and hopefully you will take your toothbrush and you see yourself in the mirror. It's all about what you see and what you believe about yourself. We got to start when you have, sometimes people tell me, Kenyatta, when I'm getting coaching or career coaching or just helping someone who's in a rut in their career, not knowing how to progress, or they're trying to determine how do I negotiate that $100,000 salary, you have to take a strong look at yourself. Do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in your goals? If you had to rate yourself 1 to 10, what would you give yourself? Like, literally, what would you give yourself? Some people would give it a complete 10. Some people may not be the 1, but you in between that scale, right? So you have to determine, how do I get myself towards the 10? I have to work on myself. So number one, if you're not confident, and confidence actually pays more deals and steals more deals and pays you more than your skills do. Literally.
Say that one more time. So I
may not get it right.
No, just
but your confidence will seal more deals and help you earn more money than your actual skills. I literally, and the reason why I say $100,000, maybe it's $200. My last client I just coached 2 weeks ago. It's been about a couple weeks I've been working with her, but she is an executive. Like, has so much experience, woman of color. You deserve $1.5 million. And she literally was like, "Are you serious? You set me up for failure. You deserve it." But why do you feel that way? Why do you feel you don't deserve it? Let's start there. Because if you don't go into the room with the confidence, you'll fail. Period. As an HR professional, I've been on the calls all the time. When someone says, "Hey, I deserve a promotion," or "Hey, I've been overlooked," or "Hey, I'm not quite sure how I can talk and have a difficult conversation with my manager," or "Hey, I want to apply for that job as chief medical officer position." Well, first, it just takes the action of doing something about it. So I'm going to call it about SMART goals. So we're all very smart in here, but SMART goals is very essential to me. Even as an HR professional, it transitions everywhere. We've heard it in college, we heard it in school, but if you do not set SMART goals, then you'll get out to do anything, right? So the S is specific, the M is measurable,
A is attainable, R is realistic, and time bound. So if you don't have SMART goals, then you're literally going to constantly find yourself in this cycle. So some people ask me, so what would you explain to me what I can do? Executive presence is confidence. So if you don't walk into the room believing that you are the leader, believing that you can lead the conversation, lead the meeting, or be able to add value, that you're going to be sitting in silence, no one would notice you. And then you're going to be mute. And then you're going to realize, like, how do I even become to talk about personal branding? Because if you don't have the confidence, how do you even speak up? Right? So I can't even help you if you don't help yourself. That's number one. Number two is ask for help. Literally, I tell people all the time, you have this wonderful academy. There's no reason why you should have one or two people on dial. Like a text, a call, a pick-me-upper. You have to have that, because wherever you're going, you may not always be the only. You might be always the only. So being able to navigate that is essential. Like any person probably wouldn't be able to relate to that. So having people who's been there is going to help you. So that's number two. Number three, do your work. Sometimes when people come to me as HR, any setting you may be, especially as physicians, you may think HR's got to give you all of the answers. Sometimes we can't give you all the answers if you haven't done your work. So if you come to me and say, hey, I want to understand my career options. Well, what do you like? What do you want to do? What makes you happy? What gives you joy? What makes you so passionate and a trailblazer? Right? Only you can answer that. And once you have an understanding of where you're trying to go, then people can say, go right, go left, go up, go down, stop. But it all still starts with the person you look in the mirror with you. So if you don't evolve, and I was telling Jay, I was talking to her before we got here, self-mastery, evolving who you are, it just will constantly be a cycle. So we talked about self-mastery, the confidence, being able to have the executive presence and the confidence, and then you being able to do the work. So when we talk about doing the work, I heard you all out there interviewing. How many of you all looked up interviewing? Looked up common questions, look up common answers. You can't go on an interview if you're not prepared, right? So it's one of those key things when I said doing the work, it's actually layers to that. So I can't just go apply for a job if I haven't looked at the company, if I haven't saw what their revenues are, if I haven't known who the CEO is, if I haven't seen any feedback from other employees who are there, right? So those are common things, that is basics, fundamentals that you have to do if you want to show up correctly, right? And then the last part that I would say is it's all about, when I say as a professional, I talked about the pencil, it's the grace pass. It's to know you're going to fail. I got a lot of no's before I got this yes. So I heard from Jasmine, I was like, how many no's in here? Tell me the temperature of the room. So some people are going to get a decline. You know how many decline letters I got when I tried to apply for PhD in my master's program? But I always prayed for the right no. I said, God, give me the one yes. So you have to change your mindset, right? So being able to use the grace pass when it's needed, right? We're all going to fall down, but don't allow fear to undertake you. So that's my last piece. Fear. So fear is face everything and rise. I think we're recording, so we. Oh, yeah. Because I realized that the D word, the distraction, will allow you to believe that you are a failure. And it's really just fear, right? And when you get that decline, I kept all my notes in my emails, because it encouraged me to know, like, wow, if I would have got that yes, it wouldn't be where I'm at today, right? So always know that everything happens for a purpose. And so that's what I do for Pencil Skirt, is like, failure is a good thing, because you need to learn a lesson before you get that great thing, right? So I just wanted to end with that. And that's not something about professionalism. It's still about you, right? So I think
that's some good stuff. Yes. I love that. There are never failures, just lessons learned.
Yes.
And one of the biggest things, my secret to success, and I've seen it with yours too, This girl is not afraid to be of rejection. She would be like still in college, didn't even graduate with her bachelor's degree yet, applying for CEO level positions of all these big words. That's like, I'm just gonna put it in and see what happens. If worst thing they say is no, but at least I'll learn the process. When you let stuff hold you back because you're scared of rejection or failure, that can be paralyzing. So don't be afraid to just like, hey, I'm gonna apply for this scholarship, I'm gonna apply for this, and the best that can happen is I get it. The worst that can happen is I don't, and I learned a lesson, and I got some experience. So once you cannot be afraid of failure anymore, and really just your self-esteem, some people don't want to get rejected because of their pride or self-esteem. Once you get over that, the sky is the limit to like what kind of things can happen. So now I'm gonna open it up. If there's anybody in virtual world, we'll take a virtual world question first because I want you guys to feel included. If there's any question in the virtual, can you start putting your questions in the chat? And we'll take a virtual question first. Can somebody open the chat for her?
Well, question first. Yes, of course. See the chat. Let me see. Nothing yet. So tell me.
So virtual world, if you could put a question that you have.
Oh, here we go.
All right. Well, we'll let somebody go here first while they're getting it together. Can you please put in the chat? We'll please put their questions in the chat. And we'll take one from you guys. What questions do you guys have about any topic? Yes. Jessica, then, well, no, you can go. And then you go. Okay.
So you talked a lot about confidence, and I was wondering, do you have any like specific things you can do to build confidence? I feel like it's easier said than done.
Oh my goodness, yes. Have you all ever heard of self-affirmation? So I literally, that D had that distraction got me because I was listening to motivational speaking before I got here. And I do it not just because I need a hype, but because that D is serious when it comes to your own inner conscious and what you say. So many people always tell me like, how do you walk in this room with locks and you just like, you got it? No, it took some time, okay? I had to fight with myself. Just let that simmer for a minute. And the only way you can fight with yourself is tell your wannabe self what it is. Oh no, you're great. You're powerful. You're a trailblazer. You're talented. You're beautiful. You all that in a bag of chips. Confidence is a daily struggle. You have to pick up your mat, and I'm more difficult. Pick up your mat, go on your in your mirror, and tell yourself what it is. You got 20 minutes in the beginning of the day before you get distracted. So you have to sit in yourself every day. What am I saying to myself? I literally write it down. I'll say it out loud. And then that's something for me that I hold to the truth. I do it with my daughter. We have the saying. We literally like, I am confident. I am brave. I'm all that. And we got a little beat at the end. And we got the drum. And we get it. Because you are what you think you are and you say you are. Right? And then you can become that belief. So that's number one. Number two, you have to write it down. I am similar to her. We be in the library, we be coming up with dreams, and they'll be parents' dreams become reality. So your confidence is all about what you're trying to do and what you want to do. So I set myself up. I'm gonna be a millionaire by next year. No, period. No. It's achievable. But I gotta make $84,000 a month to make it. How I know that Jackson? I said, what?
83,000.
We gonna put taxes on there. 84. I want an extra. I want all of that. Okay? And it's not about confidence. It's about the reality of what I tell myself. So what I do, she told me, well, you need to buy this $1 million book to tell you this how you gonna make it. I said, well, I'm gonna read that book so I can learn how to make $1 million. So I'm gonna be around people who have $1 million mindset. Matter of fact, we gonna be billionaires like I first make my first million. Right? But it's funny, but it's realistic and it's achievable. Again, it starts with a smart goal. So I allow myself to set myself up for success. Right? I may not make the $1 million next year. I may make 500.
right? But that's still some money, right? But I have to pull that back is, let me make sure I'm bringing enough dividends at my current job that I'm also feeling like I'm whole. So my confidence is when I'm going to that job or my offer or my clients, you're gonna get everything you deserve with confidence. So what we're gonna do is put your corset on, suck it in, put your red bottoms on. Imagine that. That's confidence. When you on the call with them, they don't see you doing this. But you close your eyes and you say, I want to make this money. I want to make $900,000. So I'm going to tell them what I want. Practice it with me. So confidence is practice. So many people tell me, Kenyatta, how did you get that Facebook job at home when you're at your dinner table? This is for real. So true. This is what the world is. You interview at home. And I said, before the interview started, I can't get up because they're looking at me. I had to put the Superman pose on, Superwoman pose. Oh, wow. Seriously, I was literally looking at this, I do a lot of speeches I like to watch, and this lady was like, yeah, if you put yourself in a posture to receive it, and you believe it, you gonna achieve it. I guess I'm around.
Tell me to show.
I'm gonna show you. Okay, can I? Okay. Well, it's just like this, girl. The one who's trying to get it.
I was about to go like this.
Whatever your pose is. Whatever your pose is, right?
Yes.
Like I literally was like, I got this. I'm good.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm good. Like I literally do that for anything. Like even today, I'm trying to take off my sandals. I'm like, okay, put my heels on. My feet hurt too. And I'm like, I got this. I'm good. I'm super. Whatever you gotta do to remind yourself of whatever you may be lacking, you tell yourself that you got it. Literally. And I can tell you, I'll show you before I leave. My notebook, my journal looks crazy. We similar. We probably got all this paper. And the front of it, it has all my I am statements. So I have to remind myself before I even journal, it's like, okay, reset. So those are the kind of tangible things you can do. Did I answer your question? Yeah. Okay.
Like, you remind me of an example. My business coach, I was telling him about the Seven Figure Society and everything. And I was saying, like, we're looking to move to a house. And I've always dreamed about, I said it as a joke, like living in $1 million house. He was like, why don't you? He was like, that mortgage, one of your book clients that can pay for a mortgage. It's not that hard. Look at this. And in my head, ever since I was a little girl, we used to just drive around in fancy neighborhoods. Like, I wish I could. It's like a dream world, but you have to just start normalizing stuff. So one of my action things for August was my real estate agent who's sending us houses. I was like, can you increase the price of what houses you send me up to the $1.5 million range? So even though when them come, I'm looking at my current bank like, oh, okay, we cannot move in there today. But yes, you're gonna have a whole area. But what it's doing is it's normalizing it for me, so that now every single day I'm looking through the pictures of $1 million houses. And it's just starting to process in my brain, like this is something that I'm going to move into. Even if I don't get to move into it in the next couple months when we move, like eventually it's happening. So you have to just start like normalizing stuff like this. And somebody, my business coach, he said, he was like, out of everybody in this call, you deserve to live in that house. You've been a frontline worker, you've done this, you deserve it. And he was like, and honestly, the money's there. Like it's probably for $1 million house might be $5,000-$6,000 a mortgage per month, which sounds scary to me. I'm like, ah! But he was like, didn't you just tell me you increased your prices for your Godfather offer, your like ultimate package? How much? I was like, oh yeah, we just got a $7,500 client. He was like, one client would pay mortgage. So if you can just get one new client per month, you can live in $1 million home. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's your big dream. Exactly. And he was just like, but for me though, my brain couldn't even process ever even doing that. It couldn't process the numbers of it because it was just always so not attainable. I don't deserve it. Only those people get that. But why don't we? And I was saying, oh, I would feel bad to have all this space. You're deserving. You are. So when I do get my $1 million house or $1.5 million house, we'll have the retreat at my house.
In your backyard.
But it's conversations like this, a lot of it is our minds that's holding us back from certain things. So, well, who is next?
Whenever you're ready, you have a question. Can we have a question in the chat that we?
Okay, we'll do the Facebook chat and we'll do yours.
Okay, it says,
I hope I'm saying her name right. Caitlin says, what is your ultimate goal for the pencil skirt project? And where would you like to see it go in 10 to 20 years?
10 to 20 years. I will be retired.
Okay.
I have 6 years. I am not working after 40. You hear me? Confidence. I told my husband already. Yes, we all gonna get that. I told my husband we're on a 50-50 plan. Every year it goes down. So every year we go 40, 30, and it increases on him. So whatever you need to do. But it's gonna happen. So I would say within obviously 6 years, 5 years, however you want to put it, I'll be retired because pencil skirt is gonna be able to replace my income. So I don't have to wait 10 to 20 years for this to pop. I'm doing the preparation behind the scenes to get that going. So what I see pencil skirt growing into is a global brand. I'm gonna be a New York best-selling author. I just need to put the final touches on it.
Yes.
She tells me, Lord Jesus, that distraction gets you, right? Oh goodness. Okay, but it's almost done. I definitely see, millions of women and anyone, to be quite honest, because my brand is not just for women of color, it's for everyone. Everyone needs to know their purpose because the more you can understand your why, the more I can benefit from it. And I feel like there's a duty on my head, my heart, to be able to know that my purpose is tied to your answer. Right? So if you can't get your question answered, then we all are suffering. Like if you don't become a doctor and somebody out there is relying on you to be in the room. Right? So why you are selfish for not getting it done? Right? My daughter and my son needs you. Right? So that's number one. So pencil skirt is beyond just me. So I definitely see a team. I see, my brand in multiple places. In the hospitals, in schools, at work, anywhere, right? And then also I feel like a legacy. I see my brand as being exceeding beyond my presence. That's why I don't put my name on it because it stands alone, which it's supposed to, because it's not about me. And many people ask me, what's your ultimate goal? I want to die empty. So I want pencil skirt to not feel like it's dependent on me where it can run beyond a year. So obviously it's gonna be $1 billion brand in 20 years. It better be, because I'm getting $1 million next year. And then also I wanted to be able to be in elementary school. So my daughter should be 8 next week. And purpose start earlier on. I have to tell her to not just think about going to school as just a check mark. There's so much to life than just a check mark and a check. And so being able to instill what do you love to do, what do you enjoy doing, let's do it right now. Let's work on that right now. So I hope that pencil skirt will be a fundamental segment that can transcend beyond just adults in college, but just being able to start at the earlier age. Like my son, he says he wants to be the Hulk. Okay, well what does that mean? I want to build something that can get bigger. Okay, I'm gonna use some Legos. You ready? So it's being able to inspire when it's only just a little piece that goes a long way. So that's kind of my question. So you will see pencil skirt everywhere. Yes. Can't stop it. Yes. So I'm building that up so you guys will see a few things in a couple of weeks or months. I'll put weeks on that. Okay. I'm not gonna tell myself that, but that's kind of ultimately what I see the brand going to.
And then your question? Okay. Yeah, I think, Jay, we have time for one more question.
Yeah, maybe one or two more
questions. Okay.
We make it 2.
Okay, make it 2. Okay, your question.
So, I am already a holistic doctor. So, like, when people ask me, what are you going to do when you're a doctor, I always have to remind them, I am a doctor. I'm going to another medical school. And the problem I see with integrative medicine is the research is not there, and people ask you these huge global questions, and I feel overwhelmed trying to be able to say, this is the part that I want to fix. And then on top of that, there are, we'll leave them nameless, other holistic doctors who are making holistic medicine a joke. And it makes me sad because you see these women in New York City losing their babies because they weren't allowed to have their doula of their culture. Because what they do is crazy. They're just sitting in a room and just educating. So how do I start to filter filter what I want to focus on with integrative medicine while being almost told that I have to shoulder the burden of hippie medicine and conventional medicine. People don't get that, like, even holistic doctors specialize in their thing. And it's trying to figure out, how do I walk this walk so I can still speak with my voice for the holistic community? Because conventionally, doctors, y'all are already getting holistic, right? You hear what your patients need, but still focus on what brings me joy and that patient interaction. Because it feels like you asked me to write that book, and I'm like, but there's so much. And then you write it down, I'm like, okay, I can do that. That's a piece. I can do that. And then move on to another piece. But right now, I'm just like,
You want to take the doctor part, and then I can do my part?
Yeah, so summarize the first part with the doctor part.
how do I figure out how to focus my energy and attention with the to be the doctor I want to be?
Yeah, just do it. And the biggest thing is eliminate out anybody else's plan for your life or how they're trying to shape you or define you. You have to just completely ignore that and just go for what you want. So even with me going into public health, first of all, as a pediatrician, when I was in pediatrics training, and then I went into my preventive medicine training, all of my other pediatric colleagues thought I was crazy. They, not all of them, but a lot of them, it made me feel so bad. Like, what are you doing? They thought I was like giving up my career to focus just on social determinants of health. They thought it was like a disastrous career move. But I did it, and then the pandemic happened. Then I'm getting asked to be chief medical officer for community health, and even more stuff I had to turn down because I'm not trying to grow that fast. And so you have to tune out other people, what they're trying to shape you to be. There were other mentors trying to shape me to be a world phenomenal researcher and go get more grants and go get federal grants and build this big research lab. They were trying to, the word I use is grooming, because that's kind of how it was. And then there was disappointment when I was like, you know what, I don't even like, I had a whisper, I don't even like research. I don't want to see no more IRB protocols. I don't like it, but I had to act like I did because I was like, oh my gosh, like I don't want to disappoint people, but I do not enjoy research. I do it because I know it's going to be the key that's going to help unlock some of these bigger policy things I'm going to do, but I just don't really enjoy it. So I had to kind of just be okay with, you know what, when this chief medical officer job came, I'm like, that's what I love. I know a lot of people will think I'm crazy for cutting down just to one day at the hospitals or doing this, but this is what I want to do. This is what I love. This is where I belong. I'm going to just apply. And here's my secret. You know, Dr. Terry was amazing. She said she had 220 academic publications. Do you want to know how many?
No, not me. No.
No, I'm sorry.
No,
Dr. Terry Young.
Dr. Kincaid.
No, Dr. Terry Young, who spoke last night.
Okay.
She's an ophthalmologist. She was one of our guest speakers last night. I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
Like, no.
Dr. Terry.
I'm 33. I still got a little ways to go.
No, Dr. Terry Young. I'm sorry. We got multiple Dr. Terry. Dr. Terry Young. She said she has 220 publications and she's doing all these great things. Okay. And so if I were to hear that, I would be like, oh man, like I shouldn't even apply for this job or whatever. Do you want to know, I have 0 first author publications, but yet look at all the different things that I'm doing because there's, first of all, like I told you, I got divine favor over my life. The things that other people get rejected for, I don't care what's your story. I'm sorry, that was your story. I'm about to do it, and I'm about to get it because I'm different from you, and I'm just doing it. So what, and there's, just because that's somebody else's story, and Kenyatta helped me have the courage to even apply for this chief medical officer job. I wasn't even going to submit it because I got intimidated. Like the other guy that's the chief medical officer, he has all these publications, I don't. But what they saw in me was like, but wait a minute, who is writing books? Who is inspiring the next generation? Who has those lived experience? Who has this energy, enthusiasm coming in and shifting things and changing it? That's what they saw in me. And they're like, we don't care how many publications you have. This is what we want. Now, what if I would have let somebody else's like define me and say, oh, you should do this, you should do that. You have to just completely eliminate other people's judgment of you. I am a people pleaser, and it's
stresses me out. I will leave a situation and analyze, I hope I did nice, I hope I didn't offend anybody. I'll drive myself crazy. And I had to get a therapist. I literally meet with my therapist every single week so that I can heal from that. And it's rooted in a lot of trauma that I've had from my childhood, trying to please other people. You just have to literally not care what anybody else thinks. It's between whoever you believe is your creator or your purpose. For me, it's God, and my purpose in life, whatever that is for you, is between you and like, what on earth am I here for? And you literally have to just cut everybody else out. So if you want to start your own integrative meta practice and holistic practice, if you want to do this, do that, you just do it, and you literally don't care what anybody else thinks. It's very simple, but it's very hard as well. You just have to let go of what other people think about you. And I'm still working on that. But once you do that, you're going to have so many haters, so many people who are envious of you. Once you just finally can just be like, I don't care. I'm doing me. Because it's actually, the more you do that, the more haters are going to start coming. Because they're like, how'd she do that? How'd she do that? She's doing it different. You just don't care. And then you just do it.
Everybody has an opinion, but it's your life.
Yes,
Your
just
life.
do it. And just because it never's been done before, that's not a reason. Nobody's ever done. Well, watch. I'm about to be the first one. Yeah. You just know that we're different. We're different. We're not in the same. People want to try to categorize you so that they can make sense of you in their world. They try to box you so they can put you in a category. It's just, let it be known, I'm different. Yes, I don't think I'm different, and I know you've never met anybody like
my
this.
Purpose,
so
my
it's causing
passion was
chaos,
breathing down the knee. You can't let
but I'm
that go.
different.
That's
Hello, I'm here.
Even if you do it for a little while, you can realize that that's not what's for you, and so you start to continue to listen to it. Then it all falls into place. It all, because like with her, people are like, don't do PATH, don't do this.
Yep.
I still do community health workshops. I'm still out pounding the pavement. I'm still doing the things that I love, even though I'm in front of a microscope in the hospital. I'm still able to do and my schedule's better. I have less stress. I see other people doing other things. I was like, I'm sorry for you, but I love what I do every day. So people will always have an opinion, always. But however, the beauty about medicine is you can figure it out and you can do whatever you want to do.
It's like, I'm 34, which she's like, I'm retired 6 years.
Right.
I'm retired.
I'm 33. I still got a ways to go. So it's just like,
everybody's different.
Yeah. How do I figure this
Journey
out?
is
Because
different.
now I'm like, I'm doing this, but I have no idea what's step one.
I'm still there too.
You have to go light.
Along the way, it's always.
I have a framework that I developed. And we'll have to probably do a workshop.
A whole
doing
nother
that.
workshop.
It's called Go Light, when you want to unveil your purpose. It's my own proprietary framework that I'm getting trademarked soon. So the L means leader. You have to have a certain purpose mindset. The I is to inspire. So you have to understand how to inspire yourself to eliminate those distractions. The T is about transforming your mind, transforming your environment, transforming all of the things that you know you want to do and turn them into action. We talked about SMART. And then the E is about empowering, but also embracing. So having that self-love and that self-forgiveness, because what she said is, I have the analytical and I'm trying to figure out if I'm pleasing everyone else, but you have to also understand you have to please thyself first, right? And in the midst of me saying go on light is really to lead, right? In some respects to say, I have to be my authentic self and I need to overcome fear. So I heard fear without you saying it. So I'll give you my kind of steps that I would say to take when overcoming fear. So the 3 things you have to do. Write your top 3 fears. The number 1 being the most scariest one, all the way to the 3rd one being the least one. What you have to do, and after you write that down, what I would say is you have to see what you are actually trying to overcome. Once you hear it, fighting against yourself, once you write it, it becomes self-awareness. It becomes very minute. Like, oh, that's what I'm afraid of. Then after you write those 3 things down, you have to write out, what are the pros of me overcoming that fear? What are my benefits? And what's the cons? What am I going to lose if I don't overcome that fear? I bet you that list of benefits over what you're going to lose, you'll see that there's value between the 2. There's so much at stake. There's so much you're not getting, and there's so much you're sacrificing. Then once you realize that, you will be able to, 1, start from the bottom up. So we got 3 fears, so we need to start working on them.
So I'll give you a story, and then I don't know if we have enough time for another question, but when I was in college, microaggressions we're talking about, my professor gave me 2 microaggressions. He's like, oh, your name is Kenyatta? Are you from Africa? And I was like, oh no, my grandma's from Mississippi, but I'm from Chicago, no. You know, but my mom got my name out of African, but no. And at that time, I had a dialect. I mean, I'm from the Wild Hundreds in Chicago. We all have a certain way we talk. And I didn't talk that way in Milwaukee, you know what I mean? So everybody can relate to what that looks and feels like. And so he said, you sound like you're from a different place. And what that did to me in that immediate point was 2 things. I never wanted to talk again. I felt very little. And then number 2, I thought I was the worst communicator. Hello, I'm here. But I did. It took me a while to overcome that fear because I said, how am I going to become a leader and have a purpose when I can't speak up? No one knows I'm a mute. How do I come up with the confidence to be able to showcase what my purpose is the answer to yours, but if I can't articulate that, then it's not going to fall where it needs to fall, right? And so what I had to do, I wrote down my fear. I listened to my motivation. People write down this. I'm like, that ain't gonna work. So I wrote it down. And I was like, those little letters look so small. And so the 3rd fear that I had on my list was to speak up in a class, and to speak up in a meeting at work. Make it very simple. You can speak up at a class. Okay, check. That was easy. I didn't die. Whew, I'm alive. The second one is to do a presentation. I'm in HR. I do presentations all the time. But doing something that was unordinary. So I'm like, okay, check. Then the first fear was like talking in front of 1,000 people. Who's going to sign up me for that? Then one time my guy said, I got you. You wrote it down. You got self-awareness. You ready. And I was like, okay, whatever that is, you won't be seeing me getting up doing that. You're going to need to sign me up for that, and I won't. One day, literally, my pastor said, Kenyatta. I'm like, is he going crazy? It's 2,500 people in this church. He ain't never called me. My husband's a reverend, but he know him more than me. He don't need me. I'm not about to preach. He said, Kenyatta, come over here and tell him about that skirt project you got. I was like, what? Lord Jesus, don't do this to me now. And he said, you got this. You already conquered the 3rd and the 2nd. So what? You deserve this moment. But I said, no, my mama here. My kids here. Everybody's here. And they gave me the mic, and it was like, I was out of body. I don't remember much. But it happened. But it takes those small steps and layers. Because it is an elephant. You can't bite it in one bite. But if you take it in small chunks, next thing you know, it's like, Jasmine, like, you want to come speak to the girls? I said, girl, no, I got nothing to say. And I was like, Lord, look at you. He's like, see, you keep starting. I ain't going to never stop you, right? Yeah. So the point is, fear is always going to be present. But it's just a fit of what you believe. And you have to write it down. If you don't write it down, then it will never feel like you're aware of it. It's always going to be your subconscious. When it comes in front, then it calls you to act. And once you act, and then it becomes easy with practice. We talked about that, right? The more we practice, the more you believe, the more you be your authentic self. So I'm going to call that other part, authentic self. We didn't talk about the, showing up as a woman of color and then leadership. So you have to be your authentic self. When you talk about the fear, you overcame the fear. How do you show up being your authentic self? Which I heard you say, like, how do I show my heart and everything else? You have to, again, know what you want, know what makes you happy and you love, and then everything else, and you overcome that fear, then you become unstoppable. So I have a problem when you look at me in my video conferences calls, which we do at Facebook every day. Behind me is Ruby Bridges. There's a huge painting. It's beautiful. I want my pink lips, my red, whatever I feel. I may wear the shirt. It's because I have learned that it's about me and about them. And I don't care what you say and what you think. And they may say, oh, what is that behind you? Is that a book? Well, let me tell you. History lesson. Being your authentic self. You don't let anybody take you out of that element. You have one life, right? So you want to die empty, so that's why you got to do it right now. So I'll stop.
Our last question is, there was somebody who asked in the chat, how do we get one-on-one coaching from you or stay connected? Do you do more training on this? So basically, the last question is, tell us how we can stay connected with Pencil Skirt Project.
All right, so the merchandise is coming soon. Preparation. And you know it is. How did you know? I literally was telling my designer, yep, we're done. So it's coming, that P word, preparation. So I am on all social media, so Pencil Skirt Project, the actual word, you spell that out, Pencil Skirt Project on Instagram and on Facebook. And LinkedIn. I'm starting my page on LinkedIn. It's kind of weird, but small beginnings. What I would say when it comes to contacting me is info@pencilskirt.com. I would say I am doing one-on-one coaching. I am definitely willing to. Jasmine talking about my pricing is so expensive. So what I would do for the ladies here, I would say the first 10 who emailed me, that I would be willing to do a complimentary 30-minute session. And then we can just talk it out. Like my purpose is aligned to your answer. So I'm not the person who's like, you need to pay me all these extra monies and things of that nature. So it's a part of my gift. So first 10, free 30 minutes, and we can go from there. My other services I provide, obviously, is workshop facilitation. You heard about my light framework, so hopefully we'll get back. I'll get back invited to do that. But my one-on-one coaching, it comes in so many different ways. Talking about your career, salary negotiation, executive presence, and it's just in general how to build your confidence. It's a process behind it. And so that's a little bit about Pencil Skirt.
Yes, one more hand clap.
Thank you. This is so great. I love the feedback. Feedback, please.
Yes, let's get a group picture real quick, and then I think we're gonna take like a short.
We're gonna move right into the next session.
All right. So let's just take our group picture and then be done. All right.
What's your email again?
info@pencilskirt.com.
Chantal.
All right, let's just run up here for our group picture before Kenyatta has to leave, and then we'll move on because we have. Well,
Okay, y'all, so we have our next session. We move practicing medicine as a minority woman. I'm gonna go ahead and introduce our lovely speaker for this session. We have Dr. Lisa Whitty Bradley. She was got a supportive daughter back here, all right. Dr. Lisa Whitty Bradley is a board certified plastic and reconstructive surgeon. She's also the CEO and founder of Loop Plastic Surgery and Chips with MDs. Both entities focus on the education and empowerment of patients, physicians, and the community. She has additional expertise in disability and malpractice coverage, contract negotiation, and more. Dr. Whitty Bradley spends a significant amount of her practice time teaching young as well as seasoned physicians about the essentials of creating a legally and financially secure practice environment. All please join me in welcoming Dr. Whitty Bradley.
Thank you for having me. Thanks for Dr. Jasmine and Ms. Jade for putting this on again, and all of the staff and folks involved. So I tend to get wordy and malinger along. So I'm gonna try and stay with some focus points. And then I really want to spend the last half just answering questions and dialoguing. This is very informal. So if there's something that I'm saying that you're like, you got to get it out right now, just get it out. Okay, that's what we're here for. So my name is Lisa Bradley. I'm initially from Brooklyn, New York. I've traveled all across the country in terms of my education and training from one coast to the other. I'm a board certified plastic surgeon. I'm a mom, a wife, a CEO. I like to garden. I like to cook. I like to do a whole bunch of different things. So I wanted to come out and talk with you all just to tell you about my experience and to just give you some pointers in general about being in medicine. And then specifically, we will talk about how race and sex and culture and all of that stuff impacts how you interact with patients, how you interact with colleagues, and how it impacts your journey through medicine. And it's not any different from what you've already encountered. Our job, and the whole point of this movement and the social media movement with physicians online, is just trying to inform you and empower you so that when you encounter difficult scenarios in person, that you know how to protect yourself and how to navigate this. Is there anybody here who's like not a traditional student? Like, oh, wonderful. Okay, so you already know how things play out in the workplace. And the medical field is just a microcosm of society. So once you kind of learn how to navigate the professional world, medicine is very similar, except we're dealing with life and death in many circumstances. And you have the ability to directly impact your community by advocating for yourself and being able to advocate for your patients. And you will see that patients and staff and the entire medical community will start to seek you out when they know that you are an advocate for their health. All right. So in addition to all of that stuff, I was in practice for about 4.5 years in private practice. So I was part of what we call a multi-specialty surgical group. So I'm a plastic surgeon. There were other plastic surgeons in the group. There were general surgeons, breast surgeons, all different types of surgeons. So when Olivia was born, my husband and I were living in different places. And so I moved to Chicago so that we could be in the same place. And within about a month of me moving to Chicago, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. So I had to withdraw from clinical medicine and focus on taking care of myself. And Olivia was less than a year old when I was diagnosed. So my husband and I really had to completely recreate our lives in terms of finance, in terms of working, living, everything. And the building blocks that he and I created really protected us when I was unable to work, because we lost my salary completely. But because we had already created a financial base and some kind of safety nets, it really protected us in the couple of years that I had to recover my health. And so as a result of that, when I started coming back online and back on social media and interacting with folks, the first thing that I started asking other physicians is, do you have disability insurance? Do you know what kind of malpractice insurance you have? Do you have savings? Because if I didn't have all of those things, my husband and I would have had to declare bankruptcy. We would have had to sell off our home at a loss. There would a lot of things would have happened that happen to people every day in America. And so for the last, since probably 2015, I've been going and talking to different physician groups, hospitals, all different types of folks about making sure that your livelihood is protected, because you all are going to be the major financial, spiritual, and physical hub for your family. For, you know, unless there's somebody out there in your family making more than you. Otherwise, you really become the focus. And so you have to protect yourself. Number one, because you should be protecting your health anyway, but then also because if you're not secure, and just like you all know this, if you're a mom, you know, if you get sick, everything shuts down. You know, who's cooking, who's taking the kids here, because it just kind of, that's just how society is. That's how culture is. And the same thing happens with you. So now how do I yeah, I don't even know what it is. I probably already spoke about some of this stuff. But anyway, so okay, so this is very important, because depending upon what field you're going into, internal medicine, family practice, surgery, This is a difficult road. So you always have to remember why you're doing it, because there'll be times when after call, before call, or after having a bad encounter or a difficult encounter or dealing with a difficult team member or whatever, you're going to wonder, am I doing the right thing? So you always have to remember your why. And I was actually speaking with another physician who I've known for about 20 years, and we were talking about this, mentoring and figuring out the why and making sure that we're advocating for you all when we're here as mentors. So always remember your why, because I can remember getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go in around on patients as a resident or a medical student and looking in the mirror in the bathroom and asking myself, is this still what you want to do? Because this is a whole lot of sacrifice. You're going to be missing weddings and births and all different types of things. Now, hopefully you'll be able to make sure that you reach these critical roles in your family's life and in your life, but some things you're not going to be able to attend every barbecue and every spontaneous wedding that somebody has. So always remember the why, because medicine will challenge you often. Okay, we can do the next slide with Jay. So it's never too late or too early. When I started medical school, there was a PhD who was 50 years old, and he was starting his first year of medical school along with us. And he was happy as a clam. This was something that he always wanted to do. There was another woman in the class who had actually been president of a small college. And she, yeah, right? And she was starting, and she's now in practice. I think she's still in Detroit. She's a OBGYN, but that was always something that she wanted to do. So, and this mean, and I don't mean just right now. I mean, there was a urologist that was in the practice that I was in. She had been a pediatrician, and she was a pediatrician, practiced, just wasn't, she really just didn't feel that connection. So she went back and applied for urology, which is a very competitive field. And now she's a pediatric urologist. So don't ever feel like, and she listens to this all the time. I don't know why. Right, that's not new. But so, but sometimes when you get along this path, you think I can't do it, or that's not for me, or there's nothing but this demographic in this specialty, so I'm not going to consider it. That's not, you are already limiting yourself, and you're already putting yourself into that box. So if there's something you want to be, I think Johns Hopkins just had their first Black female neurosurgery resident. Now, how an institution like that, over 100 years old, can just now be having their first neurosurgery resident that's a Black woman is an atrocity. But once again, there was nobody building that road for her. She created that path. So whatever it is, and even if you don't know what you want to do, find a mentor. So, you know, Dr. Jasmine has created this huge forum. So you guys are kind of mentoring each other. But if there is something that, whatever your specific path is, you want to do an MD, PhD, you want to just do an MD, you want to do an MPH afterwards, there are enough people, enough physicians in this network or outside of this network that you should be able to find somebody to say, hey, I need to engage and figure out what are what's on that ladder to get to this level. And how do I transition from one thing to the other? How do I do research in addition to clinical roles? Whatever it is. So find a mentor and keep a mentor. And don't think that your mentor has to be in your field. Your mentor may be an internist. Your mentor may be a lawyer. Just find a professional who has gone down this journey of graduate school, postgraduate study, creating a private practice. Now, it's best to find somebody in the medical field because this is a very unique experience, but don't feel like you need to limit yourself to that. Also, be a mentor. So you guys are high school graduates, college graduates, a lot of times you've had masters and all different types of stuff. And that doesn't mean you have to, okay, we're going to meet 3 times a year or once a month. It could just be talking to Dr. Jasmine and seeing if you could just do a quick Facebook Live. Something comes to mind, you want to share the information. That's all mentoring. Somebody in your church needs information. Somebody, Sunday school, whatever it is, try as much as you can to give back, because sometimes what we experience in medicine traumatizes us so much that as soon as we finish training, we go off into practice and we fade into dust. That happens all the time because this is a lot of people have PTSD from residency, from medical school, because they've had to endure a lot of personal things in addition to their academics. So as soon as they get some freedom, they just fade off into the dust. The other thing that I've found with somebody with a chronic medical condition in medicine is that a lot of people reach out to me, like send me DMs, physicians who have just kind of faded off. They've been diagnosed with something. They either semi-retire or retire, and they fade away. They don't share their information. And it's like, well, you know what you didn't have. You know what you needed more of, or what type of malpractice insurance you should have had. Like, just share that information, because somebody out there needs to know. So, as much as you can, give back. Now, the last thing, if you don't remember anything else, it's the last point. Build your squad. So your squad is, number one, going to be your personal support group. So your mentor, your family and friends that are supportive. Okay, I'm sure I'm not the only one in the room who a lot of my issues and stress comes from family members and things of that nature. Okay, you're gonna, and you're also gonna find that people are gonna come in and out of your life when things are difficult. Your support group is going to contract, and then when you're doing well, when Oprah's interviewing you on Soul Food Sundays or whatever that is she does, then all of a sudden people start coming out of the woodwork. So know who your support is and stay close to those people. I have folks who I'm close to, who I started medical school with, who left and didn't finish medical school with, but we have a spiritual connection. So, find those people who you are supportive of and they're supportive of you, and your energy, matches one another. Keep those folks in your life, because there's going to be a lot of people that come and go. You want to make sure you have a good support. Now, the other part of your squad is going to be your financial advisor, your accountant, and your lawyer. All 3 of those individuals are essentials in your life. Okay. I also have a article on my website, chickswithmds.com, and you can go under physician resources, and I have an article on all of this. Okay. So you don't have to write things down, everything, but just know that financial advisor, accountant, and your lawyer, you need to have them, and make sure that they are experts in managing physician clients. Okay. The other thing about your squad, unless your spouse, cousin, friend, mother is the head of Charles Schwab, you want to consider not having intimates as part of your squad. So, I don't recommend that your husband is your accountant, even if he's great. Find somebody else in his organization, because all of that stuff, there's bias, there's all types of stuff. There's something that they may say that is wrong, but you don't want to tell them they're wrong because it's your mom, or it's your mom's boyfriend, or your brother, or whoever. So as much as you can, find people who are objective and experts. Okay, I think we can go on, Ms. Jane. Oh, okay. All right. So the other thing is, it's okay to change course. So when I started out, I wanted to be a neurosurgeon, and then I wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon. And then I was going to be a general surgeon, trauma surgeon. And then, I mean, yeah, I've been all over the place. And then while I was in my second year, so I did a year, what we call a preliminary surgical year. So I matched into not a formal program, so I was just given a 1-year contract for general surgery. And while I was doing that general surgery, what's going on? Go ahead. While I was doing that year, that was my first encounter with plastic surgery. I thought what you guys think: boobs, butt, nose, Michael Jackson, you know, and back around to Michael Jackson, you know, so zero interest. But during that first year, and then part of my second year, I was basically an apprentice to a plastic surgeon. And it just kind of blew me away, the things that we were doing, taking care of dog bites in the morning and facial fractures and breast reconstruction. And then we'd go to the office and do a neck lift and liposuction and all types of crazy stuff. And it just was very intriguing. So it's okay to change course. It's okay to start a residency, even if it's the best. You may match into the best residency on the planet, the most competitive residency on the planet. You may match in the neurosurgery at the Mayo Clinic. And then 6 months in, like, I'm sure this is the bee's knees for somebody, but it's not the bee's knees for me. It's okay to change course. I have met more radiologists, internists, and family practitioners who were initially general surgery residents. It's okay, you know, because general surgery is intense. And if it's not everything to you, you just can't get up at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning for 5 years straight and face that task every day. So it's okay to change course. Just remember that, whatever it is. And even if you decide, I don't want to do medicine anymore, and that may mean that your journey is 4 years longer. Well, I did 9 years of postgraduate surgical training, which is too long, okay? But I figured it out as I was going along. And so it's okay if your journey is different, because remember, that's long right there. But if you're doing what you don't want to do for the rest of your life, that's a long journey. That's 70, 80, 90, 100 years of a long, long journey. So it's okay if down the line you decide you want to change, you want to get a master's, you want to do whatever. Okay? All right, Ms. J. Okay, ask for help. Ask for help. Okay, so now I am like a lion without teeth and claws anymore. So when I was a surgical resident, I was a very hardcore surgical resident for multiple reasons. Because I'm tiny, and then nobody wants to listen to me, and then I'm a woman, and I'm Black, and all this type of stuff. So I had to assert authority very early. Like, I'm from Flatbush, Brooklyn. I grew up during the crack epidemic. Like, I already knew that if I showed any signs of weakness, I was going to get run over. So, but what I learned early was that I was taking care of human beings. And as a result, I could not allow my ego to take to be center stage. So I learned early to ask for help. Right. So if there's something you don't understand, if you don't understand a task, if you're an intern, you're going to go from a 4th-year medical student where you have 0 responsibility to an intern where you have 100% responsibility. That's a whole lot to take on in the matter of a day. So what I recommend and tell all people is that when I would start out on a rotation, and sometimes you're going to come on a rotation and the senior resident and the attending, everybody's going to be at war with each other. And then here you come, right? Like, hey, everybody, you know, it's July 1st. I'm here. I'm ready. And, you know, it's going to be like, you know, and so I would come in, and they'll usually whoever's in charge, the senior resident, the attending, they'll say, these are your roles. This is what you need to have done by noon. end of day, whatever it is, checking labs, making sure the patients get their procedures done, following up on radiological study, whatever it is. But if they don't give you an idea of what your tasks are, you're the intern, this is what you need to be doing, blah, blah, blah. If they don't give you an outline, you need to ask for directions. Like, hi, it's the end of the day on day one and you still have no idea. Hi, Dr. Senior Resident. Hi, Dr. Attending. I want to make sure that I'm doing my best on this rotation. I want to make sure I'm taking care of my patients. Do you have 5 minutes just so we can go through what I need to be doing? What are my roles? What are my jobs? Blah, blah, blah. And then I also ask for, at the end of the first week or after a couple of weeks, is it okay if we go through and do a review for me? You know, I just like to know how I'm doing. And I also said, if there is something that I'm doing that's negatively impacting the team or compromising patient care, please let me know, because I want to make sure that I'm doing the best for the team and my patient. Some people will just blow you off. The majority of people are going to think you're a breath of fresh air, because there are so many folks who just want to breeze through the rotation. The same people that you encounter in life when you're doing a group project and they don't want to, and they fade into the background until the grade comes. Same thing happens in medicine. You have lazy folks. You have people who are just uninterested. They're just there for a rotation. They're a dermatology resident and blah, blah, blah. I shouldn't say that because all dermatologists are going to put in the comments like, but they're going to be like, this is not my, you know, final destination. So I'm just here, I'm cruising, blah, blah, blah. So you want to make sure that you let whoever's in charge know, I'm here, I'm available. The other thing you want to do is show up early, be on time for whatever it is, okay? Be on time, because if you start out with, you know, we don't know where they are, they're always missing, people don't depend on you, and when they get that first idea of you, that's what sticks. So even if the remainder, the rest of the 29 days you're great, they still have that first impression. So show up, be available, know your patients, know your patient's disease pathology. So if you have 3 patients and one of them comes in with acute coronary syndrome, the other one comes in with a hypertensive crisis, the other one comes in with diabetic ketoacidosis, those are the things you need to know. For a number of reasons. Number one, because they're your patient, right? It's not just because you're the intern or the second year on the rotation or whatever, that's your patient. And you have the opportunity to make sure the patient's doing well, to make sure if there's something critical going on, that you're the first one to identify it and make sure it gets addressed. But then also because when somebody comes in and they have all of these signs and symptoms that are consistent with a disease process, and then you go back and read about it, it's just going to solidify everything in your mind. So that even 30 years down the line, when you see another patient with diabetic ketoacidosis, you're going to be thinking about that first patient because you went back and reinforced what you knew by reading up on it. So always do that. It just makes your life a lot easier. Okay, Ms. J. Okay, so this is the part about your family and races, okay? Because unfortunately, sometimes they go hand in hand. So you are getting the half of the DMs that I get are about people who contact me in crisis when unfortunately a lot of times they're too far gone. They've been dealing with something for 1.5 years. They've been put on probation. They're on their last warning, and now they're starting to send out help flags. That's a very difficult thing to help someone with, which is why you need to have a mentor now, so that if you encounter something in the hospital or personally and you don't know how to deal with it, your mentor can often say, I don't really know how to deal with it, or I do know how to deal with it, and this is how we need to go about getting you the support that you need. So figure that out early. And if you are having a crisis, A lot of the times when people call me and they're on probation, it's because they have issues with test taking skills. So whether it's you have test anxiety or you just have never done well with standardized tests, there's a number of things that people can do and help you. Sometimes there are courses you can attend. Sometimes you need to see therapists because you have anxiety, you have depression, you have PTSD from something else that happened, and the exams are triggering whatever that previous episode was. So you gotta, once again, ask for help and figure that stuff out. So now, mean spirits. So 9 years of general surgery, I've seen more mean spirits than you could ever imagine. So, and the mean spirits and the racists usually go hand in hand. And the other thing I will tell you is that when you encounter something and you think it's racist, okay, so I'm going to give you an example of something that happened to me that it was clearly racist. So we had a patient on the service who was being unruly. Trauma patients are often unruly. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So the patients are unruly. That's just kind of trauma patients. And one of the other physicians said to me, "You are a Black person, that's an N." Okay. First of all, why is this person in medicine, right? That's a clear case of racism. Okay. Other things are going to happen, like everybody on your team is of the majority and you're not, and your attending invites everybody to their house but you. Okay. Now, they're going to have 1,000 reasons. Well, you don't like golf and everybody here likes golf. Or, you already said you don't like gumbo. You already said you don't like gumbo, and I don't know how to make anything else but gumbo. So I didn't invite you. There's that type of stuff, right? So there's going to be clear cut, this is racist. And then there's going to be stuff like, what am I supposed to do with this situation? That's another time where having a mentor will be able to guide you. This is what you need to do. And a lot of times this is mind games. Okay. It's mind games, because if you watch that same person who's not inviting you to events or who is pimping you on rounds and asking you the most difficult questions and asking everybody else easy questions, or not being available when you have a question or a concern about patients, and then blaming you because the patient didn't get it. It's a whole bunch of stuff. But you will learn how to navigate that, and you have to watch that person's behavior, because oftentimes they're treating other people the same way. It's just that racism is how they're reaching out to you. That's their love language to you. But they're condescending to the nurses, they're condescending to the other female residents. I have never come across a racist who was then just the most beautiful soul to everybody else. They're just bad people. And you have to learn how to deal with those people so that you can get into positions of power and get those folks out of the way and make sure that our community is being taken care of. So when you encounter racist behavior, or when you encounter nurses who are being vicious to you and not vicious to anybody else, and sometimes it's folks that look like you who are misbehaving. Okay. So, this is another reason why having a mentor, and I have probably 3 mentors right now. Okay. So in my opinion, you should never not have a mentor. There should never be a time when you don't have somebody who you can say, I need some help. I need some guidance. And reaching out to those people and saying, how do I navigate this? Have you encountered this? Am I just being paranoid? And sometimes people reach out to me and I have to tell them, you haven't been doing your job. And that's why your senior resident is on your hindquarters, right? So, I have having been a resident and an attending and a mom and a wife, I know when somebody's shortchanging me on information. So when people send me a DM and they say, oh, my program, they're giving me a hard time and now I'm on my last warning and I want to file a complaint. What? You know, it's like, wait a minute, I'm missing 99% of the story. So make sure that, you know, as a mentor or as a mentee, that there's transparency, that you're given all the information, that you're getting all the information, and that you're able to identify what you're dealing with. Am I dealing with somebody who's just mean-spirited and an evil soul, or am I dealing with a racist and I need to talk to the ACGME and I need to talk to my the chair of the department? And having a mentor will help you navigate that. Now, what do you do in the moment? Because a lot of times it's like, I feel like it's just me against the world. What do I need to do about this? The first thing is that if you think your patient or your safety is in question in the moment, then you have to speak up. If somebody is giving somebody a patient a medication that you think is harmful, speak up, even if it's just to ask, what is this medication indicated for this illness? Is this patient is bleeding? Should we be giving them a blood thinner? You know, sometimes you might have to, you know, deal with a beast to make sure your patient's being taken care of, or to make sure you're being taken care of, or to make sure the medical student taking care that you're in charge of is being educated appropriately. Now, if there's other things like, oh, this attending refuses to talk to me, like I've had full rotations, 30, 60 days where an attending, meaning the physician in charge, just acted like I wasn't there, just didn't address me, wouldn't make eye contact, all types of crazy behavior. In that circumstance, you want to make sure that you're keeping the lines of communication open with your senior resident, with whoever's in charge. Like, I want to make sure I'm doing my job correctly. You want to make sure that you are ensuring that you're being educated and that you've kept open the line of communication, that you're doing your job and we're on the same page, that if I'm not doing my job, let me know. You've already set this up so that if you get a bad evaluation, you can say, these are the steps that I took, this is who I spoke to, and your mentor in whatever the circumstance can tell you, this is what you need to do. Keep documentation. And the other reason why I persevered and did well is because I documented everything. I was like a court stenographer, like, oh, okay. No. And wait a minute. And I would go back. So and I would write somebody up in a minute. So like, especially as I became more and more senior, and because I was very organized and took care of things, I was given more and more responsibility. And that allowed me more and more opportunity to document. And so there were times when female residents were sexually harassed, and we had a Bible's worth of documentation on the books, so that when that individual came and tried to make crazy claims about, this female resident is a psycho and blah, 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 we already had, everything in her defense and zilch in his. So keeping documentation, and if you find that somebody is not being safe, documenting it, talking to your senior resident, talking to your attending, this and this happens. What should I do in this circumstance, Dr. So-and-so? I'm concerned about my patient and I'm concerned about this interaction. And once again, always feel like if you have an issue, going back to your mentor or back to another leadership position, so that you can, yes.
I was just wondering how this would apply to like your actual patients, because I understand that there would be some patients that don't want to be treated by a Black person. So like, how would you deal with that?
So oftentimes what you do in that circumstance, like, I mean, I have that all the time. Like I walk in the room and they're like, I'm not dealing with another Black physician. Forget I'm at my max of Black physicians, you know, but they don't say that, but that's like, oh, Lord, I just paid for a Black physician. And like, you know, Trump's not in office anymore. I don't know what to do with myself. I can't. The reality is too much. And so I always give people the option. So if you're a medical student or a resident, if somebody says, I don't want you touching me, you just back out. Back out and you notify whoever's the next senior that this individual said that they don't want to deal with me. Documentation is key. So I had a patient about 3 weeks ago, we had to call security on, and we documented that person. I don't even know if they're on planet Earth anymore, because we documented them way on out. And every single time they would come back like, because and you know how much documentation they have? Zilch. And we have security documentation, my documentation, every single person documentation. And so if somebody doesn't want you to take care of them, you, especially as a medical student or a resident, you defer to the attendings. And oftentimes the attendings are going to shut that situation down, whether they are the majority or not. And a lot of times that's because it's self-serving for them to have you in there taking care of that patient. And so a lot of times the physician in charge will shut that entire situation down on your behalf because they know there's racism out there. And the patients will be discharged from the entire hospital system. And that shuts them down really quick because where you going? And most of the time it's the poorest, most complex patients who say stuff like that. And then it's like, okay, well, good luck because, University of Chicago ain't taking you because you don't have any insurance and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then they will, and we get them to apologize. And oftentimes, especially if you're a medical student or a resident, we just won't have you go back in there, especially for me. I'm not going to have you go in there and be abused. And so there's a lot of different ways that we deal with that. But most of the time, we shut the situation down. The system cannot tolerate that, especially, and you're going to find it's not like well-to-do people that do that. It's the same people who storm the Capitol. Those are the people doing it.
If your attending does not back you up or does not approach it, does not even acknowledge the situation, how would you say? Both ways.
Right. So if the attending doesn't, I would still document it in the chart. And I'll continue to go up the ladder. So if your attending is blowing you off, I will call a chair. And if the chair doesn't address it, then you call administration. That's the other thing. I go straight to the hospital operator if I have any issues. And I've done this since I was a resident. And I say, who's the administrator on call? There's always an administrator on call because there's always these type of scenarios going on. Some patient, throws bodily contents at somebody, or the patient is being violent. What do we do? Or we had an unexpected death and the family is very upset. What do we do? So there's always an administrator on call, always, even in the middle of the night. And so if your attending's blowing you off, your chair is in Bermuda or whatever, then you call the administrator and document. Now, there may be a time, I'll tell you, we had a patient who was bleeding to death that had to go back to surgery. Well, I can't, as a resident, take the patient back without at least getting permission from the attending. The attending was MIA, so I had to keep calling. And I just documented the whole time. IV fluids, blood, we're giving the patient everything to try and sustain their life. But, and then documenting, I attempted one more time at 11:03, at 12:05, at blah, blah, blah. And the whole time, so if the patient is in crisis and they're like, I still don't want you to touch me, even though I'm dying here, you still have to just document that. This is what I did. This is still the medical care that we provided for this patient, even though they were being belligerent. and creating an unsafe environment, we did X, Y, and Z. So you can't abandon the patient. You still have to be like, we did all of these things. And then, waiting to have a bridge for somebody else to take care of this patient. And that's a great question, because there are all types of laws on the books that you cannot abandon patients, particularly when it comes to trauma patients, because a lot of times that's when this happens, is that the patient is in crisis, they're very unstable, they're anxious, blah, blah, blah. And so a lot of times, historically, patients, hospitals would try and unload patients illegally onto other, put them in an ambulance and just send them to Cook County. Well, you can't do that. You have to have a hospital that accepts the patient, blah, blah, blah. You have to make sure the patient has safe transport, all of this. So as a physician, you still have to make sure that the patient is well cared for, but then you also have to document to make sure that you are safe. And most of these people, they have no teeth. And not physically, well, maybe physically, but they're lions, but they don't have any teeth or claws. So they might be able to like wrangle you down, but they can't really do anything, and really what you're seeing is fear and ignorance. Okay. And once again, you also may have people who look like you who don't want you to take care of them. I want a real doctor. I've heard that more times than I care to say. How come, I can't have a real plastic surgeon? Well, you can, and I give them the website to where they have a listing of all the board certified plastic surgeons, and I tell them to have at it. Right? So just know that sometimes the bigotry that you're going to encounter is not from the majority. It's from your own community. So, and same rules apply. Protect yourself. Okay. All right. Ms. Jade, am I into the question and answer time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes.
As
Yeah.
a medical student, most schools, when you go into rotation, especially my school, we are among 16 or 17 hospitals. So we have pretty heavy documentation education before we leave the hospital. I happen to work at Harlem Hospital for half of my core year. So that doesn't happen too often because these are people I get to live among. It's actually really fun. It's not fun because they're sick, but to see them light up, to see their neighbor that they saw at the grocery store and the ways that we document things. We do have patients who don't want you for whatever, because I'm a woman, because they saw me wearing this on the street the other day. I don't look like a doctor then when I'm in my scrubs. We have these school documents that we also submit to our administration at school. And it's pretty serious, like they look into it, they check, they ask permission to check those specific parts. And it keeps you safe to say, like, this person said something racist, sexist, ultra-racist, because that does happen a lot. And this was the care that I said I'd provide them. I let them on the medical students. I'll talk to my attendings. Sometimes residents say, go anyway. Because not always because your residents like, I don't want to do it, because they're like, you need to learn to do the thing. And then you document that. And there's all these little check boxes with my resident encourages education. You just keep that documentation in mind in check. And a lot of schools, I'm gonna say this so proud, a lot of schools, we've learned to make forms online to like make sure that it's an easy thing for you to do, because documentation is always for protection, but it's also for your own mind, that you were saying earlier. So like a lot of schools, we make sure you would learn to document ways so that when we're in residency, you're protected in a lot of different entities: the hospital, your own school, administration, and the attending will also have their own version of documentation.
And believe me, those patients, they wind up loving you, because not always, but they wind up apologizing and being very appreciative, because you are usually the one that resolves their issues, that's listening to them, that's providing exceptional care. Okay, what else are we talking about? How much time we have left?
We have 10 minutes.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So as someone who went to HBCU and had a rude awakening when I entered corporate white America, I'm curious to know what kind of advice or just like any kind of coping mechanisms you have for us pre-med students who are looking to enter medical school and know that the reality is going to be that we will be the minority. You spoke a little bit about some of the like microaggressions and racism you've experienced, just like not being invited because you don't like gumbo, right? I feel like I'm aware that those things are going to happen. They happen to me now in corporate America. But in an environment like medical school, that's just like high anxiety, high, pressure, a lot of stress. I feel like I'm going to need to have that support system, and hopefully there will be other people of color I can rely on. But do you have any, I guess, like guidance or advice for us in those type of settings where like the support group outside of just your friends, but people who are actually on the same journey and going through that same experience with you will be crucial?
Right. So what I can tell you is that what's been my experience is that you are going to encounter angels. And those angels are going to come in the form of the lunchroom folks who keep the doors open for you 5 minutes because they know you're always running 5 minutes behind so that you get food. The folks that come in and, like for me, the folks that come in and clean the operating room, who make sure they ask you how you're doing because you look frazzled and they've been seeing everything that's been going on. Those are your folks. And that's the other thing, is have respect for everybody you meet. Everybody is part of the team. Every single person, the security folks, the maintenance folks, the nurses, the CNAs, everybody has a role. Everybody deserves respect. Everybody is on their journey. So and if you look at it and you treat people like they are part of the team because they are part of the team, you create a community around you. You create a village around you. And then people want to be around you. They want to do a good job, because if you're constantly, somebody's blowing you off, who wants to be there? Who wants to be there? You come in, and unfortunately, you got to be careful, because when you are in positions of power, it is very, very, very seductive to wield a sword. Okay, it's very easy to yell and throw instruments and be condescending so that you can get somebody to do something right away. That's not sustainable, and it's not being humane, and you're not being a human being. And it's very easy to lose your humanity, especially in surgery. It's very easy for it to become a us versus them. So in regards to what you're saying, you are going to find people. Like I can tell you, I did my residency in the majority of it in Central Illinois. Okay, this is not HBCU territory. Okay, and so I mean, when I would see another Black person, I don't care what they were doing. I mean, we were like two ships sailing in the night, and we would become comrades. Now you're going to find that sometimes there are folks that look like you that want to be the only one because they find that there's a benefit to them being the only one. But the majority, the lion's share of your folks, when you see them, they are going to take a deep breath for the first time in a long time. And so when you meet even that one or two people, or like if you go somewhere where you go into Iowa or Idaho or whatever, you may really be the only one for 3 years or 5 years. So you may have to find a support network outside of your institution. When you go to yoga class, you may find Black girls who run, or Black girls who yoga, or whatever, and then just and so there's a lot of different ways to find support. And the other thing is that, okay, just give me a few minutes here. Just rinse some of this over here. Some of that on the outside. Oh, and I have some hand sanitizer in my purse. I'm sorry. That's all.
You stop apologizing for being a mom and a doctor. Not an interruption, you were trying to people.
Right. All right, so I can't remember what I was saying, but so you find your network wherever you can. So sometimes that's outside, sometimes it's inside. Oh, the other thing is that sometimes your folks don't look like you. You know what I mean? Like my crew during general surgery residency, it was an Indian guy who was Muslim, and a white woman who was also became Muslim, and then you know, we were in different levels, but the time that we were together, we were our support network. You know what I mean? So sometimes folks, you know, it's just like out in the world, you're gonna, and the other thing is I had to recognize my own internal biases, because I would see folks like Trump supporter, you know, or like at that time Bush supporter, you know, and you know, and then I'll be like, oh my God, he's actually a human, or she's actually a human. I had to recognize that I had my own internal biases, that, you know, sometimes you are the limiting step. You are, you know, you're limiting yourself. And also me saying, I don't want to go to a golf event. No, go to the golf event, okay? Because what you're going to find is that if you've ever been to a golf event, most people are not golfing. They're drinking, they're riding on the little buggy. Yeah, and it's all about networking. It's all, this is where deals are made. And so you find out where the deals are being made. Oh, you guys play poker? Do I play poker? No, but I'll figure out how to play poker, even if I'm just coming for a game, one just to find out, or whatever it is. Just participating, because a lot of times we box ourselves out, like that's not my thing. This whole thing is not your thing, right? Medicine is not built for you. Residency is not built for anybody but males and rich males of the majority, right? This whole setup is not, and this is why the country is in turmoil right now, because it's not just Black folks looking for independence. It's not just brown folks, it's not Asians, it's everybody, right? You have a very slim number of people with all of the control, and that's rich white males. And so everybody is warring, trying to get more power, more access. So this whole system is not set up, you know, it's just not set up for Black women. We have to make inroads, and we are. Like what Dr. Jasmine is doing right here is making inroads. You're connecting, you're networking, we are sharing information. All right. Okay. Who else has? Yes.
So, for the second time, we wanted to know where we can get in contact with you, or how we can keep up with you to ask you maybe the questions that weren't able to be answered during our session.
Okay, so I'm on social media. So Chicks with MDs. I'm on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook.
Are you still writing?
I am still writing books, and I actually bought some of, I did the foreword for Thinking About Quitting Medicine. So I brought 4 of those, and then I write fiction also. So So I bought 4 of those, and then I brought some pens and bookmarks and all that type of stuff. So I didn't know if you guys were having like prizes or whatever, but you guys figure it out, whatever you want to do. You don't want any of that stuff. So the last thing before we wrap, so I want you guys to look at the article I have on the website. But okay, so we talked about take care of your patients, be on time, be available. Also, try not to be dependent on medicine as your primary and sole source of income. Medicine, even if you were doing this 50 years ago, I would say that, but for right now, medicine has changed so drastically over the last 2 decades. So when I was undergrad, like physicians, you could like do a whole bunch of moonlighting and have your regular job and make a king's ransom. That has dried up. And now most physicians are employed, and these big medical conglomerates, the medical industrial complex, makes it virtually impossible for physicians to be entrepreneurs and to have solo practices. So as much as you can, find multiple streams of revenue, diversify your revenue streams. So it shouldn't all be clinical medicine based. So if you want to write books, if you want to be a consultant, if you want to be a consultant for a pharmaceutical company, if you want to go out and lecture about your experiences, if you want to write a memoir and then go and lecture and do whatever, figure it out. Or real estate. Also be careful about investing into family stuff. Somebody's opening a bar, somebody starting their own music label, all of that type of stuff. Be very, very careful. So I'm looking at investing in something right now. And I told them I can't give you a decision right now until I review everything with my squad, right? So just keep that in mind. Be considerate of time. We've already talked about that. Oh, also with your mentors. So your mentors are, taking time out of their schedule. So if they schedule a time for you guys to meet, please be there, be on time, and send them a follow-up note or a follow-up email. Keep in touch. And we already talked about being a mentor. Also, it's very difficult for people, especially when you didn't have anything at the beginning. Sometimes you feel guilty, like, oh, I shouldn't be spending all this money in my bank account. Well, you shouldn't spend all of it, but you should be spending money on yourself. So, whether that's taking a yoga class or buying yourself something nice or going and eating, like you should not have a whole bunch of stuff in your house that's behind glass cases that you never use. That is a very, very pathological thing that we have that's generational. You can't sit on that couch. You can't go in that room. You can't use that china. What's it for? Like my grandmother passed, there were things that she had never touched. Like my parents got some work done on the house, like after years and years, and the construction people made a whole bunch of noise, and all of this china that nobody was allowed to touch crashed to the ground, having nobody been able to use it. Come on, family. So enjoy your spoils. That's what they're for. Also, I didn't get to the page about childbearing. So most of the people that I know who have not been able to have children are very, very, very successful Black female physicians, because nobody is talking to us and saying, you did 9 years postgraduate study. If you even think that you want to do some stuff, these are the things that you need to be doing. So first of all, you should be going to your doctor every year and getting your exams done, period. Okay, so taking care of yourself, making sure that your health is okay, right? So you need to be getting your annual physicals, just like you're setting up your patients. You need to be doing that for you. And then if you, in any far off thought that you want to do something, and I had no idea, I'm like old as Methuselah, and I had no idea, that I had a desire. And then, once I did, and we had her, and then I got diagnosed, and then we had to make some life decisions that she was going to be in, so that we could take care of each other, But if it's something that you want to do in the remote part of your mind, once again, talk to your mentor, talk to your doc. If it's something that you have to hold off on, then talk to your GYN about what you should be doing to preserve your eggs or whatever you want to do. Okay.
What if you can't afford it? Put them in the.
What if you can't afford it? So I would talk to your insurer, because some of the people that I know who have had in vitro, their insurer has covered 100%. So yours doesn't. So then I would talk to your repro. Well, time is critical, but then also talk to your reproductive endocrinologist about what type of payment plans they have. Because sometimes what they'll do is let you, it's a long haul. I mean, it'll be like paying off your student loans, but pay, you know, right, exactly. And so, you know, and I hate to even say this, but sometimes people put stuff on their credit cards, or if you are a non-traditional student and you've had any type of retirement account, even if it's a little bit, talking to the reproductive endocrinologist about what you can do, how much it costs to do, you know, I don't even know what it's called at this point, egg harvesting and prep, right, and retrieval, right. So are we all done? Okay, all right, okay. But anyway, if Dr. Jasmine wants me to do like a Facebook Live or something, so we can change. Oh yeah.
You are royalty.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Sorry for going over.
It's okay, no, it was great.
Okay, awesome. So, hello everyone, and welcome to our next session. It's called How She Overcame the Obstacle, a Story of Triumph with Malia Carrington. And so currently you're in the doctor's office of the Zoom session, and we will get started soon. We'll just go over some more Zoom rules, and then I'll introduce Malia, and she can talk about her amazing story. So make sure you have your first and last name set up in Zoom. And if you can, please turn on your cameras. We would love to see you. And also, please ask questions. We have some time. We're going until 4:15, so please just try to think of some questions you can ask Malia. I feel like we're all very much an open book, so there's no like weird question, there's no stupid question. So just ask what's on your mind, please. And then we also ask that if you are gonna have a question, just use the raise hand function, which is in the reactions section of Zoom. But then other than that, I'm super excited. So let me just introduce Malia real quick, and then I will turn the stage over to her. So Malia Carrington is an undergraduate student at Wright State University, pursuing a BS in psychology. She's from Dayton, Ohio, and she loves to listen to music, travel, try new food, learn, and spend time with those she loves and meeting new people. She considers medicine to be her calling for more reasons than one. So without further ado, Malia Carrington, everyone. Give her like a nice little woo, some thumbs up, like a little confetti in the crowd, please. All right, all you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Aaliyah again. So yeah, that was a intro. It sounded really nice, by the way. So I'm going to make this really conversational because it is the easiest way to convey what I need to convey about such a what seems to be a very drastic story. So again, I consider medicine to be my calling for more reasons than one. I'm often reminded through life's experiences that medicine is my purpose. Divine purpose is what I like to call it because it could be nothing more than that. I started falling in love with medicine at maybe like the age of 3. It started with my grandmother wanting to fix her heart. We think of problems and solutions. This is the solution. One of her issues was she was a poor woman who had Medicare, and we live in a society where she wasn't given the treatments that she needed for something curable and died as a result. So that triggered the passion for me going through school. Passion, I never lost it. I was the kid that would sit and watch the Help Discovery Channel at like 6 or 7 years old at home. Fast forward to high school, my grandfather got ill, and he was supposed to have a limb amputated. Again, that's difference in care. It'll get us every. So here you have a older Black male who is on Medicare, who is considered poor, and does not have access to resources like he should. And he was not giving the amputation of the limb. He ended up with gangrene and died of sepsis. Just a drop of a ball. due to lack of concern. That happens in certain communities, and then that's really what it boils down to. And in the midst of that, I promised my grandfather the last time that I talked to him that I would finish medical school and I would become a doctor. And so that also became a stronghold that I've held on to for. So in 2017, I was headed to school. I decided to stop for some Chick-fil-A breakfast nugget sandwiches, and I was hit head on by a drunk driver at 9:30 in the morning. I sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury and 5 herniated discs. I did not lose consciousness, but I did my hearing temporarily, and went through post-concussive syndrome. Anybody's familiar with that, you definitely know the struggles that ensue with that syndrome. I did not take any time off from school. At the time, I was a sophomore. I didn't take any time from school. I maybe took a week at home and healed as much as I could, rested as much as I could, but I knew that I had to get back. So upon going back to school, I started running into obstacles almost immediately. Aside from the biggest one would be surviving the accident itself. I got to school and my neurologist was like, you're gonna need some academic support. I suffer from short-term memory loss, ability to store new information and recall new information has changed. I'm no longer using the word damaged or broken. It's just not what it once was. So I had to go and get connected with the Office of Disability Services. And upon that, I was exposed to what particularly we go through when we need resources. I met with an advisor and I was told that they did not offer the accommodations that my physician requested, which was not true. So I had been deceived and told that they could not give me what I needed to stay in school. And I went a year, I want to say a full school year, out accommodations. And it wasn't until I noticed the student had the exact same accommodations that I needed that I knew something wrong. Eventually, I was told by the same advisor that because I looked fine, because she could not see what was wrong with me, she felt that she was not going to give me the accommodations, which is way above her pay grade, but still. She succeeded in denying me the resources that I needed. And it wasn't until we had to get in contact with the Department of Education and the Civil Rights Department that I was able to meet with the director of the office and obtain those resources. So all this time, during all of this, during the same school year, I had been hospitalized due to complications with my brain injury. And I also had been hospitalized again for a back injury complication that shut down my adrenal system after using steroids in my spinal space to alleviate some of the inflammation in my discs. So compounding the brain injury, I had adrenal insufficiency. I ended up with Addison's and Cushing syndrome. If you don't know what it is, please feel free to look it up. At probably within weeks of each other. I was placed on medication that also affects the memory. And so that was just a compounding of traumatic issues. And I remember telling myself that there was no plan B. I don't have time to take off from school because I had been told that by an advisor. She told me maybe you should take some time off. And I told her that's not an option for me. If I take time off, it is highly unlikely that I'll be back. And so I switched advisors because you need people in your corner. You need to support you and support your decisions. If you're not supportive of my decision, you're going to hinder me. So I maintained. I went to school. I took 2 years of speech therapy, and it did what it could. It has done what it could. And I did that every weekend, Saturday and Sunday, for 2 years. I struggled through classes. Let's be transparent in this room. If they're anything like me, like Jade, I know Jade, this is a judgment-free zone, so we'll be completely transparent here. I failed more classes than one. So I failed one the first year after the accident, both semesters. A hard punch. I mean, I at some point I was like, I'm gonna lose my life trying to fight for this education. Like, I'm fighting blood, sweat, and tears for this passion that I have. And so I kept going. I failed like miserably. I know that I had professors that seen the fight in me. I came across one of my mentors. She was a professor in an African American studies class, and she told me she's seen me. And I hadn't had anybody in my academic environment tell me they saw me and saw what I was going through and recognized that. And so it became a support for me. I put in so much time to try to fight through the physical pain, the pain of now having this imposter syndrome, because every time I turn around, I have a professor or somebody telling me that maybe I should rethink medicine. That is the equivalent of somebody physically harming me. It's telling me to rethink what I feel and know that I've been placed on this earth to do. So I pushed through that. And I can honestly say the reason I was able to keep going and get to where I am now is because I knew tried to throw it away. I tried to, like, maybe it's not for me. Maybe I shouldn't do it. Okay, I'm going to give myself a summer and I'm going to think about it. I try to run from it. And every time I run from it, the divine puts something in my path. So I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, this is what you're supposed to do. You were right. There is no plan B. So cut it out. And I fought through, and I'm here. I'm supposed to graduate in December with my bachelor's degree. Crawling to the finish line, battered and bruised, but I'm doing it. My memory, as far as my memory now, it is gonna be what it's gonna be, and I use my speech therapist phrase all the time. I am relearning how to learn, and that is okay. I'm not the person that I once was, and that is okay, because the person that I am now, through these 3-4 years of crying and wondering why this process had to be so hard for me, and blaming myself and not feeling capable and giving in to what other people can say about my calling or my life. I just, there's no, exactly, praise God. Like, there's nothing else that would have kept me in this body other than grace, and this support system, truly.
That's absolutely incredible. Thank you for sharing your story. And we'll just leave the floor open for folks to share their thoughts and like their responses. And if they have, just their thoughts and responses. So, something that I had a question about was just like, how did you get so comfortable like sharing your story? Because obviously you've been through so much and it's like really painful. So how did you get to a place where you're like secure enough to like share your story and be vulnerable with people?
Honestly, I think it came from finding comfort in being. I spent maybe the first year and a half in it like I was okay. Like I had it all together. Like this was not a difficult journey, and it was. And I think that that was key in a sense was, you know, you're not sharing your story. You're dying inside, and you refuse to open yourself, right? And I know that I'm supposed to keep my heart open. That's what makes this my calling. That's what makes medicine so important to me, is that when you keep yourself open and you heal yourself, and you also help others. You heal others without even touching them by sharing stories. So I think that it became easy for me to share. Like I still get nervous. Like today I was still freaking out, like, oh God, I'm about to share the fact that I failed 3 classes. Like this is not a good, but it's real, right? It is what it is. I am who I am. And there's freedom in telling the story. So every time I tell it, I hope that it helps someone. But this may sound selfish, but it's healing to me. And it is always right on time that I have the opportunity to share. So it always seems like it's divine timing. It kind of recenters me and allows me to feel like, okay, you're heard and you're healing while communicating with others. And so hopefully I'm the same for other people.
I have a question. I don't.
Oh, I cannot question.
You can't hear me? Okay,
I got it
me?
now.
Okay, good. Okay. First, thank you so much for sharing again. We're so happy that you're here, and thank you for being vulnerable with us. So my question is for those who who are in school, and you speak about how you had that advisor who was basically like derailing you for the accommodations that you needed and was suggesting to take time off. And at my university they said something about like a medical leave. But if for students that don't necessarily want to leave their academic institution, they just want that support, how do you go about saying like, no, I don't want to do an academic leave. I want y'all to give me the tools that I need to succeed while I'm here. I know you talked about going, it sounded like you had to go outside of your university to get some support, civil support. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so it was kind of like multitasking with that. So you kind of have to always be able to use your intuition, kind of stay a couple steps ahead. So when I talked to that advisor, and I was then aware that I was being denied the services, basically told to just take some time off from school. First of all, I voiced to her that that's what I wanted to do. I had no desire to leave school. I wasn't asking you for permission. I was telling you what I wanted to do, and you're refusing to help me. And so I made it clear that she was refusing to, which is what she's there for. I then went and emailed her boss and let her know that I was requesting a meeting with her to inform her about advisors' commentary and the decisions that she were making for her students. And then I also proactively reached out to the Department of Education and let them know, hey, I do have civil rights, and I'm being denied something that I'm not just asking for me. My physician is telling you that I have all necessary documentation. What else can I do? So I would just say, put the pressure. If you don't feel comfortable going outside of the universe, put the pressure on the people that work in that institution. Take it as far and go. I even wrote the president an email of the university, and you have to take matters into your own hands, because if you stay quiet about it, you will suffer in silence, and nobody will know, nor will care to ask. And so sometimes you have to, thank God my mother, I didn't have the nerve, honey. I didn't have it. I didn't have the strength to do it. So she, she said, hey, this is what we got to do. This is what we're going to do. We're going to email this president, email the vice president. We're going to holler at the advisor's boss. And we're going where we can go from there. And so I just think that hitting it hard, reaching out, going all the way to the top. Like, you don't have to wait to see if there's a different response from the advisor. No, document it at the first wrong move, document it and take it all the way to the top at the same time, because then everybody's on the same page. Everybody aware, and I don't have to keep waiting for you guys to keep making mistakes with me and my journey before we get corrected. Because if you wait at every position, advisor, assistant director, president, it'll take all day. And by the time you look up, you'll have wasted all these months waiting on responses and resolutions to your problem. So I just say to any and everybody that you can, the president, the vice president, the director of the center, a senior advisor, reach out to those people and everybody on the same team and let them know that you're advocating for yourself, because that's really what it is.
Thank you. And Dr. Terry has a question as well.
Yeah.
But have you connected with anybody from Wright State Medical School?
I have.
Okay. All right. Have you talked to Lakia? Lakia Gray. Yes. Have you talked to Lakia?
I have not talked to Lakia Gray.
I will try to connect you with Lakia. She is a great contact for the Wright State School of Medicine. So.
Okay. Thanks, Dr.
Awesome. So that was our last question. And Malia, if you want to put your contact information in the group chat in the Zoom chat so people can, reach out to you, that would be awesome. And thank you so much again. This was such an incredible and inspiring story about being your own advocate and how your path to medicine is just interconnected in so many ways. So thank you so much. And we will be taking a break. Yes. We'll be taking a break until 4:15 for our next session.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. This is our last in-person session for the day. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Paul, and she's going to introduce our lovely speaker for the next 45 to an hour.
Thank you, Jade. So I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker, who is going to be talking about non-traditional paths to medicine. So we have, one second here. We have Dr. Jennifer Taylor. She's a proud native of Youngstown, Ohio, and a board-certified physician in family medicine. She was previously a team physician at Vitas Innovative Hospice, medical director of wound care and hyperbaric oxygen therapy at Hilllogic Specialties Physicians, and a physician advisor at Creative Health. She currently serves as lead medical director at one of the nation's largest healthcare companies. She's also the owner and creative genius of Mangori, a line of natural body products designed to moisturize and heal damaged skin. Dr. Jennifer Taylor is a proud, did I just say this? Yep, I did. Dr. Taylor completed her internship and residency at University Hospitals of Cleveland Case Medical Center. During her residency training, she was a frequent guest host on Impact Radio, where she spoke on various topics related to women's health. Dr. Taylor is board certified in family medicine and is a member of the American Medical Association, American Association of Family Physicians, and the Association for the Advancement of Wound Care. She was previously a team physician at Vitas Innovative Hospice, medical director of wound care and hyperbaric oxygen therapy at Hilllogic Specialty Physicians, and a physician advisor at Creative Health. She currently is the lead medical director, and she is passionate about supporting youth to follow their dreams. As such, she served as an extended board member of the Northwestern University Black Alumni Association and chair of pre-health student-based initiatives, as well as she served as a member of the Northwestern University Leadership Circle and a board member of the Cool Boys Foundation, an organization dedicated to providing educational, financial, and emotional support for at-risk adolescent males in urban communities. An accomplished public speaker who has delivered lectures on multiple topics, both medical and motivational, Dr. Taylor resides in Chicago, Illinois. In her spare time, she enjoys spoiling her grandson, working out with Peloton, reading, and practicing meditation. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Jennifer Taylor.
That was a lot.
Got a lot.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Nice to meet all of you in person. It was an adventure getting here, but I made it. This is real low tech. This is just me sharing my journey with you and then opening it up for questions. So like most of you, I would assume, in high school, I was a superstar, honor student, class president a couple years, social butterfly, all that good stuff. Things came pretty easily to me academically. And as such, I unconsciously developed what my mother for sure would call laziness. There's probably other ways to dress it up and make that sound a little bit better. But in hindsight, it really was laziness. Because again, I was used to things coming to me rather easily. And so when they didn't, I just take the B. I'm like, there ain't no need in stressing myself out for A. I'll take the B. I'm good. So I ended up attending Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois, which certainly changed the trajectory of my life without question. So my experience at Northwestern, unfortunately, is still the experience of a lot of Black students in particular, but minorities in general at Northwestern and around the country at large. Again, high school superstar, but Northwestern is Northwestern. Everybody at Northwestern is superstar. So welcome to the club. It was a very rude awakening. But before I get into that, I will share there at Northwestern, we have what's called the Black House, also known as African American Student Affairs. And back in the day when I was there, there were 3 deans, and they were all dedicated to African American Student Affairs. And the oldest, I think he was the oldest of the 3, or the gentleman of the 3, I'll say, the late great Ulysses Duke Jenkins, gave us all advice. And he gave the same advice every year to every class of students. I was in this special program called the Summer Academic Workshop, and it was specifically for minority students, underserved minority students. It gave you an opportunity to go to campus and take actual university classes and get your feet wet about 3 or 4 weeks before the academic year really started. So we had this fireside chat with Duke, and Duke told us, don't come in here with the bullshit. Don't come in here with all your little preconceived notions about how good you are and how smart you are and all of that, thinking that you're going to be pre-med or engineering or econ or all of this, and that the success of yesterday has anything to do with the challenge before you today. Duke told us all, for those of you who are pre-med, your advisor is going to tell you to take chemistry and calculus and blah, blah, blah. Don't be no fool. Don't do it. It's a setup. Get your feet wet. Take your time. Start out of the gate strong. He said, I don't care what you score on your placement test. You take the entry level math. You take the entry level science. Because that you can master. That you can excel at. You're gonna come out the gate with a strong GPA, and you'll carry that success on quarter after quarter after quarter, because Northwestern is one of those few schools that's actually still on quarters. Sound like real good advice, don't it? Yeah. But I was 18. And I was a superstar. I was smart. 7 on 18. I ain't got to start with no remedial math. How would I do that? I mean, what you said makes sense and everything, and I could tell you care. But I'm just put that in my back pocket. So just like he said, take the placement test. And the late far from great Dean Weimer at Northwestern. And I'm gonna stop there before I say something else that ain't nice. So, as predicted, he recommended, chemistry, calculus, and whatever the heck else, Spanish, I don't even remember. Cluster at the end of that first quarter. So, calculus. It's the first test of the quarter. I go in, I sit down, ginormous lecture hall. It's about 300 of us in there, easily. I sit down, got the test. And again, I'm dating myself greatly because we still use blue books back then. Do y'all even know what a blue book is? All right.
You have to go pay for it in the bookstore.
Yes. So I got my little, I got my test, I got my little blue book, and I'm sitting at the table, open a page, and okay, so that first problem, I don't know how to do this, but it's just the first page. It's cool. Quite know how to do that one either, but it's cool. And we at the end of the book. And so I did this right here. Let's close that textbook. I picked up the blue book. I put it on top. I got my book bag and I got up and walked right down to the front of the lecture hall and turned them in, and I walked straight to the bursar's office and dropped that like a hot potato. That is the one thing that Duke said that day that I did listen to. You ain't gotta hang in there with no classes. If it ain't going well, man, bail. Bail. And that's exactly what I did. I hung in there with general chemistry. Dude, I don't know. I ended up, I'm almost certain I got a D. And of course, B, me. I don't get these. I'm smart. Yeah. So that first quarter, I'm pretty sure I got like a D in in chemistry. This writing course I had, now that was for real my jam. That was just like I could do that in my sleep. And I remember the first paper I turned in, and that professor didn't even give me a grade. It was that bad. He was just like, and in reality though, as I look back in hindsight, that was a little bit of bias at play, because I actually, that was still a skill that I did maintain, and in other courses I didn't get that type of feedback, so that was a little bit of hate. But suffice it to say that that quarter did not go well. Now, I think the highest grade I got was a B minus, and that's probably the lowest grade I ever got in my whole life. You know, as a final grade, that's probably, yeah, that was like the lowest grade I got. And I was so demoralized. My self-esteem was gone. Like, and honestly, my identity was gone. And I did not realize until I went through that experience, I didn't realize how much being smart, you know, was part of my identity, and I suddenly didn't have that anymore. And it was, you know, college is painful anyway, so add that on top of it, and it was just, whew, it was crazy. So I said, well, clearly, if I cannot pass chemistry and calculus, I am not meant to be a doctor. So I'm gonna just go over here and I'm gonna do something else. And so Duke would not leave me alone. He just kept bugging me. He came at me from this way, from that way. All these alums who were actually physicians just magically happened to be in his office when I stopped by, you know, from time to time. That dude was at work in the background big time. And he kept at me, I swear to God, that whole year. He would not leave me alone. So one day I was like, look, dude, I'm like, if you will leave me alone after this, look, I will try this one more time. One more time. If you promise to leave me alone about this, and obviously the rest, as they say, was history. So I ended up taking chemistry as a night course. Wasn't something that was, you know, very well known, you know, because again, most of us come in starry-eyed. We think we know everything, blah, 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 blah. We think we know how it goes. Yeah, that was my first foray into doing things off the beaten path. So I took chemistry at night, and it was a much smaller class. It might have been 30 of us total, and was successful. And then, but at Northwestern, they only offered, that's the one, physics. So, you know, you got general chemistry, physics, biology, and orgo. Well, at Northwestern, I don't know if it's still that way now, but when I was there, they only offered calculus-based. So you know that wasn't happening. No, that wasn't gonna happen. So again, listening to Duke, I ended up enrolling at Chicago State. And I took calculus over the summer. In fact, the rest of my career at Northwestern was spent in my major, which I stumbled upon. Pick a major, in theory, that was going to be my major: speech pathology, women's studies, African American studies, sports medicine. I mean, just pick it. It was going to be my major. And I finally settled in actually on human development and social policy in the School of Education. Because in the School of Education, you ain't have to take a language. I hated Spanish. I didn't want to take no more Spanish, and I certainly didn't want to take French or, you know, anything else. So because I was dating a football player. All the football players was in the School of Education. And they had a rumor, you know, it's the reason why all the athletes are in the School of Education. Because it's easier than some of the rest of this stuff. And I don't know if that's true. I think it depends on what your interests are. But I will say this, you don't have to work hard at all to flunk out at Northwestern. It's real easy. It's real easy. So I found a path where I could take the psych courses and the sociology and stuff like that that I was interested in. Wasn't interested in being a teacher, so it certainly would not have occurred to me why would I be in the School of Ed? No interest in being a teacher. But yeah, Duke. So I was successful in the rest of my undergrad journey, but I will tell you, one bad semester, I mean, it was, God, why didn't I just listen? Because the man, he was a prophet, because I literally had to spend the rest of my years at Northwestern playing catch up and trying to make up for the damage that I did freshman year in that first semester. Like I had to get like 3.5s and above just to make up, because yeah, my GPA was like a 2.2. I ain't never seen no mess like that in my life. With my name attached to it? Oh, heck no. But yeah, so it took the rest of my undergrad years to make up for that damage that I did. But obviously, you know, I'm here, so some success with that. But I guess somewhere along the way, I decided that I hadn't had enough adventure or challenge in my life yet for some reason. And I decided that it was a good idea to get pregnant my senior year at Northwestern as a single parent. That sounded like a good idea, you know. So I waddled across the stage as an undergrad. I was like 7 months pregnant. And so I did my prerequisites either over the summers, like I did a year of organic chemistry in 8 weeks at what's now called North Park University. It was called North Park College then. Yeah, so I'm telling you, is more than one way to skin a cat. Was it intense? Yes. But was I successful? Yes. I still remember that dude's name, Professor Horton. Oh my God, salt of the earth. Just the best person who genuinely wanted, he just genuinely loved chemistry for some strange reason. But he also genuinely wanted us to understand. He would stay after hours, even though lecture was like 4 hours a day plus lab, he would stay extra. Like he was just awesome. And so yeah, had success there too. And then so those successes started to build on one another. But again, graduated 7 months pregnant, single parent. Back at home in my mama's downstairs. Whew. Northwestern, back at home. Okay. So I ended up, that's when I took physics at Chicago State, and I took biology. I took a couple of biology courses at Governor State. So I had transcripts from all over the place. But guess what? It doesn't matter. It's a little bit inconvenient when you got to collect all them transcripts from all over the place. But other than that, that's it. It doesn't matter. So I don't know where everybody is on their path, but for those of you who are out there virtually too, if you are at some superstar school, super elite school, but you personally are not having a super elite experience, I invite you, take that stuff someplace else. You don't have to take it there. What you gonna do over the summer? Lay around? Okay, maybe get a job, make some money, maybe. But job versus dreams. If you have the opportunity to take the course someplace else, you know, and your current school has a reputation of being difficult, And somebody here in the audience just said, well, accept it. I didn't count any of the courses that I did towards my undergrad degree. That was for me to get into medical school. It had nothing to do with my degree. So it was irrelevant whether or not Northwestern would accept those credits. As long as it was from an accredited college or university, that's all that matters, because that's what you need for that med school, that pre-med transcript. So if you have to look around your community, and if there's other schools locally where you're from, do that. Do that. So another piece of advice that I got, I think when I was in undergrad, some of the worst advice I ever got. So if somebody tells you this, run. My big cousin, I love him to death, but this is some of the worst advice I ever got. Jenny, it doesn't matter what you major in. All you got to do is take those core pre-med courses. And as long as you take those and do well, you can get into medical school. It doesn't matter, because they're just going to reteach you everything the way they want you to know it anyhow. That was some raggle-naggle bull. No. No. So yes, I was successful in getting into medical school at University of Illinois, Chicago, but actually Champaign-Urbana campus. Oh, my, the pain. Oh, the pain, the pain, the pain, the pain. Because it is the equivalent of learning a new language. Everybody else who majored in biology or chemistry or some science or whatever, all them classes, brand new to me, they all had it before. But for me, every word was new. Like they sitting here understanding, and I'm sitting here, okay, what that mean? Let me look this up. Okay. Like you put yourself at such a disadvantage. So yes, you can major in whatever you want to and go to medical school. And in some ways, majoring in something that's not hardcore science related may put you at an advantage because you stand out from everybody else. It shows that you are well-rounded. And that's a good thing. But you sure better take more than those basic science courses, the core ones for the MCAT and for no. Just Orgo, Gen Chem, physics, and biology. No. Even if you audit them, just so you are familiar with the material. You've heard it before. It's not brand new. It was like 9 courses of a new language simultaneously. Did I mention that I had a baby? My child was 2. I think we celebrated her 3rd birthday like 2 days before I packed up and moved us down to Champaign-Urbana from Country Club Hills. That was your from Country Club Hills, where we had lived with my mom. Recommend it. Don't recommend it. You got to take more than those basics. So I knew going in that I was not going to be like everybody else. They had this program, and I don't know if they still do or not. They call it the decompress program, where you take, instead of taking all 9 classes at once, that M1 year like everybody else, I was allowed to spread the M1 year across 2 years. So I took like 4 courses the first year and 5 courses the next year. So I went into med school knowing that it was going to take me 5 years instead of 4, because again, single parent, newly 3-year-old. I didn't know a soul in Champaign-Urbana when I moved down there, but me and my baby, we gonna do this. Tell me I can't do it all you want to. Watch me. And that attitude, boy, yeah, it's good, but it'll get you into some stuff that you ain't sure you know how quite to get out of. But and I still joke to this day. People ask me, how in the world did you get through medical school as a single parent? And I was like, the grace of God and the kindness of strangers. And that is exactly right. Exactly right. Because I did learn through that experience. It's amazing what people will do for you if you just ask. If you just open up your mouth and ask for help. The church we went to started a school. So my daughter went to school there. So the same people we was in church and Sunday school with were the same kids that she was with, you know, in preschool. And so every time we had exams, I would send her home to my mom and my grandmother for a week or two so that I could just, you know, focus on studying for whatever exam. And her principal said to me one day, "Why you keep sending our baby away?" And I was like, did you forget that I told you I was in med school? I got exams. I got to study. And she was like, well, you don't have to send her away. I'll keep her. This is the school principal. And I'm like, what? She's like, I'll keep her for you. I was like, for 2 weeks? I was like, I'm broke. I can't pay. She was like, God, I don't want your money. She's like, we love her. And it would be our pleasure to take care of her. So she was the daughter of the pastor of the church that we went to. And so she spent a week or two with them and let me study. And the grace of God and the kindness of strangers, I'm telling you, is true. So made it through. Lots of obstacles, lots of failures along the way. And one thing I learned that I want, probably you all have already realized this at this point, you got to learn how you learn. That never occurred to me. You just learn, show me, and I learn it. But no, that's not true. Because some people learn well visually, some people need hands-on, some people are verbal, some people are a combination of all of the above, some people have to write things out. And there's just so much into learning that we take for granted, usually until we have some trouble learning something. But that's one of the most important things that you can do for yourself right now. Because I assume all of y'all are pre-med, or is anybody in med school? You're in med school. Okay. So yeah, super duper important for you to learn how you learn. And super important to have ADHD diagnosed and treated. Yeah, one of my best friends. Yep. One of my best friends who's a successful psychiatrist now. We were in medical school, or was it residency? Might have been residency when she learned her whole life she had a learning disability. Her whole freaking life, she had a learning disability. It had never been diagnosed until she started having trouble passing med school exam. I think she had trouble with step 1 or 2, and I did too. And it reminded me of all those report cards back in the day. Jennifer's a joy to have in class, but she really struggles to pay attention. She's really fidgety. She's really talkative. She's a big social butterfly. We sometimes have to separate her. She stares off into space, blah, 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 blah. Classic ADD. But did I mention to y'all, I'm 50. So back then we wasn't, I don't even know if that existed as a diagnosis in the 70s when I grew up, but it finally caught up with me in med school and residency, and was a big cause of my struggle. The other thing, and what time is it? How long have I been running my mouth? Okay, so struggled again in residency, ended up in the 4th year of a 4-year OBGYN residency, leaving that residency. And I wish I hadn't run my mouth so much before to tell you more details about that experience, and how unpleasant it was, and how it's very important to have your mental health intact. It's very important if you have depression and anxiety, real important to treat that. Yeah, yeah. Untreated depression, anxiety, and ADHD doesn't equal all the time success in med school and residency. So I actually did. In the 4th year, I was almost there. But I'd had this gnawing feeling the whole time that it wasn't for me. I love delivering the babies. Love delivering the babies. But the surgery just never caught on for me. My attendings and senior residents would just be passionately describing how they dissected this tissue plane and they retracted the bladder off this and they isolated the ureters and did all these things, like just all excited about these challenging surgeries. You know what I was thinking about the whole time? Oh, God, it's hot in here. Don't let me pass out. Ooh, we ain't done yet. Oh my God, my back hurts. I mean, I was never into it. And instead of listening to that voice, I had started this path. I was on this path. I'm gonna continue this path. See, that tenacity is a double-edged sword. I really should have left. I had friends that were in peds and family medicine and other subspecialties, and they would say to me, Jennifer, you don't belong here. It's nothing against you, but like, you're a nice person. These are not nice people. You don't belong here. And ultimately, I found out at the 11th hour, they were right. Again, grace of God, kindness of strangers. The program director for family medicine looked really, really young. He was an awesome guy. I'd see him, overnight on call and stuff from time to time. And, hey, Mike, just another nice co-resident, didn't think anything of it. One night in that 4th year when things are really bad for me, he's like, how's it going? I'm like, it's rough. And it occurred to me, I'm like, what year are you? And he's like, PGY 15. Like, wait a minute. I know it's a lot of long residencies, like neurosurgery is like 6-7 years. But he was like, I'm the family medicine residency director. And I was like, get the whole heck out of here. I was like, you lied to me. And he's like, no. And he showed me his badge. I'm like, I cannot believe this. All this time, I just thought you were another resident. And, I think this was divinely inspired, that when he found out about the trouble that I was having in obstetrics and gynecology, he was like, Jen, come over here where you belong. We want you over here. And, the rest, as they say, is history. So fast forward to now, and every negative experience that I have had has led me to where I am. Every struggle that I had from pre-med to med school to residency made me the perfect candidate to be doing what I'm doing now. And in fact, that is what my old boss said to me. He's like, all your roads led you here. You are the perfect candidate. You are exactly what we are looking for. And once you find yourself where you're supposed to be, that's when you can bloom. That's when you bloom.
Thank the doctor for all her beautiful and amazing. Thank you. Can we please have your contact information?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So my phone number
Oh. Maybe we should say this when the Zoom is on. Huh? So you can text me at 815.
Y'all should have a Joliet number.
I lived in Peru, Illinois.
Oh, good. I'm from Joliet.
Yeah, so Joliet was a step up. 815-200-2212. And my email is jjtaylor3md@gmail.com. So I do mentor students. I got a student right now who is in her intern year in residency right now. I'm so proud of her. And whether you end up in med school or not, because I also have mentees who have decided that to follow their heart and what's really right for them and acknowledge that medicine actually isn't what they want to do. Like one of them, she wants to, she has a master's degree and she's probably going to pursue public health or something like that. Have the courage to do what's right for you. Just because you start on this path doesn't mean you got to stay on it if you know it doesn't suit you. You got to listen to your heart and do what's best for you, sometimes despite even what your parents may say. Yeah. I'm on Instagram too. Any questions? I didn't ask anybody.
I was so riveted that I literally sat with my leg in the wrong spot for the last hour. It was so good.
Understood. But yeah, so I'm not the type of person who can do mock interviews with you. I'm not the type of person who wants to necessarily help you write your personal statement. But I am the type of person that you call when you're going through some fraggle naggle and you're doubting yourself and you're not sure which way to go. I am the person for that. And because I like to hook people up with the people that I know, because sometimes it's just like what Duke was for me. It's just a matter of finding your Duke, and that can make all the difference in the world. Yeah.
Did you ever have the intention to enter into medical school? That you're talking about the path, or can you work out that way, or was it an after college you decided after college?
So the question was, did I always plan on going to medical school straight from undergrad, or was it a later decision? And I was really drawn to social work because I'm kind of a people person. I'm sure that's shocking to you. Right. And so I wasn't sure if I didn't I was like, do I want to do social work or do I want to do med school? So having my daughter kind of, kind of facilitated that because again, I was 7 months pregnant when I graduated. So there was and I hadn't finished all my prereqs. So I had the time to be a social worker and finish taking my pre-med recs. And doing social work for 3 years taught me, yes, you want to go to med school. Yeah, yes, you do. Med school all the way. So that's how I ended up there.
It may sound like I haven't been paid attention. That's where I have. So I'm at an age where all my friends are having kids, and that's not for me. I'm not being pressured. But you get told that other activities that adult women do, for example, I want a dog. That sounds ridiculous, right? And it sounds like you're someone who thinks like life happens and how you get through things. But what advice do you give these women like me at 34 and I'd like to live life, but I also want to. I'm a third year. I'm going to finish at this point. But what is the advice you give to us when we're having these thought processes, stops in our laser focus to finish? What advice would you give?
Let me understand the question.
Yeah.
So, no. So you're saying when you're feeling overwhelmed
Yeah, I feel like when people, when asked that advice to others, always like, no, yeah, it's like having a child. Why would you do that? And I'm sitting there being
No.
like, I don't know.
You need an outlet.
I don't know if it's fair that somebody just talk with your wife just in one piece at a time.
Right. Again, it comes back to you doing what's right for you. As long as your dog is not going to be cooped up in the house by his or herself in a crate or to destroy your house while you're in a lab or at the hospital or whatever. You again, mental health is so important. When I look back on my life, one of the few things that I do regret is not getting on medication, not talking to a therapist, not taking care of my emotional health. I was just constantly under stress, constantly. Like it's all a blur now. Of course, I still remember the pain of it, but that's not how you want to live life. It's a long time. Like if you can get some enjoyment along the way, you should get some enjoyment along the way. And that's going to be different for everybody. The one thing I did do was I took up running, and that was a good outlet for me. But so if it's a dog and a dog is going to get you living life, because you have to have balance. You can't just study, work. We are not built that way. And sooner or later, it will start to affect you professionally if you don't address your own personal needs. So husband, dog, I don't know, hobby, whatever. But yeah, you need to live a well-rounded life. Because so like some people, and this was the thing that helped me to make the change when I got into trouble academically in residency, was I realized that almost everybody in that program, their whole life was medicine. And I've never wanted to be that person. I work to live. I don't live to work. I am Dr. Taylor in the workplace. But after that, I'm just Jennifer. I still tease people. I'm just Jenny from the block. And so it's important that your whole identity and self-worth, and to me, is not medicine. So whatever that is for you, as long as you're taking care of business with the studying and you doing your due diligence there, the rest, do you.
Being a single mother, what was the typical day like on med school? And kids and studying and
Oh, it was stress on top of stress. Are there actually people still in the Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, so the question on the floor is, as a single mother, what was like my day-to-day like? So yeah, most of it was obstetrics and gynecology. Okay, so my intern year, my daughter lived with my aunt and uncle that year in Youngstown, and I was in Cleveland. And so I would go get her on the weekends. And I still struggle to forgive myself for that. It wasn't good for her. It wasn't good for her. It was quite a sacrifice for her and for me. And she still hasn't worked through all the pain of having an emotionally absent mother. I keep it real. I ain't gonna show you, the roses and not the thorns. So getting up at like 3, leaving the house by 3:30 to get to the hospital at 4:30 to start rerounding and around and around and around and around. That's all you do in residencies. Round. Round, round, round. And then hopefully finish up by 5 because daycare closed at 7. And I constantly always was against the clock, knowing that I needed to sign out because I need to go get my kid. I ain't got no husband. Ain't nobody but me. I got to go get this girl, or, you know, they charge like, I don't know, 30, 50 bucks for every 15 minutes that you're late. So that, that was pretty much my day to day. And then when I was post-call, being a zombie and the child, she was at that point, like, I don't know, 7-ish. So she did a lot of raising herself. Again, don't recommend it. I made it through, but it was certainly less than ideal for her. Constant stress. You got to have a village. Another thing that I regret, not leaning on my family more, not being honest with them about how much I was really struggling. But I didn't want to be a burden to them. You know, like, oh, you just kept her for me when I was on call Monday. Now I'm on call again Friday, but you know, I don't want to ask you again. So let me ask so-and-so. The nurses, actually, some of the nurses kept her for me from time to time too. But just that constant stretch, you can't perform at your best when you're worried about your kid. Like, again, don't recommend it. So for those of you out there struggling as single parents or as parents with spouses that maybe aren't as helpful as you would like, yeah, I got a lot of wisdom and experience on that. So.
Are you both on the path of healing?
Yes, my daughter is turning 28 on the 11th. That's wild. It's wild. She kicking it in San Antonio right now with some of her girlfriends. She actually lives with me, and she has an 8-year-old son. They live with me and my husband. And yes, we have healed. She still got some more work to do. But you know, you can't do anybody else's healing for them. I had to forgive myself because I was doing the best I could with what I had at the time. Would I make some of those same choices again? Absolutely not. But here I am. So it wasn't all bad. But yeah, she's cool in the game. Oh my God, no. My daughter could not be less interested in medicine. She actually is into hospitality and tourism. Ooh. Yeah, so completely different, which is fine with me because you do make a lot of sacrifices along the way. I want to, before we go, share something that I always share. And forgive me for being in your uterus. But for those of you who have not had kids yet and who want children, I encourage you, if it's possible for you, freeze your egg. Freeze your egg because you're busy trying to become right now. A day's gonna come, you will have walked across the stage twice. You will have the title. You will have the money. You will have the house. You will have all of that. But guess what you may not have? Eggs, viable eggs to have a healthy baby. It's happened to too many of my friends. What initially was a mistake turned out to be a blessing for me because I didn't go through all the rest of them years as a single woman, hearing that doggone clock ticking in the back of my head. I already had a kid. So if I was gonna marry, it was gonna be because I really, just want to be married. As opposed, I have friends who, that's what we get told. Grow up, get your education, get your job, get all this stuff lined up in a row, and then have your babies. If you follow that advice, you run the risk of not having your fertility be there for you.
Someone asked, are they able to ask? I don't think because we are going to go short on time. Okay, you can take that one. What age would you recommend people to do?
As soon as you can financially afford it, do it because it's not cheap. It costs, I think, somewhere around maybe $10,000. Yeah,
per cycle.
Right.
Oh,
Every cycle, them to retrieve every people cycle. So you may get 10, like if you're younger, you might get like 10 to 15 eggs per retrieval. If you have health problems, something else, you might only get 2 or 3, so you might have to do multiple months. It takes at least a month of injection start and then retrieve the egg. So sometimes it takes multiple cycles for people to retrieve enough eggs.
So what's been shared is that financially, I was in the right ballpark, anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 per cycle, depending on your age and your health factors. Depends on how many viable eggs you get, and if you don't get enough viable eggs in one cycle, then you would have to repeat that cycle again. You don't need to stress about the details of that. I just want you to be aware that it's an option. Because for us, people my age, like we didn't even have that as an option. And so many friends in their 40s just getting to the point where they can consider it. And unfortunately, horses out of the barn, as they say. So I always slide that in there. You can have it all, just not all at the same time.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining the Gaining Acceptance panel. We have 2 really great panelists today. Just a disclaimer, my grandma unexpectedly passed away, so I'm like sitting on the basement floor of my aunt's house right now. So that's why I'm just kind of discombobulated, but we're gonna make this work. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. Today's been better than yesterday was. But so I will get started with introducing our 2 panelists, and then we can kind of do a question and answer type style. So if anyone has questions prepared, you can either put them in the chat, or you can use the raise hand function and I can have you speak the question or whatever works best for everybody. Okay, so first I'll start with Melissa Robinson. Hello, Melissa. She works at my medical school. So she's the director of the Pathway Programs and Recruitment at the University of Wisconsin School of Medicine and Public Health in the Office of MD Admissions. She is responsible for developing, administering, and managing key pathway programs for the MD Admissions Office, as well as providing leadership and developing effective and efficient, robust recruitment strategies, specifically those targeted at students who are underrepresented in medicine. All of her strategies worked on me super well. And so prior to joining the Office of Admissions at University of Wisconsin, she served as the Assistant Director of Student Development with the Urban Health Program at the University of Illinois Chicago's College of Medicine in Rockford, Illinois. She's responsible for developing and administering programs that support the overall development of students with a particular expertise in working with students who are underrepresented in medicine. She also had a faculty appointment as a clinical assistant in the Department of Health Sciences Education. She has over 16 years of experience in higher education, working with underrepresented students in engineering and STEM fields, multicultural student affairs, and admissions. She's originally from Beloit, Wisconsin, and completed her bachelor's degree in history and Afro-American studies in graduate work and counseling at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. She clearly loves Wisconsin. Prior to entering the field of higher education, she worked as a social worker and a counselor for 10 years. She's passionate about assisting students with their growth and development and working to increase the number of students from diverse backgrounds who enter and graduate from STEM disciplines. Extremely inspired by working with these students. She's a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. She has 1 daughter who lives in Los Angeles, who she loves to visit, and she considers herself to be a part-time Angelino. I don't think I'd heard that before. So that's a little bit about Melissa Robinson. And then our other panelist is Dr. I'm so sorry if I mispronounce your name, Dr. Anissa Shomo.
That's how you say it.
What is that?
I said, that's how you say it.
Oh, yay. Okay, great. That was my first attempt, so I'm proud of myself. She's a board certified family medicine physician. She's the director of the Family Medicine Scholars Program at the University of Cincinnati College of Medicine. She's currently working as president of the Cincinnati Medical Association under the moniker of Dr. Shomo Knows. She speaks about health information topics and hosts Love Yoga Sunday. Ooh, we should hear a little bit more about that. Dr. Shomo recently launched a health and beauty brand named Health is Love. She also has a book and podcast with the same name. For more information, I can give you guys her website. I'll put that in the chat. So I guess just to get started, she'll be joining us tomorrow for yoga. Oh, thank you so much for all your thoughts, guys. And so we can go ahead and get started. I guess so the purpose of this panel was just to try to give some people kind of tips and advice for applying to medical school, and kind of maybe we could get started with what kind of things do you guys look for in applicants who are applying to medical school?
Do you know how you want us to do this, Bailey? You want us just to jump in? You want to call on us?
You guys can just jump in. Yeah, there's only 2, so that makes it a little easier.
I can start. And so shout out to you, Bailey. Bailey is one of our wonderful, excellent medical students at the University of Wisconsin. And again, condolences to you, Bailey, on losing your grandmother. And I'm also going to apologize for the lighting in my apartment. It's a gray day here in Madison. I don't know what it's like where everyone else is, but I'm like, it's so gray. The lighting is bad in here. But anyway, I'm just going to start really quickly just to say, from Wisconsin's perspective, and I'm also going to speak a little more holistically, with the shift of everything that's happened, I think, in the world for the last year or so. I think some of the things that we're doing here in Wisconsin, I'm hearing other schools say the same thing. In terms of a couple of big things I will say is, in looking at an applicant, is really looking at folks holistically. So looking at you beyond your MCAT score and your GPA. What else is there about you that might make you a really good medical student and increase the chances of us feeling like you're going to be successful in medical school? And the other piece would be competency-based admissions. And so I'm just going to throw it out there. If you all would go to the AAMC website, under the pre-med tab, you'll see a list of competencies. And a lot of schools are starting to build their criteria around those competencies. I think that had been difficult in the past for schools to do because science people like numbers and they like concrete things, and the MCAT's concrete, the GPA is concrete, and it's harder to measure things like empathy and cultural awareness and things like that. But I think schools are really making that shift towards how do we look at these competencies when we decide who might be good potential medical students and good potential physicians. So I'll just say those as a couple of sort of preliminary opening things in general that sort of are maybe, I don't want to say it's new, but it's beginning to be a newer way of looking at an applicant beyond those traditional metrics.
One of the things that I don't have in my bio, because I'm not really allowed to talk about it, is that I'm on the admissions committee. I've been on the admissions committee for 6 years. So I'm not like allowed to put it like on information, but I'm allowed to talk about it. Obviously, that's why I'm here. So for me, from my perspective, the way we do it at University of Cincinnati is that most of the people who are interviewing or who are deciding like who is admitted to medical school are removed from the process. So they do that a lot of times to reduce bias. So there's, for a long time, there's been a lot of talk about bias, all types of things and this sort of thing as far as race and racism in medicine, and trying to improve our experiences so that they are more, So, when we talk about equity, trying to figure out how do we make some of these processes more equitable, because, when you think about diversity and inclusion, so for a lot of colleges of medicine have renamed that office, like at UC, they've renamed that office to also include equity, because, you can't have the same playing field for everyone. So at UC College of Medicine for a long time, they've been doing diversity interview days where they try to bring in a diverse panel of people who are interviewing. And then they also, when we are doing our application, like when we're reviewing applicants, we are comparing applicants from diverse backgrounds to each other. And so, there's just been a lot of different things that we've tried over the years to reduce bias. So, but one of them is kind of us, like I don't see the pictures of applicants because that can sometimes cause a lot of bias to see people's pictures. So it's kind of a different experience of we go into a room, this last year we were on Zoom, but so I don't know if we're going to be on Zoom or not this year. So we just go into a room, we do kind of a pre-vote where we review the applicants and we, say, accept or alt or do not accept, which do not accept is kind of, that's usually a minority, but the alternative accept is generally more people who are Either they had a hard time with the interview, because we do interviews differently at UC. They have what's called a multiple mini interview. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that. It's called an MMI. So that's one of the things we do as far as competencies. That's how we measure. So we have like an empathy station. We have a problem solving station. We have different stations where we, have like 10 minutes where you go through different stations and we try to assess those different competencies at the interview instead of just talking to someone. So that makes it a lot harder. And so sometimes people may get halted because they didn't do well on their interview, because that's actually a really hard thing to do. But that's kind of one of the things that we have to do as doctors, is kind of like, think on our feet and that sort of thing. So it can be really hard for some people to get through that. So that's kind of the behind the scenes of how I'm involved in admissions, just kind of being one of those people who goes into the room and we just kind of argue about like who's getting in, who's not. But it's mostly a discussion about who's getting accepted and who's getting on the wait list.
Great, thank you. And I know you're kind of tossing around the term core competency, so I put a link in the chat to the AAMC page, and it lists out the 15, and that's kind of what they're both referring to and what they look for. There's service orientation, leadership. I applied to medical school like 3-4 years ago now, so I don't remember all off the top of my head, but I think it was super helpful to incorporate those into my application, because that kind of, I wasn't explicitly saying like, I did community service, or like, kind of just incorporating some of those themes is really helpful in the application process. So kind of going off of that, obviously applying to medical school is, oh wait, there is a question. Here, let's do this one, then I'll go back to mine. Could you please speak more about the process on deciding who gets in, waitlisted, and rejected?
So the biggest thing every medical school is different. At UC, we have a really strong history of service. So we're a very service oriented college of medicine. And so we're generally looking for students who have the grades, who have, the grades and MCAT scores. Usually it's hard to get an interview without that. So that process I'm not really involved in, who gets an interview kind of situation, but generally the people who are interviewed are people who meet that criteria. So then we are just kind of a lot of times splitting hairs over how much service hours did you have, volunteer hours. And we try to take into account, like, if someone was a Division I athlete, should they, their volunteer hours may be a little bit low. So a lot of times it's like, a lot of people who apply to medical school are very bright and very involved. And so a lot of times we're just trying to get a sense of, is this person a good fit for our medical school? And are there any inconsistencies in the application? Because one of the biggest things is it's very important for your letters of recommendation. So that's one of the biggest pieces of advice I would give you. I've seen people get not accepted because the wrong people wrote letters of recommendation for them. And I've seen people, and the same thing, like, maybe they were kind of like a little bit low on their interview. And those letters, and so generally for me, like if someone is kind of on a borderline for their interview, I will go to their letters of recommendation and see what people say. And so sometimes those are very brief. They can be like 2 lines. So that's one of the biggest things. I think that people don't really understand like the purpose of them. The purpose of your letter of recommendation are sometimes people may be on the fence. Like you might be between an alt, accept, and accept. And a lot of times those letter of recommendation can push you over to be accepted if they are very good. Or the other way around, if they're either generic or if someone says something about you. Like I had one time, there was somebody who was just like, so one of the biggest things is when you're doing your activities, a lot of times people check boxes like, oh, I'm a volunteer, oh, I'm going to do some research, oh, I'm going to do this. But sometimes people don't have a passion behind it. So I always encourage people to do activities that they're passionate about. Because like I said, those are kind of the things that come through to us, like who is this person? What are they passionate about? And then the essays. So a lot of times I feel like the people who can tell a story with their essays, one of my pet peeves when I read people's essays, because that's, like I said, I don't meet the applicants. I'm reading your essay, I'm reading your letters of recommendation, and I'm looking at your activities, and I'm deciding whether you get in or not. And, you know, of course, the MMI, if you do well on interviews, that's plus or minus, you know, I mean, most people do fine. But it's just one of those things of a lot of times people are being admitted into medical school by people they don't know. So you have to really sell yourself. So the essay is a really great opportunity to do that. Your activities are your activities, you know, but a lot of times I feel like sometimes people overinflate the numbers and then we'll be like, is this person lying? So be truthful about how many hours that you do. But so, you know, that's kind of where what we do. We just are like, are they being honest about these hours? You know, why do they have 20 activities with only 2 hours? So we really just want to see people who can focus on something, be passionate about something. And then we try to figure out, does your passion and your focus align with our values in our institution? And so that's kind of the same way with the essays. I see a lot of times people will write essays where they are jumping all over the place, basically talking about their whole CV. And I have a hard time even reading those essays because it doesn't give me any extra information. I'm trying to get a sense of who this person is because, like I said, I don't meet them. So I'm trying to get a sense of who this person is. And it's hard for me to get a sense of that if you just tell me everything that's in your CV. So when I talk to people about writing essays, I tell them to focus and just really try to explain to me, like, why do you want to be a doctor? Because I don't know what the question is on the AMCAS, but that's what we really want to know. Like, what inspired you to go into medicine? What inspired you to stay in medicine? And then one of the biggest things is just, where do you see yourself doing in medicine? And so, of course, those can change, but it's good. For me, it's important to have people who at least picture themselves in that role, because for a lot of it, what we're trying to really get a sense of is how mature are you? The maturity level too. A lot of this is really trying to assess your maturity because being a doctor is hard. When I was, you know, I went to Ohio State for undergrad and for medical school, and I'm like 24 years old. I got admitted to medical school when I was like 21. I started medical school when I was 22, and I remember I still had a lot of friends in Columbus, you know, during all of that. So I'm like 24 years old, and people are like, "Hey, you should come out and drink with us," and I'm like, "I'm not gonna go to rounds drunk," you know. So you have to be that kind of 24-year-old though. So that's what we're really trying to get a sense of. Like, are you responsible? Can you focus on one thing? Can you give me an accurate picture of who you are, who you want to be? What are your aspirations? How do you see yourself in medicine? And what have you done to really, you know, what have you done to show us that's who you are? Like, have you backed up? It's good to write an essay that talks about whatever, but is that aligned with your activities, that sort of thing? So we're really just trying to get a sense of who you are and if it's all consistent, or if you're trying to sell me a bunch of drinks. You know? So that's all. I said a lot to really say that. That's what we're really just trying to get a sense of, because we have a class of 185 students, and we're trying to be intentional on who gets in, and is it, you know, are they aligned with our values, and are they going to stay in school, and are they going to contribute to medicine? So it's a lot of weight on us to try to figure that out.
I'll just add, so I'm an ad hoc member of the admissions committee, which means I don't vote. Being a part of the office, we don't vote. Sometimes people call us in the office, and even my boss, who's assistant dean, and she has a lot of weight, but we don't vote. People like Dr. Shomo are the ones who actually do the voting. I have a level of influence, but I don't have a vote. But I do see the process from the entire perspective being in the office. So from the time your application comes through until you matriculate, I see the whole process. And so I'll ditto pretty much everything Dr. Shomo said. A couple of things I'll say about in terms of who gets in, who gets waitlisted, who gets rejected. We're a state school, and so many state schools are going to operate based off of what I'm going to say, not all of them. But we really look for people who are mission aligned with, you know, what we're doing here at Wisconsin. We are medicine and public health. So we highly value public health, community service, giving back. You know, we're a research one institution, but it's not that we don't value research, but we don't require it. If people don't have tons of research, we're not overly concerned about that. But we are concerned if you don't match our mission of public health, being very interested in that and what public health looks like even now, which, you know, it hasn't changed, but the lens has changed a bit in this society. So that's a big thing where we're deciding about, especially if you're an out-of-state student or applicant. We're like, okay, how do we decide? We got 6,400 applications last year. We typically get about 5,000. So the number has gone up. It went up last year. We had 1,400 applications in the first round that got released at the beginning of July. So we get all these applications, and we take about 175 students per class. Only about 40 or 50 are from out of state. So in particular, our non-residents, we're like, okay, do they match our mission? Aligned with what we want to do here, the kind of doctor we're trying to produce here in Wisconsin. So that's one big way that people sort of get screened in or screened out, is if we don't see that match, that mission match. You might be more, even if you have some really good metrics, we might be more likely to, when we're trying to make a tough decision, we're going to lean more towards, is this a person who matches our mission? So that's one way people sometimes get sort of put into that accepted, waitlisted, rejected class. And now I'm kind of oversimplifying it because it's a lot more than that, but that is one way I will say. So if you're applying to state schools or really any school, think about matching their mission and what they're, and again, like Dr. Shomo said, not just saying it, we want to see that you've demonstrated it. So we're looking for it in your activities, that your letters of recommendation corroborate those things, that your essay talks about it. We need to see it as a theme in your application. The other thing that I'll say about, kind of how we're deciding things is just, in all honesty, applying earlier in the cycle gives you a better chance. So the early folks we get in, we start, reviewing people, we start interviewing, we start offering seats in October typically. And so, if you're later, you're getting offered a spot, it gets less and less because we do rolling admissions. And so, I'm sort of saying that's how Wisconsin is, but I know a lot of other schools do it that way. I know
that's how UC is too. UC is the same way.
Yeah. A lot of schools, we do rolling admissions, and, I know UIC is a state school where I was before, and I wasn't as much on the admission side. They are less with the hard and fast, a certain number of people have to be from Illinois and a certain number can be non-residents, but they still look at the mission match. And they also still look at, kind of wanting people who are who are from Illinois, who are going to serve the constituents of Illinois. State schools get state dollars. And that's what they're designed for, is to produce physicians who will serve the people who pay the taxes. So aligning yourself with what those schools are looking for. That's a good thing to think about when you're trying to think about, how do we decide? That's one sort of a big theme of how we decide, especially when we have to make tough decisions about who are we taking and who are we not, who are we giving an interview to and who are we not.
Definitely. Thank you so much. And just to kind of agree with everything you said, I found myself when I was doing my secondary application, actually my primary and my secondary, I made sure to read the mission statement for every program I was considering applying to. And there were some where I was like, I don't really think, it can go both ways. I was like, I don't really think that fits my goals in medical school. And then also it's clear that the admissions committee can view it the same way if your experiences don't fit to that. And I'm originally from Minnesota, but I go to Wisconsin. So I'm an out-of-state student, and a lot of the time schools will give you an opportunity to kind of discuss, like, how do you fit with our mission statement, our goals? How are you going to contribute to XYZ state or city? And so really having the activities and experiences to speak about and why you're passionate about them and how it applies to the mission statement was really beneficial, even in an interview as well. So thank you for bringing that up. There's no other questions in the chat right now, but I'm going to ask a question. I know when I was applying to medical school, it was a lot of chaos, personal statements, activities, getting all your scores together, figuring out timelines for applying. What are some resources you recommend for people starting to prepare for the application cycle, whether that be different programs at schools or different resource centers? Just kind of what do you recommend for getting all of that in line?
Yeah, I would recommend, number one, if you have a good pre-med advisor or a good pre-health office. I know at our campus, we have a Center for Pre-Health Advising, which might be a little unique. I used to travel around the country pre-COVID, and I didn't see a lot of offices like that. But that's always a great resource if you have a good pre-med advisor or a good pre-health office of advisors. If you don't, because I interact with students who say I don't have that. The AAMC does have a lot of good resources on their website. So I would say to utilize those. And the other big thing I'll say is getting involved with things like Madam Dreamers. Getting involved with if there's like some pre-health or pre-med programs. I oversee to pre-med pathway programs. And those students get all those resources. They get advising, they get financial resources to help them pay for the MCAT, or to prepare for the MCAT. They get shadowing hours. We do all these things. So getting involved with, if you can find a program, and there's some that are national, and the one national one is going to escape me. It's got an acronym that's kind of long, but it's a national one at different schools around the country. But if you can get involved with programs like that, that's probably going to give you a wealth of resources, from an advisor to peers to, again, maybe some financial support or assistance with preparing for the MCAT, advising you through the process. So those are two big things I would think of as having, or three, I guess I said, is an advisor or an advising office, the AAMC site, and then potentially getting yourself involved with any pre-med programs, or again, things like Madam Dreamers.
My only thing to add, that's all. I'm pretty removed from the process of, like before you get to the application. But I will say that one of the things that I try to do, one of the things that I advise people is just get to know people who can write you good letters of recommendation. So generally, if I ever meet people who are trying to go into medical school, and they say, hey, can you write me a letter of recommendation? I usually say, well, come shadow me, come work on something with me. So, just trying to be a part of. And it's hard because the people who have done that are usually people who are taking like a year off from school. I know a lot of people take gap years now. So you may not have that kind of opportunity always, but if you have an opportunity to, just have some more involvement with somebody to be able to get letters of recommendation so that they can write you good letters of recommendation. And so I would suggest that just as far as finding people, like I don't know how people find me, but it's usually just like one time somebody at University of Miami, Miami University in Oxford in Ohio, she Googled me, found me on the website and said, hey, can I come shadow you? And I said, yes, so it's just one of those things of even just being proactive to try to find people in your area who may allow you to shadow them. And so I currently have a young man who's shadowing me who his mom had been telling him to contact me forever. And he's like, what can I do? And I'm like, come shadow me. So he's been shadowing me in my office. So because, it's good for you to get some shadowing hours out of it, but it's also, the goal would be to be able to get some good letters of recommendation out of it as well. And then of course you got to be professional. You got to show up every day on time. You got to communicate, all that sort of thing. Because I've seen people write letters of recommendation that have been like, they weren't passionate or that sort of thing. So you got to make sure that if you get those opportunities, you got to make sure you take advantage of them.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm sure you guys have comments on this too. With letters of rec, for me, I made sure to kind of have a personal statement or my resume or other things. And I think that also is helpful for students who might be a few years out of school. They're like, who is this person? But if you have kind of some of your materials to send, I think that also produces better letters of recommendation. So there were a couple questions. So one is, so as a non-traditional student, a bit removed from activities done in undergrad, how do you single out the best ones to highlight in your application in regards to core competencies? Oh, also what are some suggestions for finding good letter or recommendation writers? So we kind of touched on that a little. I don't know if you have anything to add.
So if you're removed from activities done in undergrad, how do you single out the best ones? I mean, I guess, like I said, it would just depend on what's aligned with the mission of the school that you're applying to. And the other thing is how many hours. So generally, we want to see if you've done like 50 to 100 hours somewhere. That always looks better than saying I spent 10 hours doing this or 10 hours. I mean, of course, shadowing, a lot of times people will put all of the shadowing that they have. But one of the things is, like I said, when we think about equity, we know that not everybody has opportunities to shadow. And then of course in COVID, a lot of people didn't have opportunities to even volunteer, or do a lot of things. So it's one of those things of just trying to, and that is one of the essays we have now, though, like how did COVID affect your ability to do all these sorts of things. So I would just say, pick the ones that you spent the most time and the ones that you can speak about the most passionately. And then like at UC, we like to see about 10 activities. And work can be one of them. So if you've spent, 5 years working, a lot of times people usually, list a bunch of hours, however many hours that is a year, on like paid employment. So we do weigh all of that the same as far as non-traditional students and traditional students. Like people like me who went straight to work. who went straight to medical school, and I didn't really work in between. So it's just one of those things of, you know, highlighting the things that you enjoyed the most, and you can speak passionately about. And then somebody asked about paying for medical school. I'm sorry, did you have something else? Anybody else want to talk about that too?
Oh no, I was just gonna bring up, yeah, I forgot, I realized I missed a question earlier on. So yeah, how do you plan for paying for medical school?
I mean, I would say that's a kind of there's two different things. One thing is, how do you plan to pay for applying to medical school? so it's very expensive. And so I tried to budget it, and I kind of did it wrong because I did a summer research program. And I think I needed like $1,000 in order to apply to medical school. And I was like, oh, let me do the summer research program. And I made some money. But then that kind of put me behind the 8 ball for applying. It kind of like held me up. So if I were going to do it all over again, I probably would have done something like that the year before to be able to save, because I did that my junior year. She's got her dog. So I did that my junior year going into my senior year. So I probably would have done something like that, like the summer before, to try to save money, like my sophomore year, to save money to apply for medical school. But as far as paying for medical school when you're actually there, you just take out loans. I'm from Cleveland originally. I'm one of 9. I grew up pretty poor, so I took out loans. I went to undergrad for free. I didn't have to pay for my undergrad education. I had scholarships, but to pay for medical school, I did not really have any scholarships. So I just took out a lot of loans. And at that time, I graduated medical school 10 years ago, 11 years ago, and I graduated with like $180,000 in debt. And I'm a family doctor, and I'm a part of the loan forgiveness program. So I've been paying my loans for the past 10 years. So I'm actually eligible for loan forgiveness this year. I don't know if that's really going to happen. They try to play games with the loan forgiveness. It's kind of crazy, but we'll see. But I also had a backup plan. I had 2 backup plans. I put half of my loans into what's called the primary care loan. And so that loan I've been paying even during COVID, interest free and that sort of thing. So I've been paying it down. So I'm probably, by the time we get done with all the interest free, I'll be down to like $30,000 of that. And then I also worked for the Cincinnati Health Department for 4 years, and I got $65,000 in lower payment doing that. And so I only owe about $50,000 to the government, which I could potentially get forgiven. So it's one of those things. A lot of times people are like, oh, I can't afford it, because you can't work. Like, you can't work in medical school, and there's no amount of money you can budget. Like, you're not going to save $180,000 before you go to medical school. Like, it's not going to happen. So you just have to really accept that, you know, you're going to be taking out loans, and you try to budget. Like, when I was in medical school, I lived in university housing. I lived in a townhouse that was owned by Ohio State. It was like $700 a month, which, like I said, is a long time ago. So it's one of those things. I feel like a lot of times people like try to ball out in medical school. Like, they got all this loan money, and they're like living in expensive places and buying expensive cars and all this sort of thing. And it's just like, that's just more loan money. And I tried to go to a state school. So Ohio State was a state school. So if I would have gone somewhere like Case or somewhere like that, it would have been even more money. Like, a lot of times when people go to Case, they have to take out federal loans, plus they have to take out private loans on top of that. So if you can get into like a state school, then that is, you know, ideal. And then sometimes if you go out of state, you can try to get residency to reduce the price. There's a lot of kind of tricks that you can do to try to reduce the price. But the biggest thing is, you know, don't worry about paying for medical school. Don't worry about like trying to save $180,000 before you go to medical school, because that's not going to happen. Just worry about learning how to budget your money well, so that whatever loan money you get, you don't end up in a situation where you take out more and more and more loan money. Unless you have kids. I know a lot of people who have like children and that sort of thing in medical school, and they will take out more money because, you know, it's kind of worth it. Like the last doctor was talking about, if you are married in medical school, and you can't have children, you know, that's the thing that people do, and they may take out more loans. So, you know, you take out loans for things that are worth it, like daycare, you know. But as far as like balling out and having like the nicest car and all that sort of thing in medical school, you want to try to avoid that.
I would ditto a lot of what she said, being creative about things, depending on where you go to school. But as she also said, really think about first, how are you going to pay to apply to medical school? And I don't know if Bailey might have some thoughts about that, but that's an expensive process. And if you don't have parental support, or if your parents can't give you a whole lot, or they just tell you, look, you got to budget yourself, because sometimes, parents want you to be responsible. Think about that part first. And that's probably the place, from my estimation, where you might get the least amount of support. Now, there is the fee assistance program. And so I would say, and I'm hearing that they're being a lot more lenient with the fee assistance program. I think I heard folks can make up to like $80,000 or something now and get and qualify for that. So a lot of students I'm working with now this year they're on fee assistance, and so they're able to at least the application part was taken care of. Now the MCAT, that's a separate thing. So there's lots of steps to this, what you need to pay for to help you pay for applying to medical school. But I always tell people, when you get ready to go to medical school, you never know. You may get a scholarship. We offer financial assistance, and many other schools do as well. At UIC, they didn't offer financial assistance, but many schools do. So you might get a scholarship to go to school. When I was at UIC, even though up front we didn't offer scholarships for students to come to school, once they were in school, that was part of my job. I helped my students find scholarships. And so, I had students who were getting $10,000 scholarships every year or something like that. Now, it's not a whole lot of money if your, tuition's $40,000, but it's something that help reduce the debt. So there are ways to help fund medical school. If otherwise, loans. Definitely a lot of people I know took out loans and then got creative about how they're paying them back. But just keep in mind, there are scholarships out there. Many of the newer schools, about all the time, they're paying for people to go to. They're paying everything. We've lost students at Wisconsin who got full ride everything. One young man got like $90,000 from a school to go there. They paid for everything: his tuition, his housing. They paid for him to move to get there. So there are lots of options out there right now to help cover the cost of medical school. So just kind of keep, like Dr. Shomo said, don't really worry too much about how you're going to pay for it. You should be conscientious about your money, but don't let that be a stumbling block or a reason why you don't apply. So yeah, Bailey, I don't know if you have any tips you have for how you pay for applying. And I know that's just a lot of money.
Yeah, actually, so I did a summer research program the summer I was applying to, but I lucked out. They gave me all my money at the first day of the program, which kind of backwards. So I was able to use a lot of that for applying. Also with, I'm trying to think, I had a scholarship at school where through the Multicultural Student Affairs Office, they provided professional development money for all of their URM students. And so I was able to get my MCAT refunded. Like, I paid my MCAT. They were able to give me some money back for that. Interview season, I tended to, a lot of schools have host programs. I was able to find an older med student to stay with to save money on hotel. I did a lot of driving to save money on flights. So there's definitely ways to cut down costs. You got to be a little creative with some of it. And then, in school, I have a mix of loans and scholarship, and other things have come up since I've been in school. The last 2 years or a year and a half, had no interest on my loans, which was something I never would have expected. They just extended that till January of 2022. So that's another big plus. So just keeping your eyes out for other things, but I don't think no one I know has said they haven't let the money idea stop them from applying or stop them from being in medical school. I think if you're really passionate about it, the benefit, I keep telling myself, it'll pay itself off in multiple ways, not even just financially, but it's what I want to do. So always, I've had friends who also just apply for random scholarships too, to help with different things. And I know at UW, our financial aid office will send us scholarship opportunities we can apply for even now as medical students. And I didn't know that was a thing. So I would just go for it. Don't let that stop you.
I would just say real quick, I did take out a loan my last year too. So the research program they gave, I don't remember when they paid us the money. It wasn't the problem of them paying us the money. It was a problem that I had to do the research after that summer. So I wish I would have taken that summer off to work on my application. But it worked out. I still got in. I just got in I didn't get interviews really until February. And so that was pretty late. So it was just one of those things of the timing kind of got messed up, but it still worked out. It's fine, you know. But like hindsight is 2020. Like looking back on it, I probably would have gotten a lot more interviews. I mean, I probably would have had a better application if I would have just taken that summer off to just focus on my application and just taking out loans or put it on a credit card. That's why I tell sometimes people when they're thinking about taking an MCAT class, because I see people who will be close to that cutoff for the MCAT, but be like, you should probably take a class, see if you can get those extra few points. And they're like, well, I can't afford it. And I'll be like, I don't know if you got how your credit's doing, but now would be the time to think about, you know, putting something like that on a credit card and paying it off over time too. So.
Yeah, that was, I also did a class. That was kind of my view. I'm like, okay, it's like a decent amount of money now, but I rather kind of get those extra points on the MCAT to increase my chances of getting in than potentially doing worse. So
let me add one resource about MCAT prep. So I don't know if people know what AHEC is, the Area Health Education Center. I believe they have them in every state.
Yeah.
So here in Wisconsin, we partner with our AHEC office. They get a discount through the Princeton Review. Students who are affiliated with AHEC, if your AHEC happens to be a part of this partnership, there could potentially be some discounted resources available, either free, it could be free, it could be where you would qualify for the discounted price to pay for on your own. So if you look up AHEC, whatever state you're in, if you participate in any of their programs, that could potentially be a resource for you. So something just to kind of look into.
great, thank you. There was one other question in the chat. Dr. Shomo, how long do you require students to shadow you before agreeing to write a letter?
For me personally, it would be nice to have at least 2 sessions, like 8 hours or so. But generally, I end up working with people, like I said, who are usually like in a gap year. So I'll ask them if they're interested in, I do a lot of community work. So I'll ask them if they're interested in helping me with community work, because that makes me, like the shadowing part is one thing, because that helps with your application. But so usually a few months of trying to get to know each other so I can feel more confident in writing you a letter of recommendation.
Great, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions that they would like to ask in regards to, honestly, anything? I'm not sure where everybody is in their application or kind of their timing of applying, or if they've already applied, or if they're in this cycle or not. So I'm not sure. No questions right now.
Hi, Caitlin. I see a few familiar faces and names on here. Hi, Dr. Jazz. My Wisconsin people are on here with me.
We were having some really amazing times in a mock interview. So I'm sorry I didn't get to listen in to this one, but we were getting them ready for coming to you, Melissa, to the, we were talking about hairstyles and angles and jewelry and the interview success. It was so much fun, but I just want to say thank you guys for being on this panel. It means the world. And thank you so much, Dr. Shomo and Melissa and Bailey. We send all our love to you, Bailey. We know you're going through some hard times, but the fact that you're even here is just so meaningful, and we love and appreciate you guys more than you'll ever know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jazz. There is one more question, and then I don't know if Jade's on. I don't know when we need to wrap up for the next session. But for a non-traditional student who has struggled with both GPA and MCAT, what do you recommend to strengthen myself as an applicant?
I think that one of the things I tell people is that we are not looking for perfection. So like at UC, we have different cutoffs. So we understand there's bias in the MCAT. So we actually have different cutoffs for like URM applicants who are applying. So there's that, trying to do the best you can on the MCAT, but also understanding that. So like for us at UC, we generally like for people to be around like 501. And so if somebody can't make that, then it might be one of those conversations where I say, well, look at schools that might be more open to that, or figure out if you can take a class to try to boost your MCAT score. So just different things like that as far as the MCAT goes. But, like I said, for a lot of us, we take a lot of consideration when it comes to MCAT and GPA, because we understand that. I will literally have people who think that you have to be perfect. And it's like, we are URM women, and the system is not designed for us. And so we try to take that into account when we're reviewing our applicants. And then the other thing is just outside of, those couple of things, just trying to do things that you're passionate about, and do them well, and just have a really good, just sell yourself well. I mean, I feel like a lot of people do a lot of things, but they don't do well with selling themselves. So I just encourage people to find mentors and help in their application, because I'm sure there's plenty of people who could be great doctors if they had gotten more feedback and mentorship in their application process.
Agreed. I'll just say really quickly, it depends on what you mean by struggling with your GPA and your MCAT, because sometimes it can be all relative. I hear people say that, and then they're like, oh, I have a 3.0 or a 3.1. And I'm like, okay, that'll get you in.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
You have to be perfect. People see the average and they think, oh, I don't have a 3.7. And they think that disqualifies them. That's not true. Same thing with the MCAT. So I'm not sure what that means, but just think about that. Like Dr. Shummo said, you don't have to be perfect. The other thing is, if it really is a struggle and you're not quite even at a 3.0 or something, or having trouble even getting to a 500 on the MCAT, is maybe to consider one, like Dr. Shummo said, schools that might be more open to people with a little bit of lower metrics. They might have a post-bac program they put you through or ask you to before they fully admit you. There are several schools like that around the country. Or just deciding to do a post-bac program. I'm not a huge proponent of post-bacs. I'll say that right out. I hear a lot of students say, oh, I need to go do a post-bac. And I'm like, no, you don't. Some people really do need it, but a lot of people think they do, and they don't necessarily. So you think about maybe if evaluating, do you really need a post-bac, or maybe if you just go ahead and apply to some schools that might be willing to take somebody with a little bit of a lower metrics, maybe because of everything else about your application, and they'll kind of help groom you. They'll push you through it, and that'll help prepare you so you are ready to matriculate into medical school and do well.
Right. I have a story about that too. I have a mentee who actually is like not that much younger than me. We're like the same age, but I met her when she was like upperclassman in undergrad at Ohio State, and I think I was a second year medical student, so I might be like a few years older than her. But she ended up, applying to UC multiple times, couldn't get her MCAT score up, just had a hard time, and she ended up going to OU, which is a DL school. And so she applied to OU, and they had not a post-bac, but they had some kind of like summer program to assess to see if people, what kind of potential that people had. And so she went through their program, and she recently graduated from medical school, and she's now an intern at my residency. So it took her, quite a long time to get there. It took her probably like 5 years. She worked and everything in the meantime to try to just figure it out. But sometimes you should keep an eye open for like some of the DL schools and just programs that people have. It might not be a full year. So just try to do as much research as you can about those sort of programs.
Great. Well, thank you so much for all of your advice.
Oh, I think CT has a question.
Oh, CT. Oh, sorry. I didn't see the hand.
It's okay. It's not CT. It's me, Chantal. Hi, y'all. I just had a quick question. Being a non-traditional student regarding letters of recommendation. So I am planning to apply this cycle by the end of this month. It's going to be submitted. But one of the things I'm struggling with is getting in touch with old science professors. I've been out of school for a while now. And thankfully, I have letters of recommendation from my job and from extracurriculars that I do. But not those sciences. I only have one science letter right now. And I just wanted to get you all's guidance or advice on, or just thoughts about how much emphasis is placed on letters of recommendation. And because I looked on the MSAR and you see that 2 science
letters are typically what schools are requiring. And I'm starting to feel like that might not be the case for me. And just wanted to, again, get your thoughts on how much emphasis is placed on that.
I know for our committee, if people have been out of school for a little while, they're a little more forgiving on like, they are going to want to see one science professor probably to get that context, but they're a little more forgiving on, because again, and maybe you all missed this part earlier when Dr. Shulman was talking about the letters needing to be like quality letters. That's what's important. And so if somebody's been working for a while, maybe, I don't know what you've been doing or whatever. Some folks have been doing like research, being research assistants or working in a clinical environment. Their supervisor's letter, if it's a good letter, holds actually more weight. It's going to tell us more about who you are now, what they've seen in you in terms of your potential to be in medicine or to do well, the qualities you possess. They're going to make you a good medical student or a good doctor. So I know our committee tends to be a little more forgiving about those types of things, especially if it's somebody who's been out of school for a little while, to not like have 2 letters or, real hard and fast about that. If you have other quality letters from people who can speak eloquently about your qualities and the things that you possess that would make you a good medical student.
I would agree with that.
And I'll just add something too about like letters and I guess all of the mentoring kind of resource thing. I know I'm also always willing to read who's ever materials because I love reading and editing and giving feedback. So you guys ever need someone, I'm willing to do that. But I know at UW, we had a program for the medical students, the SNMA and a PAMSA. So the Student National Medical Association, which is a traditionally Black medical student organization, and a PAMSA is the Asian Pacific. Oh gosh, this is bad. I can't remember. But Asian Pacific and Islander program and a couple others kind of came together and we matched with undergrad students. I think Siti, she was in the program with us. And so I think, and that's kind of how I connected with some undergrad students applying to kind of walk them through who they could ask at our own institution for letters of rec, just kind of based off of knowing the community, reading application materials, all of that. And so using those resources, even the medical schools at your campus or even in your state, I know there's tons of medical students who are willing to help you guys out since we're not that far out of the application cycle. So.
Can I offer one last resource? I just thought about something you were talking, Bailey. Wherever you went to undergrad at, typically, if you have a pre-health advising office, if you have a career advising office, you have access to that for life as an alumni. So utilize that resource, especially if it's a good resource. I hear folks say some pre-health advising offices are not very good, so I don't know. But if you have access to that, though, I would say continue to utilize that as a resource as you're applying to medical school, because I know on our campus, they work with special students, they work with alumni. You've been out of school 10 years. I'm an alumni of UW-Madison. If I decided I wanted to go to medical school, I could reach out to them or get a PhD or something. I could reach out to them, the career advising office, and have them to help me. So if you've been out of school for a little while, you're a non-traditional student, and you want to reach back to your own campus, to any career advising or pre-health advising office or advisors, and try to utilize those resources as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point too, because I was kind of Dr. Shomo style of going right from undergrad to medical school. But I think I have classmates who are 34. They are very removed from undergrad, but they were able to go back onto their campuses and utilize resources and get their letters of rec and everything done. And so even if you are a few years out of school, it's really not a big deal anymore. I think the average age of my class starting was 26 or 27, and I was 22. So, there's definitely.
It's been a big change. Like I started medical school in 2006, and that was pretty much most of us were right out of school. But I think that, right now more people are interested in gap year just to have a time. My husband took a gap year, and took 2 years off, and came into school. So I think that. He started school in 2008. So it's just become more and more accepted, because I think that sometimes when they're in a committee, people are like, why did they take a year? And we're like, because that's what the people do now, so it's become more of a culture of people taking time off. So I think that we can be pretty forgiving for people for the letters of recommendation, but just as Melissa said, it's just really great to make sure that you have letters of recommendation from the right people, quality letters of recommendation.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that.
Awesome. Well, we thank you for your time today. Let's give a virtual round of applause for our amazing speakers. Again, we just can't express how thankful we are that you all are here. Everybody put one takeaway in the chat just so we can see at least one takeaway in the chat of one lesson that you learned. And Melissa just put her contact information.
Yeah, I can put mine in there too. See
some takeaways. I want to see at least one or two takeaways in the chat of like one thing you're going to take away and implement or learn. You got to have a 3.0 to get in. No matter your score, there's a school for you. Okay. Yes, find a school that aligns with your purpose. I know Melissa would be proud because I've been telling people, add University of Wisconsin School of Medicine and Public Health to your list. Oh, yes, there are Black people in Wisconsin. But no.
No, Madison is beautiful.
Yes.
When I did my summer research, we came to U of M, to U of W Madison. I was like, this is beautiful. Cincinnati also is, but
it's not so beautiful right now. It's storming here.
Okay.
Right. But the key is, I like what people said, don't limit yourself to what schools you apply to. Apply broadly because you never know what opportunities there are. Even if it's a city or a town you never heard of, just have an open mind.
This is going to be a great impromptu session. We have about 30 so minutes before Dr. K joins us. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you, Jessica. If you don't remember Jessica, everybody say hey to Jessica. She's amazing. Future student doctor, Jessica. She did our morning meditation, which was absolutely amazing. I hope that you all take some of the tips and guides that she led us in today and you apply it to your life daily. She told me today, Jade, you just need to sit on the toilet and meditate. That's all you need. Just toilet time, meditate. So I'm going to definitely heed to that advice and adhere to that advice. So I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you so much for doing this.
Of course. So Dr. Zapata asked me to talk more about that fertility aspect, but I do want y'all to feel free to jump in and ask other questions. If you were with me this morning, you learned that I have a master's, I look like a hoodlum today, in Ayurvedic sciences and nutrition. And the larger part of my practice was fertility specialty. There's a lot of people who really want to have babies and aren't getting pregnant the way they think they should get pregnant. So a lot of fertility issues are actually just letting them know that this is what getting pregnant is like and taking the anxiety away. So if you have questions, please let me know, but I'm just going to give you a little spiel about how I deal with fertility in my holistic practice and how I see it happening in the conventional realm, because you kind of have to know both to be able to work with fertility. So Ayurvedic sciences is a holistic science medicine system, I should say, that comes from India. We are the birthplace of Chinese medicine. I think many of you know that acupuncture and Chinese medicine has actually is being covered by insurance now for fertility. Many large hospitals require their female patients to get acupuncture as part of their IVF. So we do very similar things in Ayurveda. We don't do acupuncture. That is very much their thing. But we definitely get them body ready to receive a child. Hi, India. I know who that is. Face to her name is gonna come. It's gonna come to me. So what I do a lot of the time in terms of fertility patients is really taking a really good history, and that ends up being the most important thing to me. Is why is this woman or couple, and I'm not gonna lie, why some men are not getting pregnant, and how do we address their concerns and where should we need to start thinking about solutions? And I am very grateful and very honored that we had a lot of conventional OBGYNs where I used to live who would either refer to me or completely be on a team with me sharing medical records. I had lots of contracts for HIPAA between multiple medical systems so that I could see lab values and give them calls about particular patients. And what I have found that people who do struggle to get pregnant generally tend to be older and may not have as much education about the pregnancy process. Because it doesn't just start with eggs and sperms. It's sometimes mental health. A theme that we've seen all day is that when the higher whatever it is you believe in is ready for you, it opens all your doors. And there are some folks who just need to be realigned with that, and they get pregnant. Just to know that like the world's going to be okay and not to stress. Some people need education on ovulation. We're very taught in conventional medicine that there's a certain window of days, whether that be 20, everyone's got a cycle between 20 and 35 days. Lo and behold, some people are actually 21 days. Some people are more like 37 days and they're healthy. But we don't think about, we take that 28 to 35 days really, really seriously. So it's making sure that they get their temperature taken every day and record it. And then this is truly your ovulation window. And they've been trying a week ahead or a week behind. It just takes a lot of comfort talking about uncomfortable things. I think a lot of people don't enjoy talking about sex when it comes to fertility. And it's discussing what sorts of activities to do if they're trying to have sex to get fertile. Now, if we're pepping someone for IVF for whatever reason, then having the conversation about how that's also appropriate and right. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of women hold a lot of guilt. And that doesn't make sense to me because if you're trying so hard for this baby, most likely you're going to be an amazing parent. So why do you feel guilt that you didn't do it in a different way? And I think a theme in my life is your uterus is nobody's business. I think Dr. Taylor said that. She's like, she's not trying to make it your business. Just know that these are options for you. What you do with your options is up to you. And that taking that stress away from someone is in itself medicine for fertility. Straying from what I used to do and just adding in the conventional side, pregnancy is a multifaceted thing. There's the egg, that's your uterus, there's ovaries, sperm, how are the men's testicles. There's a huge protocol to figure out what could be causing a woman not to get pregnant. Miss Terry Mason is logging on. I just let her in, so she'll jump in. And then it's also keeping in mind the different disease states that might be affecting a woman, and how do we decide to go down more of a hormonal route. Now, keep in mind, that's not the best way of saying it, but do we want to go see endocrine versus fertility? PCOS is a very good example, and PCOS in itself is a complicated condition because there is a high testosterone, and it is high compared to the estrogen. Do we need to address the testosterone, the estrogen, possibly the diabetes? Do we need to address the physical cysts? Could those be the issue? Sadly, a lot of women with PCOS are on the wrong birth control. So it's helping their PCOS, but it's not helping prep and support and nurture their uterus. And that is easily fixable by changing or switching or getting rid of their birth control and making sure that we are talking to these women about their bodies. We use the word holistically a lot to say overall, but this is one of those holistic things. How's your mental health? How's your spiritual health? How is your gut health? Are your hormones working? And if they're not, how are the solutions to that? And people with PCOS, endometriosis, PMS and PMDD, I believe is the official term. We have to address all of those issues because a lot of times fertility issues are truly the body protecting itself. And once we have taken away those, or at least address those issues, then we can start to think about the actual pregnancy. So it almost seems like it's ADD because I'm about to like switch gears slightly, but I swear it's going to come full circle. And I want to make sure Dr. Mason gets a chance to say her piece because she is just very learned on the subject. One of the reasons we talk a lot about planning and possibly figuring out how to freeze eggs, et cetera, is because we don't know what our bodies are going to do. We don't know what our bodies are like. As we grow, accidents can happen. And so having that insurance, if you want to have children, is wonderful. But here's another piece of it. So everyone ages differently, including our ovaries. And if we have different hormonal states, endocrine issues, that can make it harder to collect eggs. So one of my big standpoints about that is I want to make a world where freezing your eggs is an option that's always covered by even Medicaid. Fertility, unfortunately, sometimes is a luxury of healthcare, and that's not right. So a lot of my work in fertility isn't just making sure people have resources to get pregnant, talking about pregnancy, and I do use herbs and make sure that they don't have any issues with any meds women might be taking. I do body work, etc. And again, working with OBGYNs because it's a team effort. The village to raise a child, and it's a village to make a child. I always remember that. But it shouldn't be a luxury. People shouldn't have to figure out how to pay me out of pocket. It should be part of healthcare. So we've been talking a lot about the cost of freezing eggs. And one of the reasons I like having these conversations, especially with groups of really intelligent women, is we have to make a change at a fundamental place where freezing eggs isn't the cool thing to do. It is part of your right as a woman, if you so choose. And I really do predict that once that right becomes something that's part of Medicaid, where it's paid for to store those eggs, some of the anxiety of becoming a mom goes away and fertility might improve for those who are having stress-induced fertility issues. Stress induction equals inflammation, which equals hard to make a baby. Because our bodies are strong, women. I want you to hear this one time, and then I swear to God, I'm going to get off my high horse. Our bodies are strong. We have been taught that they're weak. We have been taught that they're not necessarily specimens, but our bodies are strong. The reason inflammation doesn't allow us to get pregnant is your body is ready to kill anything that is an invader. And I hate to discuss it this graphically, but sperm is an invader. So if we can reduce stress, we stop killing the baby making stuff, and we make sure that our bodies can handle it. And I hope that taking the stress off fertility is something that we can work on as the next generation of doctors, so that we no longer have to have those tough financial conversations, choosing finances over a baby. And that may increase our fertility by a lot. At least that's my prayer. Dr. Mason, I talked you up. Let's do it.
I finally made it. I had some issues kind of getting back up to my room. But I think the biggest thing is that people really just take initiative to, when it's time to start going to see your OBGYN, that you see your GYN yearly. There's different task force, whoever does the major screenings for the United States, they will tell you how often you should get your pap smear based off results and stuff like that. But I think it's a good idea to have a good GYN that listens to all of your health concerns, regards to anything with cramps, pain, period, anything like that. I will also advise anybody that if you have painful periods or heavy periods, okay, there's only a certain point to where it's normal for it to be so heavy or so painful or last as long. And it's a good idea to get that checked out, because it could be a sign of some other underlying disorder, like for me, endometriosis. And the earlier the treatment is better overall. And so for me, during my first year of residency, I had increasing pain with my cycles, and it was to the point where I was almost passing out at work. And it was unusual for me. And I was bleeding heavy to where I was bleeding through my scrubs at work, which was unusual for me. Unfortunately, my GYN did not listen to my concerns and had kind of dragged the process out through evaluating me. I figured because I knew I had a family history of fibroids, and fibroids can cause heavy bleeding and pain with periods. I know that from prior visits and me seeing my GYN regularly, I didn't have fibroids. I know I could develop them later because I have a family history, but I did not have them at the time. And so by the time that I actually was scheduled for surgery, which endometriosis is diagnosed by a diagnostic laparoscopy. That's the way that it's confirmed. That's the way that I guess that it's you have to have a tissue diagnosis, which is one thing I look at for pathology. So I diagnose a lot of it too. And I've actually seen my own slides, and I think I showed that during my pathology shadowing session. But by the time that she went inside, I had what was called stage 4 frozen pelvis. So my ovaries and my fallopian tubes were all stuck to each other and mashed together to my rectum. And so I had lesions, bloody lesions. So endometriosis is where you have endometrial-like tissue that is implanted elsewhere in your body. So it grows and bleeds just like the endometrial lining in your uterus, but it has nowhere to go. And when you have blood in your body cavities, it's an irritant to your body cavity. So it causes inflammation. So it causes all this scar tissue and fibrosis. And that's what causes infertility. And the thing is that some people don't feel pain with this, or they don't realize that this is going on. Other people will only have like a few lesions and have a lot of pain. Some people will have a full pelvis of endometriosis and not have any pain at all. Unfortunately for me, I had endometriosis everywhere, and I have had severe pain. Luckily, in my case, it did not go into my bowel wall, so they didn't have to do a bowel resection, but they did a partial resection of my bowel, in addition to a partial resection of another part of my intestines, where it was invading, and they resected some of it from my bladder as well. But from the process, I learned that a majority of my ovary had been replaced by endometrioma, or this endometrial tissue. So my ovarian reserve is really low. So they'll talk about anti-Müllerian hormone, which is one of the tests that they use during fertility to measure your ovarian reserve. And basically, they kind of use a number to say that if you have it within this range, you're likely to harvest this amount of eggs when you go for an IVF egg retrieval session. And so for me, mine is like that of a perimenopausal woman. Like it's pretty much like I'm going through, almost about to start menopause, and my ovarian reserve is really low. And so for me, I got that evaluated after my surgeries once I realized that my disease was so severe. And so I learned, being a resident and working for the University of Louisville, they do cover some of the costs of IVF or in vitro fertilization. So usually a lot of times when people say IVF, or egg retrieval, there's a lot of different terms, but you can either it's pretty much egg retrieval. So when you talk about an egg retrieval cycle, you do hormones for a couple of weeks, and then they do serial, like daily scans of your ovaries to see how many follicles are stimulated. Then they'll try to on the day that it looks like it's in its prime, they'll go for retrieval and they'll stick a needle, and they do it transvaginally to retrieve the eggs. And then they can do testing. So I learned that there's additional costs for things like, for me, I would pay an additional, for example, I think it was around $8,000 for testing of 8 embryos, because I know that my pelvis is volatile. The quality of my eggs is compromised. So I may not get that many eggs when I go to harvest. And at the same time, the eggs that I do harvest may not be of very good quality. So I'd want to pay to make sure that they don't have any chromosome defects and things of that nature. So that adds on to out-of-pocket costs that aren't through the insurance. And for some people, it takes multiple cycles. Some people have a failure and they may retrieve 1 egg. They may retrieve 15 eggs. They may retrieve no eggs. And so for me, I'm trying to figure out how to pay if my insurance pays $5,000 to $7,000 and it's about $17,000 for medication and procedures altogether, and I have to do multiple rounds. That's a lot of money altogether. So for me, I'm struggling as a resident to figure out how to pay for this, because I don't know, one, whether my retrieval will be successful, and number 2, if I'll have to do multiple retrievals. And there's different studies, or depending on your specific situation. For me, mine is a little bit complicated, but for a normal, healthy young woman, egg retrieval shouldn't be an issue. But for me, I worry about, the quality of my eggs, and also looking at research studies that's showing that frozen embryos being reimplanted are more successful than me freezing my eggs and then being potentially, if I find a partner 3 years from now, using their sperm to fertilize and having success that way. So for me, it would be better for me to pick a sperm donor and choose that. But then there's the decision of, if I have multiple eggs and I want the same siblings, then I would need to buy multiple vials of sperm for fertilization. So I will all have sibling embryos that are frozen. And there's also the cost. So usually when you do IVF, it covers for the costs are included for storage for a year, and then you have to pay like a $300 to $500 storage fee every year after that, for however long that you want to keep them. But I think the biggest thing is, everybody's situation is different, but the younger you are, the healthier you are, the earlier you can go to assess your reproductive health and make the decisions to freeze. It just happened to me all of a sudden. I've been on birth control and I haven't had issues. It's just that the endometriosis just happened to, for whatever reason, pop up, and it popped up severely that I was compromised at age 33. But I would have never imagined that happening, but I didn't think it would be a problem. I was like, okay, I still have time to do it, but I wish I had done it earlier. And not just because of, you know, and not having a partner or anything, and just knowing that I don't know when I'll have children or if I want to have children yet, but the option is kind of not I don't have as many options now had I done it earlier. So I think it's whether you want to have children or not, it's a viable option to think about. And also what a few of us are considering doing is speaking to the AMA and lobbying for that to be included for physicians. I mean, we sacrifice a lot of our lives and our time to medicine. So to be able to have the resources to pay for this. So I know that I spoke up in an AMA meeting, a national AMA meeting about this issue. And so I'm hoping that more will join and sign for it to be paid for, because for me, this has been a devastating and it's a heartbreaking process. And I know that if I don't try, I'll regret it. But at the same time, I don't know how far into debt I'll go for this, but I just because, and I'll talk a little bit about, cervical cancer and different things in my talk tomorrow, being a pathologist and what I see in terms of breast cancer and other diseases. But it's so important to just take care of your health. And it's, a lot of stuff is stressful, for training as a physician, but it's so important to take care of yourself, to take care of your mental health, and also to take care of your reproductive health. So I encourage everybody to go to your yearly GYN visits. If you feel any lumps, bumps, concerns, go get them checked out. If you feel like your concerns are not being heard, then go see another doctor, because it's important. So for me, I trusted a doctor that I had seen previously, but I was having pain to where it was affecting me at work and I almost passed out. So you want to, and so that delayed my diagnosis for probably well over 8 months. So if you're having pain or having issues, definitely go get seen, and just be vigilant about your health and just look at your options. You just don't want to have that regret later. For me, unfortunately, it was more of something that just randomly happened. And I was thinking about it, to freeze anyway, but it's just unfortunate in terms of my timeline. But I think it's definitely something that you should look into, but definitely be sure to get your yearly, get your pap smears and just, pay attention to your reproductive health and your periods to make sure that you're healthy, and see an endocrinologist if you need to. So you don't have to worry about this stuff later on. So that's about it for me. If you have more questions, I'm an open book. I learned, it was like a crash course for me learning about fertility and things like that. So for me, I'm trying to find a way to finance it, because I know time is of the essence, because I think I'm having a recurrence of my endometriosis, as I'm having severe pain again. So I don't know how much time I have left to have viable eggs to be retrieved for me. But for some people, they don't have any issues after using medications or having surgeries. But everybody's situation is different. So just speak to somebody that you can trust and just be vigilant about your health.
I think a bottom line that I'd like to share really quick, and then we're going to give the reins directly to Dr. I am so scared to butcher Goudry. Is that how we say it? She's going to introduce herself, and I'm going to learn how to say her name properly. But time again, all day, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. And something that we got to start teaching our young patients is that fertility health isn't just about the baby making part. It's part of our health. There are organs inside of us. So please, if anything, when we walk away from today, take care of yourself, because without you, we can't take care of others. And fertility, mental health, emotional health, GI, all those are part of what makes you a healthy human being. So just never put yourself on a back burner, or else your stove's never going to turn on. Thank you so much. We'll give up the floor unless Dr. Mason has anything else to say. Thank you so much for letting us ramble, because we are both very passionate about this subject, even though I do not think I want to be an OBGYN.
Awesome. Thank you so much, teacher Dr. Beatty and Dr. Mason. We really appreciate your transparency. And I feel like even in this short session, we all learned so much. So I am just going to get our views set up, but we are about to enter our last session, mapping out your path in medicine with Dr. Guidry. So I'm just going to spotlight her video, and then I can introduce her. Let's see. Spotlight. There we go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, and so just Zoom rules one more time. Make sure your microphones are muted if you're not asking a question. And then also please ask questions at the end, and we'll have some time for a Q&A session. And so without further ado, I am going to introduce Dr. Keshana Guidry, MD, HMDC, who is a mobile physician based in Southern California. She was born and raised in South Central Los Angeles, attended Susan Miller Dorsey High School, then stayed local to attend UCLA. She's been married to her husband for almost 25 years, and they reside in California still with their three young adult children. Dr. Guidry received her Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology with a minor in education studies in 1997. She then taught elementary school in the Los Angeles Unified School District for a brief time until starting a family with her college sweetheart. Nice. That's so sweet. They settled in Long Beach, California, with Dr. Guidry caring for her family as a stay-at-home mom. After spending 14 years taking care of her children and community through church, youth sports organizations, PTA, etc., she decided to pursue a career in medicine. As an athlete turned non-traditional pre-med student, she attended Long Beach City College, where she worked as a master tutor of science courses and student representative for the Science Professor Hiring Committee. She also took post-baccalaureate coursework at Cerritos College, where she served on the Dean's Advisory Board and as president of the Pre-Med Club. Once accepted into medical school, she and her family moved to Texas for her matriculation to Texas A&M College of Medicine. There she served the underserved in the student-run clinic Health for All. Dr. Guidry subsequently matched into the Loma Linda University Medical Center categorical internal medicine program, and her family happily moved back to California for her training. In residency, she was selected by her peers to advocate on the Program Improvement Committee, and today she serves patients and families in their homes as medical director for Destiny Hospice and Palliative Care and a private mobile clinic practicing Morning Dove Medical. She is most proud of her new podcast on Apple Podcasts, Anchor, and YouTube at the Heart of Healthcare with Dr. G episode. We'll drop that link in the chat so we can all listen to it later. And lastly, Dr. Guidry is a strong healthcare advocate and mentor who is passionate about combating healthcare disparities across medical specialties and providing strategies of success for aspiring physicians. She endlessly empowers people to navigate the broken U.S. healthcare system. Her goal is to normalize diversity in the pipeline of medicine, and her hobbies include enjoying the beach, fine dining, watching the news, Friends of File reruns, and football. Thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Hello, Madam Dreamers. Let me see some comments here and feel some of this energy and see some of those hashtags, I am the solution, because you are the solution for something in medicine. So I'm happy to be here. I want to thank the committee for planning another excellent summit. I have on my shirt from last year. I wish I could be there with you guys in person, but we are thankful for Zoom. And I have to acknowledge Dr. Jasmine Zapata for just tirelessly serving her community, her family, us. It's just a wonderful thing that we can be here. So thank you for just creating this space for us to flourish and grow. And I look forward to having some time to catch up with you because you've been able to see me flourish and grow in my pathway. So anyway, ladies, so the theme, I am the solution. I hope you see that and own that for yourself because again, you inside of yourself have something valuable that you're bringing to the world. And we just got to tap into it and get you to it. There will be twists and turns along the way, but you just have to keep going forward. So today I'm going to keep it simple because I want every single person here. How many people are here? Because I'm going to expect to get this many emails. Let's see. Can someone tell me?
About 22 people.
Okay, I expect to get 22 emails after this for people who are not already in medical school. So if you're already in medical school, well, yeah, you're already in medical school. You probably already figured it out. So whoever is a pre-med, not in medical school yet, I expect to get those emails. So today, my topic is mapping out your path in medicine, and everyone's path is unique. I have a few mentees and they're always saying, oh, I need to do this. Oh, when am I going to do that? There are some things that everyone needs to do, but not everyone's path is going to look the same. I myself had a non-traditional path to where I am now, serving here in the Inland Empire in Southern California. Did I know it was going to, all the twists and turns and obstacles and pitfalls were going to happen? No. Did I overcome them? Yes. And so I can say that just stay the course and stick to your plan. So I want everyone to grab a little sheet of paper, even if it's a Post-it note, your little notepad in your hotel room, or get something in the back of the brochure or whatever you have. I have 3 points for you, and then everybody's gonna map out something really quick, and then you can take a picture of it and send it to me after our session. So I want to first say, in mapping out your path in medicine, first, you need to think about where you want your career to serve. For me, it's end of life care. I'm very passionate about creating a good death for people. That may sound weird, but there is a great void in end of life care where people are often left in a space of maybe feeling abandoned. And we've done trying to fix them in the hospital. They're elderly, chemo's not working, the inhalers are not working for COPD. We've diuresed them too many times, and now they need dialysis. There comes a point when it's like, okay, you're here again in the hospital. And no one says that, so don't get my message wrong. But some of the diseases that we learn about are chronic, and their trajectory comes to an end, and there becomes a certain point where we can't cure it, we can't reverse the effects of it anymore, and we need to shift to comfort. And that's not supposed to be the day before the person dies. It should be well far ahead of time when we start working on comfort, and we start focusing on those things and preventing hospitalizations, and letting people continue to live out the life that they have, go through their bucket list, not the week before, the day before they're leaving this earth. So that's what I'm about. And I'm about creating these loving spaces and families where they can bid their loved one farewell, because every life has a role in this world and has made an impact, and they need to appreciate that before they leave. And so that's the kind of work I do. So that's me, but everyone is different. Some of you guys are going to be OBGYNs and you bring the life into the world. Some of you, like Dr. Zapata, she's, pediatrics and now epidemiology. Everyone's different. So you find what works for you. And remember, you can start one, and if you don't like it, you can switch. So don't worry about it. So let's jump into these 3 tips I have. Number 1, in mapping out your path to medicine, be flexible. This map that you're going to create for yourself, it's going to be dynamic. You may fail a class. You may get sick. A family member may get sick. You never know. Life happens. You may have a baby. I know you guys just finished talking about that. You may break up with your boyfriend. I don't know. Life happens. And so be flexible. You can move things around. Okay. So that's number 1, be flexible. In mapping out your path in medicine, number 2, seek mentorship at every turn. So some people are lucky enough to have one mentor, one sponsor who promotes them on Twitter, gives them everything. I didn't necessarily have that, but I've been blessed by a lot of people who have had a phone call with me, giving me some advice, and I write down notes and I do what they say, and I return, calls back to them to let them know my progress. So, Dr. Redmond, for instance, in my last trajectory shift, she helped me after residency. And so there's always people out there that will be a resource to you and give you advice. It may be a phone call. It may be 2 months. It may be a year, but take what you can and be grateful. And don't forget to let us know when you're successful. I was so sad when I found, well, I was happy but sad. I found out a mentee was in medical school, finished her first year, and I'm like, you didn't even tell me, and I spent all that time talking to you. We want to celebrate too. So don't forget to come back and tell us about your successes and when you make it. So number one, be flexible. Number two, seek mentorship at every turn. Number three, this is my golden rule: celebrate every milestone, every single one, every single exam, every single end of block, every board exam, when you finish studying for the board exam, when you get your results, celebrate it, because you have to refill yourself. The work that we do is constantly pouring out our humanity to humanity, and you have to acknowledge the things that you've done. We do a lot of hard work, and so that's my third rule. So I want everyone, does everyone have their paper? Give me a yes or put your hands up in the chat so I know everybody's ready. Yeah. So what we're gonna do, good, I see those here. I'm so excited. I can't wait to look at these names later and when we're doing the question and answer time. I wanna get to that. So we're gonna get through this writing your stuff down. So number one, think about or listen to your heart. You know what it is. There's something that gets you excited, that you love. You may not know everything about it, but you're very interested in it. For me, it was internal medicine. And why? Because I like everything. I want to know everything about everything. And how that serves me in hospice is I am a lot of times having to explain how we failed them in medicine, because I'll be at someone's house, standing at their bedside, and they're going through their story about how when they found out they had X disease and they told this doctor and they didn't listen, and various stories. So I often have to explain to them the pathophysiology and all this, just everything I have to discuss. So my role is to translate the medical jargon, our language, the things that we know, to that person so that they can have peace about where they are on their way out of here, pretty much. And so that's how internal medicine serves me in that sense. So that's why I picked that specialty. And so going on to just putting things down. So you need to look at that like, okay, so this is what I want to do. For some of you, it may be, I want to do cardiothoracic surgery. Okay. I want to do neurosurgery, the longest residency ever. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's our road. It's not the end that you finally arrive. It's the journey that is the great part of it. I mean, I felt special when I was just being a life insurance medical examiner, going to people's house, meeting people door to door. And now that I look back, I see that that was preparing me for what I do now when I go to folks' houses and do mobile medicine. So, okay, so think about that, where you want to serve. It may change. Don't worry about it. And we'll work our way back. So everyone, let's start with, I'm going to give you a few milestones and you can fill them in yourself. But I want you to put dates down. When I did this, I had 3 little kids. Now they're all grown. Here's my little photo here. Hopefully you guys can see it. I keep it on my desk. I'm at my office right now. This is Dr. G's family. You can call me Dr. G, by the way. This is my graduation day in 2016. To my right is my husband, who we'll have our wedding anniversary in December, 25 years. Actually celebrating his birthday tomorrow. Next to him is my oldest, Javelin. Actually, yesterday was his birthday and he's in the NFL now. My daughter, Kayla Grace, she decided to become a pediatrician. So she is a sophomore, San Diego State. And then my son next to her, Elisha, is a junior at UCLA studying economics, and he's playing football also. So that's my family. So when I decided, I had to consider what grade they were going to be in, when do they graduate, how it was all going to work. So that's what I did. Thank you. for the compliments of my family. So you integrate whatever you need to integrate into your role. What ended up happening is I graduated from med school, that's 2016. Javelin graduated from high school 2017, Elisha 2018, Kayla 2019, and then I became an empty nester. So that's how it rolled out. So start with number one, graduate from college, your undergrad studies. For some, if you're like me, it will be doing your post-baccalaureate work. I did mine at a community college because that was convenient for me. I was a stay-home mom. I was taking classes between dropping off kids at school and football practice and soccer practice and ballet. So I chose to go to a community college. Caveat, I did get some pushback from people, certain people in academia who thought that community college would be a step down, not my words, but theirs would be a step down from having a bachelor's degree. I disagree wholeheartedly, and that's why I advocate for that. And I often go speak at community colleges, but that was mentioned to me that they didn't see it that way. But guess what? We have the MCAT to level the playing field, and the MCAT speaks for itself. So I did take a few classes at UCLA Extension to appease some people, but I chose to do a community college. Some people may get into a post-baccalaureate program. There's many of them. You may have to move for it. They take typically 1 year or 2 years. So first milestone is graduate from college with all your coursework, because that's the main thing, or do your post-baccalaureate, whatever it is. Next milestone is taking the MCAT. We need a date for that, or a year, if you will. If it's 2023, 2022, put it down. The next milestone is going to be apply to medical school. Some of you may take the MCAT while you're in undergrad. Some people choose a gap year and then they take the MCAT. Some people are working in labs. I don't know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, but put it down, MCAT. The next one is apply to medical school. Now, let's put a big star by that, because I really need everybody who's listening to me to understand that applying to medical school is a job. It is just as important as studying for the MCAT, just as serious as your most difficult final exam. You have to put your heart and soul into that, because what you're doing is showing how awesome you are in person. We all know it in our Facebook group, but that needs to be translated onto paper. And guess what? Everybody's awesome. They imagine having a stack of applications and everybody got straight A's. Everybody got volunteered at the hospital. Everyone has a sad story about why they chose this path. Everyone has it. So you have to fully stand in what brings you to the table and sell it. And it's a process. So don't get ahead of yourself. We will help you. You don't have to figure it out now, but I just want you to know it's a full-time job. Please don't pick and choose what places you're going to do a secondary for and all this stuff. Apply everywhere that you're willing to live. And if they send you a secondary, do it right away. Don't start talking yourself out of opportunities and choices that you don't yet have. It's so important to create the opportunities for yourself so that you do have a choice. I can tell you that I applied to medical school twice. Many people have applied twice. It's not a unique experience. I remember the president of my medical school class applied 3 times, and she's a successful surgeon somewhere now. So it's a numbers game, but you also have to put out your best application. Don't feel like you have to rush. Oh, I've heard too many people say, I'm just going to do it right now just to get it done. Because I think sometimes your families are giving you pressure, or you have pressure that you're putting on yourself. Don't do that. put out your best application and apply so that you have your best opportunity to get into medical school. And then don't talk yourself out of it. If you don't have the score that your friends got, or you don't have the GPA that your friends got, it's okay. You put in your best application because this is your path to medicine. So we got through graduate from college or post-bac, MCAT, apply to medical school. Next one, graduate from medical school. That's when you will be Dr. So-and-so. If you choose MD school, DO school, going to the Caribbean, whatever you do, you're going to be a doctor. Don't limit yourself. If you have applied to MD school and DO school and twice and you just think it's the end of the world, we'll do it again, and then open up your options to apply internationally. If you want to be a doctor, nothing can stop you except for you. So that's that. So graduate from medical school, Dr. So-and-so, you'll start residency. And then you'll finish residency, and some of you may choose to do a fellowship. So there's a bunch of exams and tests and all this stuff along the way, but I want you guys to, we can fill those things in later, but I want you guys to kind of nail out a timeline for yourself when you think you'll be doing these things so you can have the best presentation and the best application. So I don't really have anything else. I really want to open up the time to be able to have interaction with everybody because that's most important here. I know it's the end of the day, but I'm pretty casual and I just like to help people. So I want to go ahead and open up for questions, and let's just dig in. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful. Yes, if you have questions, feel free to unmute yourself, turn on your video if you want, or you can also drop them in the chat, your questions.
Yeah, don't be shy. I want to see your beautiful faces. So hi, go ahead.
Okay. Hi. So do you sit with people or like kind of do like a one-on-one to kind of help them map out their path?
Yeah, folks in this group, I've had a FaceTime session for 2 hours on my patio. Yes, I do when I have time.
Okay. So is that something we
certainly
email you for or just kind of?
Yeah, so everyone who takes a picture and sends me an email, we'll set up something and squeeze it in when we can, for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But let's start with something. I want to see what you have. Typically, when people reach out to me, I always tell them to send me their resume and their timeline, and then we work with that because at some point it's about you executing your plan. You can't plan all the things that might go wrong, but you just need to know what's ahead. You know, I was talking to someone about this book earlier, What to Expect When You're Expecting, you know, for pregnancy. It's like, you don't know what's going to happen with your pregnancy, but you need to know, okay, this is the first trimester, this is the second. So what I do is kind of tell you what you might see along the way, but everyone is totally different.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have some questions in the chat. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me go look in the chat. How do I open the chat? Oh, here it is. Ooh, 50 things in the chat. Whoa. You're welcome, Dr. Zapata. Let's see. Yes, you are the solution. Let me hear everybody say, I am the solution. All right, let's see. Thank you for those who like my glasses. I just treated myself. At work, they call me Dr. G. And so I saw these glasses with the G. I said, well, Dr. G should have a G on her glasses. They've been a hit. And thank you. The podcast, just so you guys know, thank you for putting that link in there, Caitlin. It's on YouTube, it's on Apple Podcasts and Anchor. It's for regular people. my goal was to empower folks to navigate this healthcare system. So I'm most proud of that one. What is hospice? Because so many people are afraid of that word. And I just want people to understand what it is and know what's available to them. And the second one is about palliative care, and that's what we do. And so I wanted everyone to know. So feel free to pass it along, even if you don't listen to it. At some point in time, you may know someone who could benefit from it. Okay, let's see. What's your biggest tip for raising successful kids and balancing motherhood? My kids are aged 12, 10, and 3. Oh, that baby is 3 already, the one you were nursing at the LA Beautiful Beyond Beautiful. Wow. Well, I try to expose my children to everything and also make them appreciate the privileges they had. I didn't grow up with all the things that they had. And so I don't believe in mom guilt. That's my main rule, because we are raising adults and we're their number one teachers, getting them ready for the world. The goal is for them to launch out there and be able to make decisions, and be successful contributors to our society. And so I instilled that in them. And I can honestly say, down to the wire, even when they, right before they all graduated from high school, it was dicey for all of them. But I stayed on their butts, told them like it is, and they're out there doing it. They all have their own strong faith. They all know that they have a purpose in this world and a role, and they're on their paths. I have to plug my husband, these bracelets here. During the pandemic, he wrote a book called Warrior Parent Playbook. That talks a lot about us with our kids, more geared towards sports, but using sports to bring out the greatness in your child. And so that's what these bracelets are about here. There's a program my husband has, and just pretty much instilled in them their role, and they have a contribution. Like 10, 12, and 3, they should have chores. I don't remember when I made my kids start doing laundry, but it was a long time ago. So, loading a dishwasher, that's contributing to the family. It's making us be successful. Unloading the groceries, putting them away, that's a part of the family and us doing things together. So I had them do it. I was a latchkey kid with no one. So I didn't want my children from the suburbs to be weaker than I was. So I made them do things. So that's me, and no judgments. Everyone is different. Every child is different. Every family is different. So you have to do what works for you. You have beautiful, awesome kids that are going to be running this organization in a few years. We have to have our own date. We need a date, Dr. Zapata. Let's go to the spa.
Yes,
okay, as an
I'm
old
a fly in LA, on to the spa.
I will plan everything. If you get here, I'll do everything.
Okay.
All right.
Maybe our next conference next year can be in LA, because we got some Madam Dreamers in here who live in LA. So maybe we just need to all come hang out with you.
Let's do it. Let's do a beach party. Okay. As an older non-traditional student, how did you handle the difference in timeline, like a sense of urgency for older students, because it feels like we feel like we're too old? Yeah, I know that. You're mid-30s. Well, how old I'm 46, everybody. I'm not afraid of my age. So I started medical school 2012. I was 37. So that urgency was there for my second round of applying, because I figured, okay, wait a minute now. I can't let $30 for another application stop me from getting into medical school. Like I applied to an ungodly amount of places the second time around because I needed to get in. And so we can just kind of talk about it. You can't really hurry it. You just have to have the best application. So email me so we can like talk about your specific situation. But medical school is not going anywhere, just so you know. I did one of my interviews. There was like a 50-something-year-old person in there, and not that I'm not saying you want to do that, but it's not going anywhere. As you can see us in this pandemic, they always need doctors. Being a doctor this is a service to humanity. Literally, we're a doctor anywhere. I meet people who say, "Oh, I'm not licensed in the United States." Well, you may not be able to practice medicine, but you're still a doctor. You go down in the jungle somewhere, in Australia, you're a doctor. You know how to take care of people, and that's a gift to the world. So it's not going anywhere. So we'll figure it out for you. I look forward to chatting with you. Did you have prior experience in hospice? Yeah, I actually will detail that. When you listen to the podcast, you're going to hear my story in there, because I was actually super skeptical about hospice when I first heard about it. And now Dr. Zapata, she called me one time the Beyonce of hospice. That sounds weird, but it's fun. So anyway, in medical school, the curriculum in humanities introduced end-of-life care during the humanities section, because as some of you may know, healthcare in the United States, we spend the most money, but we don't have best quality. And so they were teaching us about having difficult conversations with people and about hospice and palliative care. They talked about how 75% of Medicare funds for patients were being spent the last few months of life. And it's like, well, what kind of quality of life was that? Now, I didn't like the idea, but I began to, unpack it, peel it back and learn what it was. And through my journey, you'll hear in the podcast, if anything, listen to the podcast because I talk about it. I saw the great need, and then I learned that was my niche as I tested it out. So when you like something, it's a very good idea to go shadow a doctor or pick it as an elective so that you can get exposure to it. So for me, when they were doing these things in medical school, and when I finally said, okay, let me check this out, I took a palliative care elective, 4th year of medical school. Now, I was in there, it was 4 weeks. The clerkship director for internal medicine was actually also in charge of that as my preceptor. So I can totally remember, yeah, I'm doing this. When I was with a family, the moment they found out their loved one passed away in the hospital, and, there was, wailing and falling. And I think we ended up having to try to give one of them, some kind of anxiolytic to calm down. But I was there, and I saw myself as being the rock for that family, being there for them, to give them something strong to lean on. And then I learned that I could also translate everything that happened to them. So that's what I see myself as every day. When I tell people the kind of work that I do, they say, "Oh my gosh, isn't that hard?" I said, "Yeah, I mean, not really. Someone has to do it." I see the way that I see myself is the way that I'm able to take that space. So they need someone. So that's what I stand in. I'm the solution. So when I walk in someone's home, many times, I don't have a necessary agenda besides let's focus on the patient, because there may be people fighting. There may be a family member who's afraid of the strong medicines, and they're letting their loved one suffer in pain because they think they're going to get addicted, which is totally wrong. It's always something different. So I go in there and I don't know, the magic happens. So it's always about help educating. I educate with my work most of the time. And sometimes, if it's a wife, I've gone into places where folks have been married for 50 years. If you can imagine, they're having to face losing their lover, someone they've been with for a lifetime, had children, bought homes, moved everywhere, and they're there. That's a really sacred time, and having to help them deal with that, talk about it. I always ask what's the secret to a 50-year marriage. I hear everything, and I could write a book, and it's also encouraging to me. So sometimes I change the subject. If I go into a house, all you people who are already in medicine, you know, when you are seeing patients who have family members who are in the medical field, those can be kind of interesting experiences. So I've gone into places where they're telling me how this is supposed to be and what it is and what they're doing, and I let them. And then I say, okay, you know, I redirect it to whatever I need to. So it just depends. So listen to that podcast. I went around about to say that, and you'll hear about my experience. And then just to round that off, I didn't do the fellowship in hospice and palliative medicine. I ended up doing the practice pathway to get my hospice medical director certification. So I worked in hospice directly with a community company for 2 years. And then that made me eligible to sit for an exam that I just got the results for a month ago. And so now I got those extra letters there in hospice. And so that's it. Let's see. She stopped nursing 3 months ago. Oh, girl, you a marathon nurser, girl. Good. It's amazing that we make milk. Oh, did someone give her my email address? Dr. Mama K? Give it to them. If not, I'll type it in. Can someone share the email? I missed it. Thank you so much. How did you go about choosing when to take the MCAT compared to perhaps pursuing a master's or a more formal post-bac? Currently taking UCLA extension courses at time. I feel like that I'm not sure how I can become a better applicant when a lot of these programs are competitive. So I didn't even know about the master's program. So if you can look for my experience, I didn't have all this mentorship and knowledge and people to help me. I was kind of figuring this out on my own. So I didn't know there were post-bac programs or masters that I could do to kind of have an easier path. So what I did find out about is there was a program called UCLA Prep, hosted by David Geffen School of Medicine. And it was a summer program for pre-meds. And I got into that. And it was also in conjunction with their post-bac, I believe. But I was in the 6-week prep program. So in that program is where I learned, it was a godsend to me. I learned everything I needed to know, got MCAT prep. We had to turn in an AMCAS application. That's something I actually recommend for everyone. Everyone should do an AMCAS application just before you do it, just so you can see it. Once you fill in all your coursework and all of your activities and everything, you can save it as a PDF. You can print it out, and it's really good for you to see where you are. Because again, applying to medical school is a job, and you're creating your application every single day. So I got into UCLA Prep, and that was all I needed to do. So I finished my coursework and I applied. Because remember, I already had my map. That's why we're in this session, because you're going to create your path to medicine and you're going to execute it. So that's why creating the path is important. The day that I decided to go to med school, I created mine and I just followed it. And I didn't get in the first time. So I had a plan B, and then I did that and got in. So that's why every time I speak to you guys, my topic is about creating your map. Okay. How do you handle or approach the emotional aspect of hospice and palliative care so you don't feel burned out or affected? I do feel affected. I do get burned out and I do get emotional. So you guys are actually the first to know about my mobile practice, because I hadn't really announced it online. And so I have that business, Morning Dove Medical, and I named it Morning Dove Medical because there was a Saturday morning last year around, I think it was 4th of July weekend, and I had to go to a nursing home to see a patient. Whenever a patient is discharged from the hospital, you know, they know they're not going to be around for a while. And sometimes they need to go to, they don't have a home, they can't go home alone, they need nursing care. They'll send them to skilled nursing facility. And me as the hospice medical director, I had to go see them within 72 hours. So I woke up one Saturday morning and I said, okay, let me go see this one today because I'm having a barbecue and I need to get this out of the way. So I started reviewing the patient. Who is this patient? I found out this patient was a 90-something-year-old Catholic priest. And that hit me so hard because I thought about how this person has served the community spiritually, so many families, weddings, all the things that they do. And this person wasn't married because they don't get married, had no children, and was sitting there dying alone. That's the thing that gets to me. So I just couldn't get myself together that morning. I remember texting a friend and I was just like, oh, I just can't stop crying. I have to go see a priest. I wonder if they did his last rites. Like, should I learn how to do it? I was just like all over the place. And I ended up reaching out to the chaplain. I'm not sure if you guys know, in hospice, we have a team approach to care. We have the medical director, nurse, social worker, chaplain, and then a home health aide who helps with the bathing. That's pretty much the team. And so I reached out to the chaplain. They gave me this little prayer to say. I'll touch on that cannabis question. So anyway, I sat there, and so I was sitting on my patio, and I was just drinking my coffee and trying to get myself emotionally ready to go. And I had decorated my patio during the pandemic, and it became a real oasis and a tranquil space for me and my family, really for me. And I looked up and there was a mourning dove who had nested in my plant. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, I was like totally shocked. Like, I'm all in my emotions. And I was like, what are you doing in my plant? Like, why are you here? What are you doing? How am I supposed to water my plant if you think you're going to have a baby in my plant? And then the other bird popped up. So there were two of them there. It was just a powerful moment. And I ended up seeing them go off later on, but I felt like that was God speaking to me, bringing me peace, letting me know I was on the right path and I was doing the right thing. And it was just encouraging to me. It brought me a lot of peace and joy. And so that's why I named my company Morning Dove Medical. And that's why my tagline is providing peace of mind in medicine, because that's what I want to do. And so, anyway, that was that. So that's how I came up with that. Let me open this chat up again and see what else you said. Yeah, so that's how I deal with it. Self-care every day. I had that experience about more, where God speaks to me, but self-care every day, spiritual care every day. I take the bubble bath every day, candles. This is my office here. It is very beautiful with the ocean. I have my diffuser here. I have scriptures around me, pictures of the ocean, all the things that I love around me to nourish me. I have my tea here, my favorite tea, a whole box in my office. I just have everything to take care of myself around me. And that's what it is. Okay, so let me move on. If you have any more questions, email me. Do you use any cannabis medicine in hospice or help with end-of-life care? Well, cannabis is legal in California, but it's in medicine. Us as physicians, who have a medical license in the United States, we went over this in the yearly conference for internal medicine, and Dr. Fauci was there. We haven't really taken our role in doing the studying of cannabis like we should. I remember in medical school having a lecture on the cannabinoid receptors in the body, and it was one lecture, but there hasn't been a ton of research to date where we are prescribing, and following it and all that. It's coming slowly. We have a couple things that we use for cancer, cachexia, and things like that. But it's just, we're behind as physicians and we shouldn't be. So to answer your question, no, I am not prescribing. Well, I can't prescribe. I'm not telling them what to do. What I do is we put it in the medical record if they are taking some gummies or whatever they're doing, because we need to know if it's interacting with something else that they're taking. But that's pretty much it. The cornerstone of medication in hospice is really opioids. So we use things like morphine and fentanyl and those things at the lowest possible dose to, reach, comfort for our patients. So those are the type of controlled substances, Ativan, benzodiazepines and things like that. When there's pain, when there's anxiety, and, obviously the other symptoms people may have, nausea, vomiting, whatever it is. So yeah, those are the things that we use. So, okay, I don't see any more questions. Anything else? Anybody want to speak up? I don't know how much time we have left.
I have a question about working in the pandemic. So how did your role change when communicating with patients, and did you move to virtual appointments and all that?
Yeah, I did. Sorry, I'm hot. I usually have a fan on me like Beyonce, but I had to turn it off so it wouldn't give you guys background noise. My office is really warm. So when the pandemic hit last March, I was working for another hospice and was a huge panic. That company was actually not as efficient as the current place that I work for. And what we did is I was already home. I didn't actually, that company didn't even have an office for me. That's another topic we can talk about, learning your value when you get in your career, because I didn't even have an office or a desk at the last place. The doctor was the afterthought there. And here I have 2 offices, so that tells you the difference. But anyway, so I was home. I did start telemedicine with Doximity. I was already using this app called Doximity for faxing. It's kind of like the Facebook or LinkedIn for physicians, where you have to be certified or verified, I should say. And they started a beta program using telemedicine. So I immediately started using it, and it was fine. And it was HIPAA secure. And that's what I did. I still had to go to some folks' homes. So our company gave us PPE and things like that, but I never stopped working. Nothing ever slowed down for me during the pandemic. Just had to start wearing a mask and, being more careful, but I still do the same things. If anything, I believe the pandemic forced primary care doctors, doctors in the hospital to have the difficult conversation so people would get on hospice or choose palliative care instead of delaying it. So I saw a lot of that. I also had to step up in myself because a lot of people were afraid to go to the hospital and they wanted more of me. So I had some palliative care patients who wanted their primary care because their doctor's office is closed. And they were like, well, can I just see you? Because I don't want to go. I was for a short period with another medical group that was a mobile group. And, those patients, they were very demanding. It was very stressful and challenging for a few months. So it was hard, but we got through it, and looks like we're about to go through it again. But like I said, nothing has changed for me. I've been driving up and down the street, seeing people going into their homes the same since it started.
Thank you. And we have time for probably one more question. So if anyone wants to put their burning question in the chat real quick, so Dr. G can answer it.
I know you guys are tired. So I hope you guys have my email address. What are my 20-year goals? Ooh, 20 years. Okay, I'm going to be 66. So I should be, let me type in my thing. I am, in 20 years, I should be a good grandma by then. I think I'm still going to be doing the same thing I'm doing, just like maybe less. I hope to have, I do have another goal. I actually want to have beautiful hospice homes, because if I found out I was dying next week, I will go to the beach and just stay there. So I want to have beautiful homes, beautiful places, because not everyone wants their loved one to die inside the home. And so I want to create a space for people to have their family, to have a beautiful surrounding and have peace. So that hopefully I have some of those, and being a grandma, being a big mama, that's all. And I want to play the drums. Those are the things that are important to me. Being a grandma, playing the drums, having some hospice homes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Dr. G. From the comments, it's probably like our most like interactive comment section. So thank you for bringing the energy and the information, and we really appreciate your time.
Yeah. Wait, I see one quick question. How do people find something? Google get. Wait. You know, once Black people find a company we like, we're sending everyone there. What company? What you talking about? Oh, hospice homes. Yeah. Okay, I thought you were asking for how to find it. Anyway, check out the podcast because it's very educational. Yes. Question. Is it ever too early to get life insurance? No. Get it. Get life insurance, get your 401k, get all that stuff. Yeah, my husband and I, you know, we've had life insurance since we had no money. Because what it's doing is, you know, it's secure. We don't think someone's going to go, but it's just securing that income if you lose your loved one, so that they can have money. You know, is really important. When I was a stay-home mom, like if something happened to my husband, like how was I going to take care of the family? So we had it then. We still have the same life insurance. I added more now that I'm working, and now I'm having my kids do it. So, and it's good to have the one. I don't know the lingo, but there's some insurances that are cash value, and I don't really know how any of that works. But yeah, go for it.
Awesome. Okay, I have two special friends. Lily, I thought you were gonna say hi. Say hi, everybody. Hi. Say hi to all the ladies. Say hello. How old are you? Tell them 3.
3.
3 years old.
I'm 5.
You're
What
not
about
5.
your
You're 3.
What about your son? Where's your son and your big girl? Where's that big girl there?
She's playing with her Play-Doh.
Hello.
And then I have, tell them your name. Amira. She's my little best friend, Amira. And what'd you do today? While we were over here having our conference, what were you doing all day?
I went to the zoo and then got toys. I went to this Play-Doh with Nana and Amira with my Duke.
So this has been amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayshana, for coming. We love you. We appreciate you. You were just dropping some gems. We love you so much and appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming. Yes. So we're wrapping up for tonight, and what we're just gonna do.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. So we're wrapping up for tonight. And for those of you who are here in person, be looking out for an email from Jade, our fabulous leader. Shout out to Jade and the entire leadership team. We love you. We appreciate you. Y'all are just doing it. Like, this is phenomenal to have a hybrid virtual and in-person conference. it has been just blowing me away. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'm so thankful for all you guys' hard work. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So for those of you who are here in Chicago in person with us, be looking out for an email from Jade, because we're going to be going out to eat dinner and hanging out a little bit later tonight. But before we leave, just a quick couple reflections. Our theme this year is I am the solution. Put in a chat me if you know you are a solution, especially after this phenomenal evening of great speakers tonight. If you believe that you are the solution, the definition of a solution is an answer to a problem. So we've been talking about different problems and talking about, like, you know what? We're the solution. And I just want you guys to know that we talked about we are deserving today. You're deserving of everything that's coming to you. We talked about protecting our future. We talked about multiple streams of income. We talked about how to be good leaders. All of this is such good things, because you have to realize you are the answer to a lot of the problems that our country and our world is facing. You're the solution. And there's a lot of people, because of the way we look, because of our backgrounds, they're kind of like looking over us. They're thinking the solution is paying millions of dollars for diversity, equity, and inclusion trainings, or, building some new centers in the inner city. No, guess what? We're the solution. The ones that may have not got a good MCAT score, or the ones that may not have made it into medical school the first time, the ones that other people traditionally would say, oh, you're not the typical pre-med. Guess what? We are the solution. They're passing up gold, and it doesn't matter if they realize it, we know it. And you have to realize the greatness that is within you. There's going to be so many people who don't realize that greatness. But you have to remember that. You have to foster that. And if you don't realize that, and you don't come into this world with confidence and things, then they really aren't going to. So I just want to remind everybody, you are the solution. And all of these things that we're getting this weekend are just meant to fill us up and light our fire so that we can go out by any means necessary and change the world, whether or not people get their implicit bias training or not. I don't care what's going on with that. All I know is we got the answers right here in this room. All of us collectively, with our financial power, when all of us start building up our generational wealth and our multiple streams of income, we're going to be able to be like, hey, everybody, I'm all the Madam Dreamers. Let's put in a quick 50,000 and buy up this hotel right here. And we're going to have the conference at the hotel we own in the next couple future years. Or we're going to be able to start scholarship funds for children and help other people coming behind us. We're going to be able to start our own hospitals. And shout out to Jay, because she's going to be the hospital administrator. Okay. We have so much collective power right here in this room. And I want you guys to know to stay encouraged. There's a lot of things that are going to come your way to knock you down, to feel depressed, feel like you want to give up. But I don't care if you're 99 years old, still trying to get into medical school. Guess what? We're going to be cheering you on. Don't give up. I don't care if you've had hard times. I don't care what the MCAT score was. We have divine favor over our lives, and what's meant to be will be. You are the solution. You don't even have to wait till you have that MD to start making a change. And I just want you guys to just realize and truly understand the powerful impact, the power that is inside of each and every one of you. You're going to go some places and they're not going to recognize that, and they're going to treat you like trash. But you need to understand what we're telling you. Even if you feel like people are overlooking you, treating you like trash, you feel a certain type of way. Remember this day. Remember this conference. Remember that we're telling you that you are brilliant. You are important. Y'all are fierce. Y'all are fabulous. Y'all are inventors. Y'all are the ones that are going to literally change the world. You guys are just phenomenal and brilliant. Don't forget that. So when you go places and people treat you a certain type of way, you're like, this isn't, you're going to have the urge to internalize that. But I want you to... He's getting excited what I'm saying. But I want you to know that you are the solution. I'm not. Okay. Are y'all sure you want to for secure your fertility after hearing this little one. Okay, well, I'm gonna pause there, and we have time for maybe just one or two reflections. I want you to put in the chat one comment about how you are the solution, like what you're gonna do, what you are going to do after this weekend to be the solution. Put that in the chat, and then maybe I can have one or two people, just follow up on that and just say any takeaways or aha moments, and then we'll end. Okay, I see people saying they're not going to give up. What else are we going to go out and do? I'm loving these comments about actionable steps that you're going to do. You're about to get this 520 on the MCAT, reevaluating the application strategy. The best application, perfect. Self-care, a better leader. Okay, I love that. Forgiving myself more. That's powerful. That's awesome. All right. And then, yes. And then if we could just put some, I want to hear from maybe like 2 or 3 more people finishing out with some I am statements, as we talked about earlier today, just to remind ourselves of our greatness. Sometimes when everybody else might be talking about you or not appreciating your how fabulous and amazing you are, you got to remind yourself. And we talked about earlier today, it needs to be a daily practice. So let's just finish out with a couple I am statements. I am resilient. You could put in, I am capable of my wildest dream. I am enough. That's amazing. I am worthy. I am the answer to somebody's problem. I am happy. I am an answer. Yes. I love it. I love it. So we're so proud of you all for hanging in there. It's been a busy day, but we have made it to the end of the day. So thank you again to all of our sponsors who helped to make this conference possible. Thank you again to all of our speakers and facilitators. And I look forward to an amazing day tomorrow.